Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Jiangcheng City Public Security Bureau. Fang Hui held the power of attorney, her cool eyes fixed on the police officer in front of her. I have the right to see my client. The signature in the principal section was indeed Su Wen's. This was a habit Su Wen developed in his previous life. I will prepare a copy of my power of attorney in advance and leave it with the law firm I trust, just in case. After learning that Su Wen had been arrested, Fang Hui. They immediately found the power of attorney and went to the police station. I'm sorry, the prisoner is being interrogated right now, you can't see him yet. The police officer on duty refused Fang Hui's request. Upon hearing his words, Fang Hui spoke in an icy tone. Please watch your words, he's a suspect, not a criminal. I've been waiting here for 2 hours, and your interrogation has lasted for almost 5 hours. I have the right to suspect that you are torturing my client's mental state. Please stop the interrogation. The police officer on duty frowned slightly as he looked at Fang Hui, who was approaching aggressively. This little girl looks so delicate and frail, how come she's so difficult to deal with? I'm sorry, there are currently no problems with our process. Please wait patiently. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui clenched her fists, a deep sense of helplessness welling up inside her. According to the provisions of the Criminal Procedure Law of the People's Republic of Daxia, when a lawyer requests to meet with a suspect, the meeting should be arranged in a timely manner. But there's another line of text after that. At the latest, it cannot exceed 48 hours. In other words, according to regulations, the police can now use many excuses to delay for 2 days and prevent her from seeing Su Wen, but in the last 2 days, it's way too long, nobody knows what will happen in the next couple of days. Chen Pingping's death was extremely suspicious. The fact that Su Wen was identified as the prime suspect is quite baffling. All of this, it was as if someone had set a trap, therefore. Fang Hui was genuinely worried about Su Wen at the same time. Inside the director's office of Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau, Deputy Director Chen Guangyan sat on the guest sofa, looked at the person opposite him, and slowly began to speak. Director Xing, Su Wen has been questioned for 5 hours already. That's enough. Xing Hong, Director of the Jiangcheng Municipal Public Security Bureau. After hearing Chen Guangyan's words, Xing Hong slowly opened the thermos, blew on the layer of goji berries on the surface, took a small sip, and then slowly spoke. Deputy Director Chen. He deliberately emphasized the word deputy as he continued. Chen Pingping is the vice president of the Jiangcheng City Primary People's Court, a high-ranking position. Now he's been found dead in his home under mysterious circumstances, and it was a shooting. Our superiors are taking this very seriously and have demanded that we solve the case as soon as possible. Even if it takes 24 hours, let alone 5, we can't afford to be negligent. Upon hearing this, Chen Guangyan gave a cold snort of annoyance. Xing Hong's words clearly implied that he was using his superiors to pressure him. He was even reminding himself to recognize his own position. He, Xing Hong, is the true director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, since Chen Guangyan was transferred to Jiangcheng. Together with Chen Pingping and Chen Yijun, they formed the 3 Chens of Jiangcheng. For so many years, the citizens only knew the 3 Chens of Jiangcheng but not Xing Hong. Therefore, there had been a rift between them for some time, but they had never argued because of pride. Chen Guangyan looked calmly at Xing Hong and spoke with a hint of threat. Pang Guang has gone to the traffic police station and retrieved all the surveillance footage from the area surrounding Su Wen's residential complex. As it turns out, Su Wen did not leave after Chen Pingping left the residential area where Su Wen lived. This is sufficient proof that Su Wen is not a suspect, and our investigation was misguided. If we focus all our attention on Su Wen and allow the real culprit to escape, that would be something we can't explain to our superiors. Xing Hong glanced at Chen Guangyan with disdain, his expression filled with dissatisfaction. The video footage only proves that Su Wen did not commit the crime within the scope of the surveillance. it does not clear him of suspicion. As the deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, don't you even understand such a simple principle? Xingheng's voice grew louder and louder. He wasn't just talking about Su Wen's case, he was also expressing his long-standing dissatisfaction with Chen Guang'an. You three Chens of Jiangcheng, I think you're all show and no substance. No sooner had Xingheng finished speaking than the office door was suddenly kicked open. Bang! The two turned around and saw Chen Yizhen, the deputy chief prosecutor, kick open his office door and glare angrily at Xingheng. Xingheng, over the years, how much have the three of us contributed to Jiangcheng? And you? What have you done now? How dare you laugh at the three of us? Chen Pingping's death had already caused Chen Yizhen great distress. As soon as they arrived at Xingheng's office door, then I heard Xingheng slandering the three Chens of Jiangcheng. Overcome with rage, he kicked the door open. Xingheng slammed his hand on the table, stood up, pointed at Chen Yizhen and roared, Chen Yizhen, this is the Public Security Bureau, not your procuratorate, and certainly not a place where you can run wild. Chen Yizhen swaggered in, sat down next to Chen Guang'an and spoke to Xingheng. What, you dare go and report me to the party secretary? I'll be waiting right here. Upon hearing this, Xingheng's face immediately turned red with anger. Hong Liang, hiding by the door, peeked out and gave Chen Yizhen a thumbs up. Hey, and you call me a scoundrel? It's all thanks to your excellent teaching. Close the door. When Chen Yizhen saw Hong Liang peek out, he yelled angrily at the doorway. Hong Liang froze for a moment, then bent over and smiled obsequiously at the three people inside the room before quickly closing the door. In a short time, the three people in the room fell silent. After a moment, Chen Yizhen calmed himself down and spoke. I'm here today to vouch for Su Wen. Last night, I instructed Hong Liang to have dinner with Su Wen to discuss the matter of Aunt Mei, the human trafficker. He simply didn't have time to prepare before killing Chen Pingping. Upon hearing this, Xingheng frowned and looked at the two people on the sofa with a puzzled expression. What's going on with these two people that they would willingly vouch for a mere lawyer? That's really strange. Just then, Xingheng's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Xingheng quickly stood up straight and then answered the phone. Old Liang. When Chen Yizhen and Chen Guang'an heard Xingheng address the other as Old Liang, their eyes widened and they exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with disbelief. Mr. Liang, why did he call? Yes. Okay, I understand. I'll take care of it right away. The call ended quickly. Xingheng put his phone away, snorted coldly at the two of them, pressed the button on the desktop phone and said in a low voice, Interrogate Su Wen immediately. If no evidence is found within 24 hours, release them immediately. Xingheng did not expect that. He had only arrested Su Wen. So many people are putting pressure on me. It also involved Mr. Liang. Who is Mr. Liang? That was the previous party secretary of Jiangcheng City. During his tenure, he was incorruptible, honest, and enforced the law rigorously. They made a tremendous contribution to Jiangcheng City, although I am now retired. However, its influence on Jiangcheng City remains very significant. And then there are Chen Yizhen and Chen Guang'an. It's practically like a dog skin plaster. He actually stayed in his office and wouldn't leave because of Su Wen's matter. Are these still the same deputy director of the Public Security Bureau and the deputy chief prosecutor he knows? But even under such great pressure, he detained Su Wen for another 24 hours before releasing him. That night, the Fang siblings Hong Liang, Pang Guang, and a few others sat silently in Fang Yao's car. They had been waiting for a long time in front of the police station. At this moment, everyone's faces were etched with exhaustion from the moment Su Wen was arrested. They are all trying their best to rescue Su Wen and haven't slept a wink so far. The streets were deserted. Occasionally, a few taxis will pass by here. It's been 24 hours, why hasn't the boss come out yet? Fang Hui's usually beautiful eyes were now bloodshot as she stared anxiously at the entrance of the police station. Pang Guang began to explain. Although 24 hours have passed, there are still some procedures to complete before you can leave, so it might be a little late. Just then, Hong Liang suddenly perked up, his eyes lighting up as he looked at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. They're out. In a short time, everyone looked towards the entrance of the police station. Su Wen, looking exhausted, slowly walked out of the police station. Upon seeing this, everyone hurriedly got out of the car and rushed over, surrounding Su Wen. Su Wen's eyes were sunken and bloodshot, and he looked as if his bones had been removed. Every step he took felt as heavy as lead. Are you all right? Fang Hui quickly helped Su Wen up and put his arm around her neck. Su Wen slowly shook his head, his dry lips parting slightly as he spoke. Water. Seeing Fang Hui so worried about Su Wen, Fang Yao was once again consumed by jealousy. He snorted coldly and spoke. Don't worry, he won't die. After saying that, Fang Yao turned around and walked towards the vehicle. Seeing Su Wen's appearance, Hong Liang was immediately enraged and spoke fiercely. They're using torture to extract a confession. Who interrogated you? I'll investigate that. B ***** D tomorrow. Pang Guang naturally knew who had interrogated him, but he didn't speak, standing on the outermost edge, his eyes slightly narrowed, his fists clenched. Just then, Fang Yao took a bottle of mineral water from the car and tossed it to Hong Liang, who was standing next to Su Wen. I'll wait for you in the car. After saying that, Fang Yao glanced at the arm draped around Fang Hui's neck, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Hong Liang hurriedly unscrewed the bottle of mineral water and handed it to Su Wen. Su Wen took the water bottle, slowly raised his arm and took a small sip, drinking a large amount of water all at once after a long period of not drinking water can actually be bad for your health. But just a sip of water. It also made Su Wen look much better. The crowd stared at the shocking marks on his wrists caused by the handcuffs rubbing against them. It's only been one day, how did it turn out like this? They couldn't imagine. What exactly did Su Wen experience that day? I'll go back and write a complaint, they're absolutely despicable. Fang Hui's voice trembled slightly. These people are completely lawless. I'll write a report right now, and we'll investigate them tomorrow. After Hong Liang finished speaking, he turned to leave. Don't. Su Wen, his voice hoarse, called out to Hong Liang. Hong Liang took a deep breath and turned to look at Su Wen. Why, they're knowingly breaking the law. Su Wen took a few deep breaths, his chest heaving, and slowly began to speak. There's no time. No time, everyone frowned for a moment. I don't understand what Su Wen meant by saying that. Let's go back first. I'll explain everything to you slowly. Fang Hui looked at Su Wen with a worried expression and spoke. Come to my place, it'll be easier for me to take care of you that way. Fang Yao sat in the car, seemingly nonchalant, leaning back lazily in his seat, but in reality he had already pricked up his ears, eavesdropping on everyone's conversation. Upon hearing Fang Hui say she was going to take Su Wen home to take care of him, she was immediately consumed by jealousy and shouted angrily. Hey, you've never taken care of me since I was a child. And now you're going to take care of him. Fang Hui wrinkled her nose and waved her little fist at Fang Yao. Su Wen was released so quickly. At the same time, Cao Jin, still asleep, received the news of Su Wen's release and immediately sat up in bed. That's impossible. They said they'd be detained for 14 days. How come they've only been out for 1 day? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before a cold voice spoke. You're not worthy to know why. Have you prepared everything I asked you to prepare? Instead of getting angry when he was scolded, Cao Jin's eyes flashed with fear and he hurriedly spoke up. Everything is ready. I'll arrange for someone to post the message online tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll make sure he can never work in the legal profession again. On the other end of the phone, the mysterious person gave a heavy hem and didn't say anything more, seemingly lost in thought. Cao Jin waited a moment but still didn't receive any instructions, so he slowly asked, Boss, regarding the Zhuangrui Pharmaceuticals case in Kyoto, what do you think? Upon hearing this, the mysterious man snorted coldly and began to reprimand. You haven't even accomplished the task yet and you're already thinking about taking credit. I think you're tired of living. Cao Jin was startled and quickly shrank back. Yes, I will definitely take care of the task you assign me first. Cao Jin's attitude in admitting his mistake was quite sincere, and the mysterious man naturally knew how to manage people. Knowing this kind of person, they won't do things properly unless you offer them a little something in return. Besides, Cao Jin needs money to do things for himself. However, it was inconvenient for him to give the money directly. After thinking for a moment, the mysterious man spoke again. Don't worry, I'll go to Zhuangrui Pharmaceuticals tomorrow. Once you've completed the tasks I assigned, someone from Juangrui Pharmaceuticals will naturally contact you to coordinate. Upon hearing this, Kaojin's eyes immediately lit up. Juangrui Pharmaceuticals is one of the top 50 companies in Daxia, mainly engaged in the medical industry, with a market value of nearly 350 billion yuan. Their company's acquisition deal is a hot commodity in the eyes of all lawyers. If he were to do this job, conservative estimates suggest it could earn tens of millions. Moreover, his influence in the legal profession will also increase accordingly. Thank you very much, sir. I will definitely do my best to complete the task you assign me. The mysterious man snorted coldly and spoke again. As long as you do what I tell you to do and act like my dog. I promise you. A meteoric rise to power. You mean? They locked you in the interrogation room for a whole day and night. Zhu Wen slowly put down his bowl and chopsticks. The food in front of him had been completely devoured. The abrasions on his wrists still looked heartbreaking. Fang Hui reached out and gently touched the wound on Su Wen's wrist, her eyes filled with heartache. Does it hurt? Su Wen slowly shook his head. It's fine. In his previous life, Su Wen experienced far more than just these things. He was able to completely endure the physical pain. These beasts won't even give them a bite to eat. They'll strip them naked sooner or later. Su Wen looked at Hong Liang. He hadn't expected Hong Liang to care about him so much. I insisted on not eating or drinking. Su Wen knew that the police had no evidence to prove that he had killed Chen Pingping. At the same time, he also knew Fang Yao and the others will definitely try to find a way to rescue him, only by not eating or drinking. Only by working together from the inside and outside could they force the police to release him sooner. Pang Guang heard Su Wen's words. I couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Su Wen. Having served in the military, he knew that. Imagine the agony of being locked in an interrogation chair for 24 hours straight without food or water. This is not only physical torture. It was also a form of mental anguish. Ordinary people. I simply cannot bear this kind of pain, but at this time Su Wen. Yet he was just like a normal person, with no visible physical abnormalities and an exceptionally clear mind. This kind of person, if placed in the military, they would definitely shine. Fang Yao leaned back lazily on the sofa and slowly began to speak. By now, you should have guessed a lot of things that have happened in this day, right? Su Wen looked at Fang Yao. Since Fang Yao dared to say that, he must have thought of many things. Yes, I thought about it for a whole day, and I have a rough idea. In an instant, everyone's curiosity was piqued by Su Wen and all eyes fell on him. My arrest must have affected the interests of certain groups and more than one. I've carefully reviewed this period of time and have narrowed it down to two. Fang Yao continued Su Wen's words, speaking slowly. I think the same thing if I'm not mistaken. One is a human trafficking ring and the other is the Zhang law firm. Upon hearing this, Hong Liang frowned instantly, lowered his head and pondered for a moment before expressing his opinion. This is just our speculation. Neither of these two groups has the power to demand or even control the police to arrest Attorney Su. Unless... Hong Liang took a deep breath but didn't say the rest of his words. If his guess is correct, that would be a really troublesome matter, unless they're colluding with certain leaders. Pang Guang glared angrily and slammed his fist on the dining table. In a short time, the plates on the table even bounced up. Fang Yao rolled his eyes at Pang Guang, annoyed, and slowly began to speak. These plates are all imported from France, made of Patras porcelain. Each one is worth no less than 5,000 Huxia yuan. Upon hearing this, Pang Guang hurriedly pushed the plate in front of him further in. Hong Liang even left the table and stood to the side. Seeing their reactions, Su Wen couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips and continued speaking. These are just speculations at the moment. I still can't guess who's behind this. In fact, Su Wen had already guessed the general idea and even had some clues. Chen Pingping had already reminded him when she met him. Su Jianyu, the original owner's father, the person behind him must have some connection with Su Jianyu. Otherwise, Chen Pingping wouldn't remind him. He was told to return to Kyoto and seek Chen Jianyu's protection. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let them bully us? Fang Hui pouted, her face full of dissatisfaction. Su Wen smiled slightly. At that moment, a slight stirring deep within him was felt. These people in front of us. Everyone was worried about their own safety, something he had never experienced in his previous life. They're targeting me simply because they're worried about me and they want to keep following Aunt May's leads to expose all the human traffickers, both upstream and downstream. So, as long as I continue my investigation, the person behind this will eventually be exposed. As Su Wen spoke, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and the chill emanating from his entire body made everyone present feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Fang Hui rubbed her fair arms and said with a worried expression, "But what if the investigation goes on and there's a risk to their lives?" Upon hearing this, Su Wen immediately snorted coldly. "Only by bringing them all to justice and sentencing them to death in court will we truly instill fear in those lawbreakers. To achieve a world free of child trafficking." Fang Hui's worry was written all over her face. Fang Yao pondered for a moment, then slowly asked, "So, what are you planning to do next? Do you need my help?" "What should we do next?" Su Wen had completely figured things out in the interrogation room. He turned to look at Pang Guang and asked, "Have you found out where Aunt May's hometown is?" Pang Guang nodded. "Yes, it's been confirmed. It's a remote village in Baishan City, Yunnan Province called Zhangjia Village, also known as Zhangcheng." Zhangjia Village. For a moment, everyone looked at Pang Guang with puzzlement. This is a village that no one has ever heard of, unexpectedly. To think that someone like Aunt May could exist, such a heinous person. Su Wen nodded slowly and said in a low voice, "In that case, I need to make a trip to Zhangjia Village." Su Wen's voice reached everyone's ears, instantly provoking opposition from all of them. "No, it's too dangerous. Let the police handle these matters. You're just a lawyer, there's no need to work so hard. Just focus on bringing them to justice in court." All the voices of the people trying to persuade him reached Su Wen's ears. Su Wen slowly shook his head and said firmly, "For a lawyer, the battlefield is never in the courtroom but before the trial. Zhangjia Village, I must go." The others wanted to offer some words of advice, but Su Wen raised his hand to stop them and continued. "The police certainly have their methods, but lawyers also have their methods, don't they? Just trust me, human traffickers must be sentenced to death." For Su Wen, since the police have already arrested him once, that means, when it comes to finding evidence, you can't completely trust the police, no matter who tries to dissuade him. Zhangjia Village. He must go there in person. For a moment, everyone present fell silent, all looking at Su Wen with concern, to relieve emotions. Su Wen looked around and slowly asked Hong Liang, "By the way, where's old Jiang? I haven't seen him." Hong Liang sighed deeply. Ever since Dean Chen Pingping's incident, he has gone to Dean Chen Pingping's home. Help with the funeral arrangements. Su Wen took a deep breath, his eyes filled with emotion. Chen Pingping's death. He felt a little sad just then. Fang Yao slowly asked, "When do you plan to leave?" Su Wen opened his mouth, his throat seemingly constricted, and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "After seeing Dean Chen off. Let it be the last journey." 5 days have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, negative news about Su Wen is rampant online. Part of the argument is that Su Wen was the real culprit in Chen Pingping's shooting. The other part, this refers to 2 consecutive cases that resulted in the individuals involved being imprisoned before the original owner of the body was mentioned. 2 things. At the same time, it sparked a huge public outcry online. In a short time, Su Wen's hard-earned reputation was instantly destroyed. Those clients who previously wanted Su Wen to represent them, they all clearly stated that, "I will not ask Su Wen to represent me again." Su Wen seemed to have been pushed to the forefront by an invisible hand. Fang Hui urged Su Wen to release a clarification video, but Su Wen refused. He knew. This indicates that someone is maliciously controlling public opinion behind the scenes, and responding on your own will not be very effective. Instead, you might fall into someone else's trap. These 5 days, he had originally intended to visit Chen Pingping's family, but Jiang Zhenghua refused. The murderer who killed Chen Pingping has not been found to this day. In the end, Su Wen could only ask Jiang Zhenghua briefly about the circumstances of Chen Pingping's murder. After understanding, there was one point that Su Wen couldn't understand. After professional examination, it was determined that Chen Pingping died from a gunshot wound, a bullet penetrating her heart from the front, killing her instantly, and she died at home. In this situation, It's basically a case of someone knowing the perpetrator. Otherwise, there would have been signs of a struggle at the scene. It's impossible that Chen Pingping's wife couldn't have heard anything except the sound of gunfire. And Chen Pingping's family members rushed to the living room immediately after hearing the gunshots. However, apart from the open door, no suspicious persons were seen, and nearby surveillance footage did not reveal any suspicious clues. The gun used to kill Chen Pingping was a court police officer's service weapon. However, after investigation, only one bailiff service pistol was found missing from the courthouse. And this time, it was hidden in Su Wen's house. Su Wen did not shoot Chen Pingping. But why did Chen Pingping die from a gunshot wound? There's only one possibility, that is, the person who murdered Chen Pingping was very familiar with the court, and it's even highly likely. They're people from the court and high position and great power today. It was Chen Pingping's memorial service. The location was chosen at the seaside. Before her death, whenever Chen Pingping encountered a difficult problem, she liked to take a walk on the beach alone to think. He once said, "If I die one day, I hope his ashes can be cast into the sea, taking him to places he never went before." This memorial service. Almost all the leading figures in Jiangcheng's political and economic circles were present. Although Jiang Zhenghua was not a family member, he was always busy taking care of everything, big and small. Many ordinary people even came spontaneously upon hearing the news, eventually forming a line along the coastline. They stood quietly at a distance, holding flowers in their hands, watching the direction where Chen Pingping's ashes were drifting, tears welling in their eyes. If he were alive today, he would surely be very pleased to see this. Su Wen didn't go in. He stood alone at the doorway, muttering to himself. He remembered. In my previous life, there was an article in my elementary school textbook titled, "Sending Off the Premier Along the 10-Mile-Long Street." For a cadre, this is the highest honor, this honor. It is the ever-burning desk lamp, the sweat stains on the case files he reviews, and the countless small acts of serving the people that make up this whole thing. Looking at Chen Pingping's black and white portrait hanging in the center of the memorial service, he bowed deeply, then turned and left. "Rest in peace." Jiang Zhenghua noticed Su Wen and hurriedly chased after him. "Attorney Su." Su Wen stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked into Jiang Zhenghua's tired eyes. These days, he was never idle. He kept busy, trying to find things to do to cover up the sadness in his heart. He said before, because of his stubborn personality, he was never well liked in the court. Only Chen Pingping consistently supported him and helped him resolve those complaint letters. Therefore, Jiang Zhenghua always felt grateful to Chen Pingping. He slowly took a letter out of his pocket and handed it to Su Wen. "This is a letter I found while sorting through Dean Chen's belongings. It was the letter he wrote to you." Su Wen frowned slightly and reached out to take it. Su Wen carefully tucked the envelope away from his body and then gave Jiang Zhenghua some instructions. "Get plenty of rest. Leave the rest to me." After saying that, Su Wen took a deep breath, turned around and left. Calculating the time, there are still 2 hours left before the train to Yunnan departs. After seeing Chen Pingping off, he too would embark on his journey to Zhengjia village. He firmly believes that, in Zhengjia village, we are sure to find evidence of Aunt May's crimes. However, Su Wen had only taken a few steps when Jiang Zhenghua's trembling voice reached his ears again. "Attorney Su." His aged body seemed to be using all its strength to utter this sentence. Su Wen did not turn around. He didn't want to see Jiang Zhenghua, who was once so dignified and upright in court, become so depraved that he was no longer recognizable as a human being. Jiang Zhenghua's voice reached Su Wen's ears once again. "Please, you must." At this point, Jiang Zhenghua paused, then spoke again after a moment. "Make sure you come back safely." Su Wen took a deep breath. He knew the road ahead would be arduous, but he didn't turn back. He simply raised his hand, waved his arm, and said firmly, "I will definitely get to the bottom of this. Let those evils be exposed to the light of day, leaving them nowhere to hide." Jiangcheng High-Speed Railway Station. Su Wen pushed his suitcase and slowly walked into the high-speed rail station. Looking at the surging crowds, a sense of loneliness suddenly rose in Su Wen's eyes. Since he transmigrated here, he has never felt so lonely. The D294F bullet train to Yunnan is about to depart. Passengers, please collect your luggage and proceed to platform 2 for ticket inspection. Su Wen pushed his luggage and followed the flow of people, moving forward slowly. After passing through the ticket check, Su Wen was momentarily dazed. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out behind Su Wen. I forgot my ID card, maybe I shouldn't go. Jiang Yaokai. Upon hearing the sound, Su Wen immediately turned around. Fang Hui, with her hair in 2 ponytails and wearing a white dress, stood with her hands on her hips, glaring angrily at Jiang Yaokai. What, you forgot it? I think you did it on purpose. Jiang Yaokai grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and bent over slightly, smiling obsequiously at Fang Hui. My little darling, even if I go back to get it now, it's probably too late. Just then, the ticket inspector standing to the side looked at Jiang Yaokai and spoke calmly. Sir, please don't block the way, facial recognition can also be used now. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui immediately smiled happily. Let's see how you run now. Jiang Yaokai's helpless face appeared on the facial recognition machine, as if he wanted to cry but couldn't. Su Wen looked at Fang Hui with a puzzled expression and asked, Fang Hui, what are you doing here? After having her ticket checked, Fang Hui put her hands behind her back, skipped over to Su Wen and smiled, revealing her cute little tiger teeth. Boss, what a coincidence, I never expected to run into you here. Just then, another familiar roar came from afar. Fang Hui, you come back here right now, who told you to run away like that? Upon hearing this, Fang Hui was startled and looked in the direction of the sound. Fang Yao was seen running anxiously towards the ticket gate. Oh no, my brother found out, run. Seeing this, Fang Hui quickly grabbed Su Wen with one hand and pulled Jiang Yaokai's hand, which was dragging 2 suitcases with the other, and ran towards the entrance of the station. The moment I stepped onto the high-speed train, Fang Hui patted her chest, the tension on her face vanishing instantly, and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, tilde, we finally escaped. Su Wen lightly patted her forehead, sounding annoyed. I already told you it was dangerous, why did you two come along? Jiang Yaokai said with a wronged expression. Attorney Su, I didn't want to come either, it's... What is it? Fang Hui immediately narrowed her eyes, looking at Jiang Yaokai with ill intent. Jiang Yaokai sighed helplessly, looking utterly deflated and despairing. Yes, I came here of my own accord. You guys keep chatting, I'll go put my luggage away. After saying that, Jiang Yaokai then dragged his and Fang Hui's luggage toward their seats. Su Wen glanced at Fang Hui helplessly, then spoke bluntly. Once we arrive in Yunnan, immediately buy a ticket back to Jiangcheng, don't come any further. Although Daxia is said to be the safest country in the world. But this time, he was going to Zhangjia village. After passing Zhangjia village, they then left the territory of Daxia and arrived in Myanmar and Yunnan. Su Wen himself couldn't even guarantee his own safety, let alone bring along a young girl like Fang Hui. There was also a charlatan old man. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui immediately pouted in dissatisfaction and let out a soft snort. I'm not going back, who's following you? I'm going to Yunnan for tourism, HMPH. After saying that, Fang Hui walked towards her seat without looking back, since they didn't buy their tickets together. Therefore, they are not located in the same workshop. Watching Fang Hui's figure, Su Wen sighed helplessly, but a warm current flowed through his heart. This little girl. Su Wen took out his phone and sent a message to Fang Yao. Zu Wen, you be *****D. Fang Yao. You be *****D. Seeing Fang Yao's angry reply, Su Wen rolled his eyes in annoyance. Zu Wen, damn it, find a way to bring her back right now. Su Wen waited until the high-speed train slowly pulled away, but Fang Yao still didn't reply to his message. Only then did he put away his phone and head towards the restroom. Jiangcheng, located on the coast, is situated at the easternmost edge of Daxia. His destination was the westernmost part of Daxia, a journey that would take nearly 14 hours. Therefore, Su Wen specifically bought a window seat so that he could enjoy the scenery along the way. Fang Hui once asked Su Wen, why don't you go by plane? Su Wen's answer was, airplane too high, that's what it means. What Su Wen was actually worried about was that if he traveled by plane, he would easily be followed. High-speed rail stations have a large flow of people. If you sense something is wrong, you can hide in the crowd and conceal yourself. After entering the restroom, Su Wen immediately opened his suitcase, which was filled with a wide array of repair tools and parts. His hand speed is very fast. In just over 10 seconds, more than a dozen parts were selected from among many. Subsequently, only half an hour had passed, a complete pistol appeared in his hand, this pistol. It was Chen Pingping who left it to him, at this time. If there were any veterans, they would be astonished by the speed at which Su Wen loaded his gun. 30 seconds. He then assembled a pistol which was almost enough to win first place in a gun assembly competition. It's even a few seconds faster than a Special Forces soldier's weapon loading speed. Su Wen weighed the pistol in his hand, then put it in his black leather bag. He then put all the parts back into his suitcase, put on his mask, and finally left the bathroom. Seeing someone at the restroom door, Su Wen even pulled up his pants, pretending to look relaxed, and walked towards his seat. Soon, Su Wen then found his seat. At this moment in the aisle seat, a tall, burly man dressed in all black wearing a hat and mask was lying horizontally, and his right hand. He kept it in his bosom, seemingly holding something. In a short time, Su Wen immediately became alert, staring intently at the man and put his hand into the black leather bag he was carrying. "Excuse me, could you please move aside?" Su Wen was on edge, his tone icy. If he chooses to make a move now, Su Wen will have no choice but to fight him at close range to ensure the safety of those around him. In that case, only then would there be a chance to stop him from firing. The man who was lying across the seat immediately sat up straight after hearing Su Wen's voice. Attorney Su. Upon hearing this, Su Wen froze on the spot. Pang Guang. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Su Wen instantly recognized the person. Pang Guang quickly made way for Su Wen to sit down. "Attorney Su, the car drove off but you didn't show up. I thought you weren't going." Su Wen looked at Pang Guang with a puzzled expression and asked, "How did you end up here? Today is Monday and normally Pang Guang should be at work. How did they end up here perfectly fine?" Pang Guang shrugged helplessly, then grinned and said, "My supervisor suspended me from my duties for reflection. I haven't had anything to do lately, so I was thinking of accompanying you on a trip to Yunnan." Suspended. Su Wen's voice was full of doubt. Everything was fine just a couple of days ago, how come they're suddenly suspended? Pang Guang snorted coldly and spoke with a displeased expression. "I gave that B*** D Wu do a good beating and sent him to the hospital. Let that brat dare to torture you. The next day when the supervisor found out, they immediately suspended me." Pang Guang finished speaking in one breath, then his face flushed red as he looked at Su Wen with trepidation. He lied, however. Su Wen, however, did not see the expression on Pang Guang's face. Wu De. It was the detective who interrogated him. Su Wen also did not expect that. Pang Guang actually went so far as to teach Wu De a severe lesson for his own sake. In a short time, Su Wen felt that the burden on his shoulders had become even heavier. Pang Guang was suspended from his post because of himself. He also has a family to take care of, so it seems necessary for him to have a serious talk with Pang Guang. "Just right. I do need a bodyguard." Pang Guang, though only a cook, came from the Bison Special Forces, but his skills must be quite good, otherwise he wouldn't have been selected by the Bison Special Forces. "Pang Guang, I happen to need a bodyguard. If you're willing, I can pay you 100,000 a month. If you get injured or if anything happens to you." Before Su Wen could finish speaking, Pang Guang's eyes widened and he spoke excitedly. "Yes, I'd love to." Upon hearing this, Su Wen was slightly taken aback. They agreed so quickly. Pang Guang suppressed a smile. "I didn't expect the task assigned by the boss to be completed so quickly." Just then, Su Wen's phone rang again. "Fang Yao, I bought you an off-road vehicle in Yunnan to make it easier for you to get around. Fang Yao, take good care of Fang Hui. If she sheds even a single hair, I'll never forgive you." "Su Wen, I'm telling you to take your sister back, such a dangerous thing. You actually agreed to let her come along?" Su Wen put away his phone, looked away and gazed at the scenery outside the window. "It seems my trip to Zhangjia village. It was caused by various forces, they've got their eyes on it." 2 days later, a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class appearing at the entrance of Zhangjia village. Moment. A group of villagers wielding hoes. It was surrounded. "What are you people doing? Get out of here, outsiders aren't welcome here." Seeing the vehicle surrounded by a group of villagers wielding hoes and looking menacing, Su Wen frowned slightly. Outsiders are not welcome. The more they say that, the more it proves that there are ghosts in this village. At this moment, the people who surrounded Su Wen and the others. Almost all of them were elderly people, and they were all old men. I didn't see a single woman. Looking at the group of fierce-looking people outside, a hint of panic appeared in Fang Hui's extremely beautiful eyes. Su Wen saw Fang Hui's inner fear. After all, it would be hard for anyone who hasn't seen a lot of storms not to be afraid of this scene. You wait in the car, we'll go down and negotiate. After Su Wen finished speaking, he nodded to Pang Guang and then opened the car door. Seeing this, Fang Hui took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and finally followed her down. As soon as they got out of the car, Pang Guang and Su Wen shielded Fang Hui in the middle, looking at everyone with smiles on their faces. They seemed relaxed, but in reality they had already made mental preparations. If the other side makes a move, they will get Fang Hui into the car as soon as possible, and then escape. These border villages don't even have a police station, even if there is. As outsiders, the police station wouldn't help them. Uncles were here with no ill intentions. Su Wen put on a fawning smile and greeted everyone with a smile. We're actually here to spread our faith. Upon hearing this, everyone was slightly taken aback, exchanging glances with puzzled expressions. Preaching, what is that? Su Wen nodded to Pang Guang, who understood and cautiously walked to the trunk. Clang, a clear sound came from the trunk and everyone's gaze followed Pang Guang's with curiosity. The back of the car was completely crammed full. Baskets of eggs, I see. Seeing the car filled with eggs, an old man with dark skin and no hair on his head, hands behind his back, eyes gleaming, looked at me as if he already knew what was going on and continued speaking. Everyone looked at him curiously. Brother Dong, do you understand? The old man, whom everyone called Brother Dong, chuckled and continued. Can't you see, you're all blind? They're here to give away free eggs. Everyone immediately feigned a look of sudden realization. Oh, just like before, Gawazi brought a few people back to download those apps like JD.com and Meituan for everyone. And what about that cut it down once you get 2 eggs deal? It's the same as that other deal, where you just register and get 2 eggs, right? Upon hearing this, Su Wen and the others couldn't help but twitch their eyes twice. It's pretty much the same, but you don't need to download anything. Before Su Wen could finish speaking, an old man reached out and took it. Pang Guang reacted quickly and stepped in front of them. Seeing that he had failed, the old man cursed angrily. What's the big deal? I'm not downloading anything. What's wrong with me taking 2? Exactly. If they won't let you download anything, isn't that just taking it directly? With so many eggs, if we distribute them unsanitary, won't they spoil in a few days? In a short time, the crowd's emotions were stirred up once again. Su Wen quickly spread his arms and shouted to the crowd. Everyone, don't rush, don't rush. We have as many eggs as you want, but we're here to spread our faith, so you have to listen to me, right? Old man Dong, who spoke earlier, seems to have a high reputation in the village. He stood in front of everyone, stretched out his arms, and the noise stopped abruptly. Old Dong took out a welding torch, lit it, and then looked at Su Wen with ill intent through his sunken eyes and said, "Young man, please continue." However, upon hearing this, the villagers immediately surrounded Su Wen and his group's car, blocking their escape route. It seemed that if Su Wen said anything wrong, everyone would swarm him with their hose. Su Wen breathed a sigh of relief. Now that they had something to talk about, things would be much easier. Please don't be anxious, everyone. We're not bad people. If you don't believe me, I'll have the priest come out and say a few words to you, okay? Priest. Everyone was stunned. This word sounds really cool. After Su Wen finished speaking, he opened the car door directly. Jiang Yaokai, who had been waiting in the car for a long time, took a deep breath and then slowly got out of the car. The car door opened. First to land were a pair of gleaming black leather shoes, their heels kicking up a fine dust as they trod across the pavement. The moment Jiang Yaokai bent down to get out of the car, a long black robe swept across the ground. The neatly starched white-collar workers were visible underneath. He straightened up. A gentle smile played on his lips and his upright posture exuded an aura of composure. He didn't speak immediately. He held the Bible tightly to his chest with one hand, and with the other he adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. A gentle breeze blew by, softly lifting Jiang Yaokai's black priest's robe. Jiang Yaokai slowly picked up the cross hanging around his neck, faced the sunlight, kissed it deeply, and then said solemnly, "In every situation, by prayer and petition with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. The peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in the bosom of our Lord." As he spoke, Jiang Yaokai slowly took the cross off his chest and solemnly hung it around Old Man Dong's neck. "You are destined to be with the Lord. He will bless you and grant you peace throughout your life." Old Dong was slightly taken aback, then his face lit up with joy. "Good heavens, am I destined to be with God, if word gets out?" The old widows from all the surrounding villages must have worn out their doorsteps from all the footsteps. The surrounding villagers looked at Old Man Dong with envy. Although they don't understand the Pope, but they understood what Jiang Yaokai had just said. This is related to the gods. However, the next second, Jiang Yaokai sighed slowly, turned around, took a bottle of mineral water from the car and handed it to Fang Hui. Fang Hui understood immediately, unscrewed the water bottle and poured a little into Jiang Yaokai's hand. Jiang Yaokai smiled slightly, pinched his pinky finger and flicked it lightly at Old Man Dong. A drop of water landed on Old Dong's shiny scalp. Old Dong was slightly taken aback and looked at Jiang Yaokai with a puzzled expression. You've dried your hair." Jiang Yaokai reverently performed a set of movements, then looked at the sky with a serious expression and spoke in a heavy tone. "Lord, please open your eyes and look upon your faithful believer. Forgive his past, clear his name of guilt. May his child live a peaceful life." Upon hearing this, Old Man Dong's face instantly contorted with rage and he roared at Jiang Yaokai. "Are you talking about your mother's grove? What crime have I committed?" In a short time, the villagers all raised their hose and glared fiercely at Jiang Yaokai. Jiang Yaokai looked calmly at Old Man Dong and slowly spoke. "Do you and your child have any conflicts?" Upon hearing this, Old Man Dong froze on the spot. "You? How did you know?" Old Dong's voice was filled with disbelief. "His son hasn't been home for several years and hasn't even called him. In recent years, his child has become a source of deep anxiety for him." Jiang Yaokai breathed a long sigh of relief. If it weren't for the loose robes that completely covered his body, his trembling legs would have given him away long ago. He used to be a priest, and they also fooled quite a few people, but all of that happened inside the church. People came to him willingly and were easily fooled, but at this time, before him stood dozens of villagers wielding hoes. A single disagreement could escalate into a brawl. He's scared, he just got 80 million back. Before she could even properly enjoy her retirement, Fang Hui brought her directly to this place of trouble. Even so, he still forced himself to remain calm as he looked at Old Man Dong and continued speaking. "I came here because my lord guided me. He told me that this land was full of evil and that I had come to purify you. In this way, in your later years you may enter heaven and be embraced by our Lord." When Jiang Yaokai said these words, his face was filled with reverence. At first glance, he really does have that priest-like air about him. Upon hearing Jiang Yaokai's words, everyone present fell silent for a moment. Seeing everyone's reactions, Su Wen knew he had come to the right place. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be angry after hearing Jiang Yaokai's words. They remained silent, saying nothing, yet they spoke volumes. Upon seeing this, Su Wen immediately spoke up. "By joining the Lord's embrace, everyone can receive 10 eggs every day." "What? 10 eggs a day? That's a lie, isn't it? I helped Gawazi register on over a dozen platforms, working for most of the day, and he only got 3 in return. Just join this foundation or some other religion. You can get 10 items every day. So what do we need to do every day?" Upon hearing that they could receive eggs every day, everyone's emotions instantly soared and some even threw their hose on the ground. Seeing everyone's reaction, Fang Hui smiled. This idea. Actually, it was she who suggested it, after learning that Su Wen was coming to Zhengjia village. After much thought, she finally came up with a method to get Jiang Yaokai to preach and extract information from her. So, that's why she was so adamant about bringing Jiang Yaokai here. Jiang Yaokai had always wanted to curry favor with the Fang siblings, even though he was extremely unwilling. However, if this trip allows me to build a good relationship with Fang Hui and make the Fang siblings owe me a favor, then, after we get back, he's guaranteed to make a profit. Dear uncles, Fang Hui stepped forward, revealing a sweet smile, and said to everyone in a very cute way, each person receives 10 eggs per day, but when receiving the eggs, one must sincerely pray to my Lord. Silently confessing my past sins, I pray for my Lord's forgiveness. Only with the forgiveness of our Lord can His divine light shine upon every corner of our Zengjia village. Upon hearing this, hesitation instantly appeared on everyone's faces. We're not sinners, what is there to repent for? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yaokai's lips curled slightly and he addressed the crowd. No, no. To cause trouble to others is tantamount to committing a crime against them. Our lives span 100 years, our souls go from clear to murky, but sin permeates our entire existence. Even if we accidentally step on an ant while walking down the street, we have still caused harm to the ant. Upon hearing this, everyone present instantly realized what was going on. So if I slaughter a pig during the Lunar New Year, is that also a sin? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yaokai nodded. For pigs, this is the evil we have caused them. Old Dong spoke with some dissatisfaction. Then we villagers might as well just die. Jiang Yaokai reached out and gently touched the cross on Old Man Dong's chest. Sin will plunge you into the abyss. 100 years from now, your soul will be dragged into hell to be punished. And your descendants will wander aimlessly for life because of the sins you committed in your lifetime. Only our Lord can cleanse you of your sins and lead you to paradise. What? Will this affect future generations in a short time? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Jiang Yaokai continued speaking. Whether it is or not, you will have a profound realization after undergoing a baptism. Seeing this, Su Wen hurriedly took out a thick wad of red banknotes from the car and spoke to Old Man Dong. You look like a highly respected figure in this village. We need a place to preach here. As he spoke, Su Wen stuffed a thick wad of banknotes directly into Old Man Dong's arms and continued. This money is for renting a place. Please find us a suitable location for missionary work. Why don't you share the extra money with everyone and buy 2 pounds of pork ribs? Wouldn't that be great? Fragrant, how could it not smell delicious? When everyone saw the real gold and silver appear, their faces lit up with joy. They get paid and 10 eggs every day. This is absolutely fantastic news. Just then, one of the villagers spoke up. That primary school on the west side of the village has been abandoned for several years. Since it's already abandoned, renting it out to them is a good thing. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Exactly, let's rent it to them. They'll get eggs every day, it's pretty good. Brother Dong, you can't keep this money for yourself, you have to share it with everyone. Old Dong nodded happily. All right, since everyone agrees, let's rent the school at the west end of the village to them. Upon hearing this, Su Wen and the others were overjoyed. Things progressed much more smoothly than they had imagined. As he spoke, Old Dong turned to look at Su Wen and said, "In that case, please follow me." After saying that, he then turned around and led Su Wen and the others toward the west end of the village. Along the way, Su Wen kept observing everything in the village. That's pretty much what he thought, this village. It was almost entirely elderly men. There were very few elderly women and also women. Su Wen walked beside Old Man Dong and casually asked, Uncle Dong, why do I feel like there aren't any middle-aged women in our village? In my hometown village, every day middle-aged women get together to dance in the square at the village entrance. Upon hearing this, Old Dong's face immediately darkened. He angrily puffed out 2 puffs of welding smoke, then snorted coldly and spoke, Them. They've all G ran away. What does ran away mean? While tidying up the clutter, Fang Hui asked Su Wen, who was moving things nearby, a question out of curiosity. At this moment, they have already moved into Zhengjiakan Primary School. Su Wen put down the table and slowly began to speak. They ran away, they might have escaped the village, or maybe. Su Wen didn't finish his sentence. Jiang Yaokai lit a cigarette, looked at the dilapidated classroom, and spoke in a deep voice. It's also possible that they're already dead. Dead? How could he be dead? Upon hearing this, Fang Hui's eyes widened and she looked at Jiang Yaokai with a puzzled expression. Su Wen nodded slowly. It's very likely that their wives were all bought. At this time, with everyone's combined efforts, the classroom has begun to resemble a church. Although this is called a primary school, the place is pitifully small with only 3 classrooms and a courtyard. One of the classrooms. They pieced together broken wooden tables from the classroom to make a large bed, laid out mattresses bought from the villagers, and used it as a place for everyone to rest. One room used for storage and cooking. The last one. It was then made to resemble a church. Although it looks very simple given the current circumstances, this is the best we can do, working until late at night. Everyone then packed everything up. Fang Hui lived in a room against the wall with a curtain separating her from Su Wen. Looking at the damp ceiling, Fang Hui couldn't fall asleep for a long time. On the one hand, the conversation during the day was too shocking to her. An entire village had been reduced to just a few old men, and the wives of these old men. They were all bought with money. Some of these women ran away and some died, Fang Hui knew. Only a few escaped, the vast majority died. The air around this so-called Zengjia village seemed to be filled with an aura of guilt. On another aspect, it had been a long time since she had slept on such a hard bed. In her memory, the last time I slept on such a hard bed, it was during her childhood after Aunt May sold her to Chen Liangxiang. That period of life was like hell. Boss. Fang Hui's voice was very soft, as if she didn't want to disturb Su Wen's sleep, but she couldn't help herself and could only try to probe in a low voice. Yeah. Su Wen wasn't asleep either, and he softly hummed in agreement. Fang Hui turned to the side, and through the curtains she could hear Su Wen's breathing. Why do they buy women? Fang Hui found it hard to understand why the men in this village all wanted to buy women to be their wives. This has been bothering her for a long time. Su Wen pondered for a moment, then slowly began to explain. There are many reasons, and they go back a very, very long time. Our Huxia civilization has a history of 5,000 years, but throughout this long history, there is one word that has consistently permeated modern history. Fang Hui placed one hand under her cheek and asked, "What word?" "Male superiority over female." Su Wen's voice was unhurried. He was not only speaking to Fang Hui but also reflecting on his own thoughts. Male chauvinism and the preference for sons over daughters led to the low status of women, especially in times of hardship when people couldn't even get enough to eat. Women's survival rate is less than 1/5 that of men. When the men reach marriageable age, they find that there simply aren't enough women in the village to match them. So, Fang Hui's eyes were moved, and a sadness welled up in her heart. Then why don't they go out and find wives? This problem. In his previous life, Su Wen had asked the human traffickers the same question. Recalling the traffickers' explanations, Su Wen felt a sense of helplessness. He told Fang Hui the human traffickers' answer, because of poverty, because of comparison. Competing. Fang Hui was stunned for a moment, and Su Wen nodded and continued. A man in his 30s who couldn't find a wife ended up spending money to buy a female college student as his wife. Back then, for a village to produce even one college student was considered incredibly lucky, let alone marrying a college graduate. Moreover, female college students are fair-skinned and beautiful, and their children are well-behaved and adorable. They even believe that children born to female college students will be able to get into college just like their mothers. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui felt as if her throat was blocked and she was unable to speak for a long time. These villagers only cared about their own ideas, they never considered it. Those female college students they bought, they dragged us straight from heaven to hell. They never considered the lives or deaths of those female college students. They've been turned into reproductive tools, into symbols of status, into manipulable playthings. On the way here, did you see that they all have pigsties in their yards? Fang Hui frowned and nodded slowly. Isn't it normal to raise pigs in the countryside? Su Wen snorted coldly, his fists clenching involuntarily. Su Wen walked around the village, seemingly nonchalant, and kept talking to Old Man Dong. But his eyes were constantly and carefully observing his surroundings. You didn't notice, but there are a bunch of words carved on the walls of most pigsties. Engraving. Perhaps those villagers wrote it when they were bored. Su Wen slowly shook his head. Even a primary school can't be set up here, and those villagers. How could you possibly know how to write? Upon hearing this, Fang Hui's eyes widened instantly. Those words. She thought of something extremely terrifying. Su Wen's heavy voice rang out again. Yes, those words. It was written by the female college students they locked up in the pigsty. Fang Hui's voice began to tremble. How can a person live in a pigsty? Because of them, Su Wen's voice turned cold, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, and he said in a chilling voice, "They didn't treat the female college students they bought as human beings at all." Fang Hui was so shocked that she was speechless. Her voice was stuck in her throat and she couldn't utter a single word. Su Wen did not continue speaking. Fang Hui's understanding was still not deep enough. Pigsties are all open air, so they could openly lock female college students inside. This only proves one thing, that is, the people in this village all accept that this kind of thing is happening. In their minds, everyone agreed that if a wife bought from someone else was disobedient, she should be locked in a pigsty. What Su Wen didn't say was, the writing was tinged with black, that's the color of dried blood. Su Wen turned to the side and looked at the night view outside the window. At this moment there was complete silence outside the window, an eerie stillness, not a sound could be heard at all. But decades ago, same place, same night, the abducted girls lay disheveled and covered in bruises in the pigsty, that desperate wail in the dead of night. The sound echoed through every corner of the village. Their lives are worth less than a pig's. With tears in her eyes, Fang Hui asked one last question. Aren't they afraid of breaking the law and getting arrested? This same problem troubled Su Wen. In a world where no one recognizes the law to them is. What a joke. A ray of morning sunlight. The sunlight streamed into the playground of Zhengjiakan Primary School. It seems like redemption. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door quickly, we're here to collect the eggs. Open the door right now. A series of urgent sounds rang out, soon. The door was then opened. Having walked out, it was the tall and imposing Pang Guang whose face was unusually cold. Last night Fang Hui and Su Wen had a conversation. He heard it all clearly. As a soldier, his sense of justice made it impossible for him to feel any goodwill towards these unruly people in front of him, the villagers who were originally arrogant. Upon seeing Pang Guang's fierce face and the murderous aura emanating from him, he couldn't help but freeze in shock. Their arrogant demeanor vanished instantly. We've come to collect 10 eggs. The arrival of Su Wen and his group had already spread throughout the entire village. They simply couldn't be bothered with any talk of churches or anything like that. But they remember exactly 10 eggs every day. Just as dawn was breaking, the elementary school playground was already packed with people. If you're going to get eggs, then line up properly. Pang Guang snorted coldly, his tone filled with resentment. Having said that, he stepped aside and addressed the crowd again. Come in one at a time, don't push. At this moment, Su Wen and the others inside the house were already prepared. Fang Hui was in charge of distributing the eggs. Su Wen was responsible for registering their names and guiding them to the prepared church for confession. With Pang Guang there, the elderly villagers obediently lined up in a long queue. But after receiving the eggs, they would then turn to look at Pang Guang and spit a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Pa, what kind of nonsense is this? Under Su Wen's direction, everyone went into the prepared dilapidated church, where the blackboard was originally on the podium. A large poster was then hung up. A cross was also hung in the very center of the top of the poster. Jiang Yaokai stood on the platform wearing a black priest's robe with his eyes closed, one hand on the Bible devoutly reciting its contents. The villagers gathered together. He looked at his surroundings with curiosity, but his eyes held only mockery, not reverence. Damn it, what's with all the repentance? I'm practically half buried already, you want me to repent? Do I need to repent for wetting the bed when I was 3? I peeked at Gawazi's mom taking a bath, am I going to hell for this? Ha ha ha, everyone burst into laughter. You little b*******d, you actually saw Dog Boy's mother taking a bath, how about it? Big balls, aren't they? A really big ball, the kind you can't hold in both hands. A group of people were inside the sacred church, constantly spouting vulgar and obscene language. For them, repent, they didn't even know how to write those 2 characters, but 10 eggs. They were very concerned about it. If it weren't for Su Wen's rule that if they didn't repent today, they wouldn't be able to collect the eggs tomorrow, they wouldn't have come to this wretched place at all. We've been sitting here for about 10 minutes and we're almost ready to join the ranks. Exactly, they're in such a hurry to get down and start pinching. The villagers stayed at the church for less than 10 minutes before leaving together, carrying the eggs they had just received. Fang Hui glared at everyone as they left, and only after everyone had left did a look of helplessness appear on her face. Boss, will we really find any clues doing this? Su Wen nodded firmly, able. Pang Guang couldn't help but let out a cold snort. It's true what they say, bad people come from poor and remote areas. These people, I see, show absolutely no sign of remorse. Jiang Yaokai took off his heavy teacher's robe. The weather was hot and humid. In just over half an hour he was already covered in sweat. This place is so shabby there's not even a place to take a shower, sigh. Keep going. Su Wen patted Jiang Yaokai on the shoulder. From the very beginning. This matter has absolutely nothing to do with Jiang Yaokai, although he was brought here by Fang Hui through persistent pleading. Su Wenming will always remember his kindness in helping him in this way. Although Jiang Yaokai looks like a shrewd businessman, but deep down there is still a sense of justice. Previous actions. It was nothing more than being forced by the necessities of life. For Jiang Yaokai, this trip was also a process of atonement. Just then, suddenly the gate to the elementary school was pushed open and a hoarse female voice reached everyone's ears. Is anyone there? I'm here to collect my eggs. It's Mandarin? Everyone's eyes widened immediately. The villagers of Zhengjia village all speak their local dialect. This sentence in Mandarin is the first thing they have heard since they arrived in the village. And it's a female voice. Quickly, put on your priest's robe. Before Su Wen could finish speaking, Jiang Yaokai had already put his teaching robe back on. Fang Hui hurriedly went out to greet them, then stood there stunned. The village woman who came here was wearing tattered clothes, almost entirely covered in patches. Judging from the style of the pants, these are bell-bottoms that were popular in the 1990s. Is this where I can get eggs? The village woman limped in, her right ankle dragging on the ground, deformed, a sight that made one frown. Auntie. The village woman looked to be in her 50s. Can I get eggs? The village woman watched as Fang Hui walked up to her and asked again in a low voice. Yes. Fang Hui quickly helped her up and they walked towards the classroom. Just join the church and pray for 10 minutes every day and you can receive 10 eggs. Fang Hui explained the rules to the village woman. The village woman listened and nodded without saying anything more. After receiving the eggs, Fang Hui, accompanied by the village women, arrived at the church again. Where the blackboard used to be, now hangs a poster of Jesus with a cross above it. The village woman's eyes were moved and 2 tears involuntarily fell. It is ... it is my master. The village woman became so emotional that she knelt down on the ground. My lord has come to save me. However, a moment later, the village woman, still kneeling on the ground, suddenly raised her arms and slapped herself hard across the face several times, left and right. Seeing this, Fang Hui wanted to step forward to stop them, but Su Wen stopped her. Don't rush, let's take another look. It's not about saving me. Someone like me should have been dragged to hell long ago. I have no face left, I beg my lord for forgiveness. The village woman cried until she was hoarse and exhausted. Just then, Jiang Yaokai, holding a Bible in one hand, slowly walked up to the village woman. Place the Bible on the village woman's head, extend your right hand and place it on top of the Bible. Lord, let me reform this evil land. Sunlight streamed through the window and shone on the village woman's face. The crying stopped and the village woman raised her head, gazing up at Jiang Zhenghua's sacred face. The Godfather. I'm guilty, I'm so guilty. Everyone held their breath and stared at Jiang Yaokai with tense expressions. They knew. The village woman in front of them might be the only witness they could find as evidence. Jiang Zhenghua put away the Bible, bent down, and gently helped the village woman up, speaking softly. Child, do not be afraid. Tell God all the burdens and mistakes in your heart. He is listening and waiting for your return. The village woman paused for a moment, then choked back tears as she spoke. I sold my own daughter. Daxia, early 1990s. Early sun, mountains, fields, birdsong, flowing water. Several heavily pregnant village women carrying heavy wooden basins filled with clothes came to the stream beside the village. This is where they usually wash their clothes, every morning. After feeding the pigs, they would come here to wash their clothes. This is also one of the few times they have relatively more freedom. Why talk about relative freedom? Because they were about 10 meters behind them. Several older village women followed behind them, monitoring their every move. For them, once they are trafficked here, they will completely lose their freedom. Run. They then faced relentless beatings. Those who are able to go out to do laundry are almost all people who have been beaten and are afraid of being beaten. They have already given in to their inner turmoil. There is another part. It was because of the baby in her womb that she temporarily compromised. Huang Lu limped along, walking at the very back of the group, the injury on her leg. She had only just recovered, and with every step she took, the pain would travel along her nerves and penetrate her brain. Who could imagine that this picturesque mountain village, but it harbors a sin passed down through generations? Ah. At the head of the line, a sharp scream suddenly rang out. Everyone hurriedly dropped the wooden basins they were holding and ran forward. Several older village women followed at a leisurely pace. Because of her leg injury, Huang Lu was the last to walk over, and when she saw the scene before her, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. He covered his mouth tightly with both hands, not letting it make a sound. In the stream not far away, it was a baby who had been drowned. When people found her, her belly was swollen and round like an inflated balloon, and her young face was filled with fear. At this moment, he didn't even open his eyes, she didn't even glance at the world. The soul then departed from this world. Oh, whose little girl is this? You just threw her away like that? Throw it away, did you throw it away? This is clearly murder. Huang Lu couldn't understand why those elderly village women spoke of murder so casually, but judging from their tone, this kind of thing, it's just like the norm. How do you know it's a girl and not a boy? A village woman, cracking sunflower seeds in her hand, asked the woman who had just spoken. What's so interesting about that? What kind of kind family would abandon a baby boy? Exactly, they only throw away cheap, worthless things. Who would throw away a boy with a pea? If you ask me, it's better to sell an old woman than to abandon her. I've heard that in the city now, many people love to buy baby girls and they can make several $1,000s from one. Nonsense. We can't even afford to eat these days. Who would spend thousands on a worthless piece of junk? The murmur of the crowd reached Huang Lu's ears. Looking at the corpse lying in the stream, Huang Lu lowered her head and touched her stomach. In another month, she's about to give birth. If she gives birth to a girl as well, that outcome. It's very possible that, just like the baby girl in front of her, no, my child cannot die. No matter what method is used. He was determined to make his child survive. 1 month later. Night. The rain was torrential. The deafening thunder swept through the entire village. The only thing that couldn't be suppressed was Huang Lu's painful groans. All right, don't kill her. Finish this quickly tomorrow and get another one. If she doesn't cooperate, cripple her other leg too. Women need to be educated. How can they function without it? You were too lenient with her before. You be ***ch, if you dare give birth to another girl, I'll kill you. It's raining heavily outside. I'll wait until tomorrow when the rain stops, and then, when no one's around, I'll quickly throw it away. Damn it, why did I only have a girl? What bad luck. If word gets out, I'll be so embarrassed. After saying that, the group then left the room. Boom. Several claps of thunder sounded, and the lightning stretched the perpetrator's shadow infinitely long in the rainy night, even engulfing the entire Zhengjia village. Watching the perpetrator leave, she crawled slowly toward her daughter, her body covered in whip marks and bleeding. Daughter. My daughter. The baby has been born, it's a baby girl. To this end, Huang Lu was beaten for a full hour. The heavy rain lasted all night. Early the next morning, there was a knock on Huang Lu's door. She immediately got up from the ground and then hugged the child tightly in her arms. She has figured it out. If anyone dares to take her child's life today, she will take their life, at worst. Everyone should just give up on life. However, the door was pushed open. A village woman wearing a headscarf walked in from outside the door. Lie. The village woman made a gesture towards Huang Lu. Everyone in your house went to a meeting at the village committee, so I sneaked in. Upon seeing this, Huang Lu's eyes immediately lit up. Real. Could you lend me $5 so I can take my child and escape from here? The village woman looked troubled, walked to Huang Lu's side, squatted down and took Huang Lu's hand. Girl, it's not that I don't want to help you. Even though I'm from this village too, if I help you and they find out, I'll die too. Besides, you saw it yourself, it rained so hard last night, the road out of the village is impassable, and you can't run out with the child in your arms. Upon hearing this, Huang Lu's eyes immediately welled up with tears. With a look of anxiety on her face, she endured the pain in her body and knelt down before the village woman. Then, holding the child, he kowtowed several times. Please, if I don't run away today, they're going to drown my child. Seeing this, the village woman took the child, pulled back the blanket covering the child and glanced at him briefly. The eagle's eyes suddenly flashed with light. It really is a girl. 1 month ago, she heard everything the people talking about on the riverbank, inside the city. There are fools willing to spend thousands of dollars to buy a worthless item. No, it's no longer appropriate to say that girls are a financial burden, several thousand yuan. It's enough to cover the income of a villager's family for several years. The village woman had no intention of returning the baby girl to Huang Lu. Holding the child in one arm, she slowly raised the other hand and removed the headscarf from her head. He had messy short hair, a face shaped like a pumpkin, and a pair of cold, hawk-like eyes. Those emotionless eyes made Huang Lu feel cold, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Sister, I do have a way to save your daughter. Upon hearing this, Huang Lu immediately forgot everything else. For her, I'd do anything to save my child. Huang Lu gripped the village woman's arm tightly as if grasping at a straw. What can I do? I beg you, please save my child. The village woman craned her neck and glanced outside. Seeing that the person had not yet returned, she leaned down and whispered in Huang Lu's ear. Like a demon's whisper, the eagle's eyes gleamed with a beastly light as it slowly spoke. Sell the child, Huang Lu's description of the village woman. She looks exactly like Pan Dongmei. Looking at the scars on Huang Lu's arm that time could not erase, Fang Hui's eyes were moved and she asked. So, you're just agreeing to let her sell your child? Huang Lu had regained her composure by this time, her head bowed, her eyes filled with helplessness. If we don't send her out, she'll only have one way out. Death. She told me that she would give me 100 yuan for the child she sold. As long as I save up enough money, I'll be able to escape this place, find my child and buy him back. In Huang Lu's account, and amidst her numerous wounds, the people seemed to have witnessed firsthand the darkness of the village and the endless suffering. I saw that Huang Lu was abducted to the village and then abused, beaten and sexually assaulted. She tried to escape multiple times, but they were caught and brought back time and time again. That kind of despair. It moved everyone present. Fang Hui's eyes were filled with tears. She was also a traffic girl, but then she met Fang Yao who saved her. Compared to Huanglu, she lived, it's much better. Then why didn't you ask the police for help? Pang Guang asked the question he most wanted to ask. Huang Lu sneered, her shoulders trembling. There isn't even a police station here, and the town's police are even less inclined to get involved in other people's business. Those girls who escaped to town and were abducted were all returned to their families after the police were notified, as it was a domestic dispute. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. They knew. The girls who escaped to report the crime were brought back. He was bound to get a beating. Even, there is also the possibility of losing one's life, a life worth less than a pig's. Pang Guang took a deep breath and looked out the window at the beautiful scenery of mountains and clear waters. But here, people are blind and so are they to the law. Justice and light seem so weak, unable to penetrate the darkness. However, upon hearing this, Su Wen's eyes turned cold. He stood in front of Huang Lu and spoke in an icy tone. Is this your reason for helping Pan Dongmei traffic people? Upon hearing this, Huang Lu immediately raised her head, her eyes widening as she stared at Su Wen in disbelief. How do you know about Pan Dongmei? Her voice trembled. Fang Hui looked at Su Wen with a puzzled expression and asked, Boss, what do you mean by that? However, upon hearing Su Wen's words, Pang Guang immediately abandoned any pity in his eyes and stood directly behind Huang Lu, blocking her escape route. If Huang Lu wanted to escape, he would then immediately take action and subdue her, Su Wen snorted coldly, looked at Huang Lu and continued speaking. I'll help you tell me everything you've been hiding. Su Wen's aura was overwhelming, so much so that Huang Lu was speechless for a moment, her eyes filled with fear. When you find out that you have given birth to a baby girl, you will know. Your child will be thrown into the river sooner or later. But you had already made preparations in advance, and that was Pan Dongmei. Su Wen spoke slowly and deliberately, his gaze fixed on Huang Lu's face. He didn't know if his guesses were entirely correct. He wanted to glean more information from Huang Lu's facial expressions. The person who stood by the river and said girls could be sold for money was Pan Dongmei. You found her and made a deal with her. If you gave birth to a girl, you would ask her to sell your child. And a portion of the money from the sale will go to you to cover your escape expenses later. Am I right? Su Wen's voice was full of authority. Although Huang Lu was also a female college student who had been abducted. But right after she graduated, she was tricked into coming here and has never left since. I've never seen anyone with such a powerful aura before, and for a moment I unconsciously nodded, seeing Huang Lu nod. Everyone present was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. What? It was Huang Lu who took the initiative to contact Pan Dongmei. This is such a twist. Su Wen narrowed his eyes. Really? His guess was correct. In order to save her child's life, Huang Lu contacted the human trafficker Aunt Mei and sold her child. Realizing she had been exposed, Huang Lu hurriedly began to explain. I didn't really want to sell my child. Staying here means certain death, certain death. Upon hearing this, Su Wen immediately snorted coldly. I believe you. At first, you just wanted to ensure your child's safety, but what happened afterward? Su Wen's tone was filled with anger. He had always had a question. Aunt Mei, being a villager, was barely literate and didn't even seem particularly intelligent. How was it possible to deceive everyone and remain at large for so many years? Could these entire profit chains from upstream to downstream really be managed by a rural woman who can barely read or write? However, after seeing Huang Lu, he understood. Behind Aunt Mei there was another person helping her devise strategies, and this person, it's the yellow do right before my eyes. Su Wen spoke again in an icy tone. You not only sold your own child, but you also helped Aunt Mei traffic children, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Huang Lu was stunned. She turned around and tried to run away, but Pang Guang pinned her to the ground with one hand. I didn't. Let me go, I didn't do anything. This is kidnapping, I'm calling the police to arrest you. Upon hearing this, Pang Guang immediately took out his police ID from his pocket and placed it in front of Huang Lu. Look closely, I'm a police officer. Huang Lu was stunned for a moment, then looked at everyone in disbelief. Aren't they missionaries? How did he suddenly become a policeman? Huang Lu struggled a couple more times but eventually gave up. She understood. These people came to the village not to preach but to find evidence. She understood. She can't escape. In a short time, deep down, she felt a sense of relaxation she had never experienced before. Su Wen continued speaking. I believe what you said. After you sold your child, you wanted to bring her back to your side. But the buyer spent thousands of dollars, so why would they let you take it back so easily? You've thought about it for a long time, and you've realized one thing. You need money, you need lots and lots of money. In order to bring your child back to your side, you found Aunt Mei and told her you were willing to help her traffic people. But Aunt Mei, you'll need to share the profits. For a moment, the room was eerily quiet, and everyone looked at Huang Yu in disbelief. Huang Yu lay on the ground, her eyes vacant. He finally nodded weakly. She was wrong from the very beginning. She knew she was wrong, but she had nowhere else to turn. When a person is at their wits' end and has lost hope in life, it will then transform into darkness. They forgot that they were also abducted girls back then. Fang Hui walked to Huang Lu's side, slowly squatted down and spoke softly. And your child she is now. Are you all right? Fang Hui's question caused everyone present to pause slightly in surprise. What time is it? Why is she still concerned about Huang Lu's child? Only Su Wen knew. Fang Hui was also abducted and trafficked when she was a child. In her heart, what I care about most is the situation of those children who, like myself, were sold. Huang Lu's eyes were moved. In Zhangjia village, many people know that she was involved in Aunt Mei's human trafficking activities, but no one ever did. I've been concerned about her daughter. I wonder how she's doing now. They only care about. Is human trafficking profitable? She. Thinking of his daughter. Huang Lu immediately began to sob, 2 lines of regretful tears falling to the ground. She's dead. What, wasn't she bought by someone else? Why did he die? Now that she's dead, why are you still helping Aunt May and doing those heinous things? Pang Guang looked furious. He couldn't understand why Huang Lu, who was also a female college student who had been abducted, could not understand. Why associate with the devil? To impose the suffering they themselves have experienced onto others. Huang Lu covered her face and wept bitterly. Many things, I can't simply end them just because I want to. Su Wen's expression was grave. Huang Lu was right. She is an educated person who has been exposed to the law, so she naturally knows. From the moment she handed her child to Aunt May, she had already committed a heinous crime. She was the one who killed her own daughter. She and Aunt May became heinous human traffickers. I deserve to die. I'm so damn stupid. Arrest me and shoot me. I don't want to live anymore. Once repentance begins, either face the sun again or stare into the abyss. The moment I saw the cross. She thought of her parents when she was very young. Her parents were also members of the church. They often carried yellow dew and moved through the church watching the believers come and go. Those people. They are all spending the rest of their lives washing away their sins, but her own sins, can it still be washed? Huang Lu herself didn't know how long she cried. She didn't stop crying until she was completely exhausted. Subsequently, she seemed to have suddenly realized something. He sat there blankly and spoke to the crowd. Ask anything you want. Su Wen took a deep breath and slowly asked, where have all the people you and Aunt May abducted gone over the years? Huang Lu took a deep breath. I thought of the foot of Zhangcheng Mountain. She led the traffic people to meet their buyers. The children were all sold to the old man and I don't know what happened to them afterward. The female college students were all sold to the weasels in the county town. Upon hearing Huang Lu's answer, everyone's faces lit up with joy. They didn't expect that. They've only been out for 2 days, yet they've already found a crucial clue. However, Su Wen frowned and scolded Huang Lu. You forgot to mention one. Upon hearing this, Huang Lu's eyes widened instantly, and she looked at Su Wen in disbelief. What are you saying? I don't understand what you're saying. I've confessed everything I could, I know nothing else. Fang Hui or Huang Lu still harbored a trace of pity. After all, Huang Lu was also a victim of abduction. If they are not human traffickers, she probably lived a very happy life. But Su Wen's gaze towards Huang Lu was filled with only disdain and hatred, one thing at a time. Since Huang Lu chose to cooperate with Aunt May, she is no different from an animal and there is nothing to pity about her. Seeing that Huang Lu is still hiding some things, Su Wen immediately snorted coldly and spoke in an icy tone. Where did you sell all those people aged 14 to 20? Everyone looked puzzled for a moment, however Huang Lu looked stunned after hearing Su Wen's voice. How did you know? Only those in the know understand this age range. Children aged 1 to 14 can be sold to wealthy people in the city. Female college students over the age of 20 either go to rural areas or to private clubs. These 2 age groups. One corresponds to Old Ghost. The other one corresponds to the weasel in the county town. However, Huang Lu never expected that. Su Wen even asked about the whereabouts of trafficked people aged 14 to 20. I can't say someone will die if I do. Upon hearing this, Su Wen narrowed his eyes and a cold aura suddenly emanated from him. Even if you don't say anything, do you think you can continue living? Upon hearing this, Huang Lu slowly lowered her head, her heart filled with intense struggle. Su Wen had already discovered her human trafficking activities in collusion with Aunt May. Next, she is about to face the judgment of the law. Although it is difficult to sentence human traffickers to death, but now that she is over 50 years old, even if she is not sentenced to death, she will probably die while serving her sentence. Pang Guang glared at Huang Lu and roared. Confess honestly and you will be treated leniently. Resist and you will be punished severely. If you confess more now, your sentence will be reduced. Huang Lu lowered her head and remained silent. After a moment, she slowly spoke. You all want me to think about it some more. Seeing this, Su Wen did not press the matter further. Today's gains have been more than enough. The weasel and the old ghost alone are enough to keep them busy investigating for quite some time. As for the third buyer, although it's very mysterious and Huang Lu is unwilling to reveal it, but Su Wen firmly believes that it's only a matter of time before she speaks up. And Su Wen already had a suspect in this third buyer, but he lacked concrete evidence. After Su Wen asked many more questions about the old ghost and the weasel. Have you written everything down? Su Wen turned his head and asked Fang Hui. Fang Hui put away the small notebook in her hand. She did not answer Su Wen's question but slowly looked at Huang Lu and said calmly, "You may not know, but I was also a trafficked child." Upon hearing this, Huang Lu's eyes widened instantly, staring at Fang Hui in disbelief. You. Looking at Fang Hui in front of him. If Huang Lu's daughter hadn't, she should be about the same age as Fang Hui. In a short time, Huang Lu felt a lump in her throat and couldn't speak. She reached out her hand, wanting to touch Fang Hui's face. Just like the night the baby was born, she stroked her daughter all night. Upon hearing this, Pang Guang's eyes widened and then his gaze toward Fang Hui was filled with pity. He didn't expect that. Fang Hui, who is always lively, energetic, and adorable. There was even such a horrific experience. Fang Hui dodged Huang Lu's hand just then. Suddenly, old Dong's voice rang out from outside. "You damned woman, are you asking for a beating or something? You think it's this difficult to get 10 broken eggs? Hurry up, I'm starving, go inside and cook me some food." Upon hearing old man Dong's voice, Huang Lu instinctively trembled, her eyes filled with fear. Upon hearing old man Dong's voice, Su Wen nodded to Pang Guang. Pang Guang made way for her and said fiercely to Huang Lu, "Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Otherwise, no one can help you reduce your sentence, understand?" Pang Guang was suspended from his duties for self-reflection, and besides, his superiors had not ordered his arrest. He currently has no authority to detain Huang Lu, not to mention. Old Dong had already arrived by then. If they don't release Huang Lu, it might arouse old man Dong's suspicion. At that time, their leaving the village is a problem for everyone. Huang Lu nodded and slowly stood up. "Today I repent." She has finally come to her senses. Only evil still hovered over her, enveloping her. Atonement. It's not just two simple words. Don't worry, now that I've told you, there's nothing to be afraid of. In a short time, Huang Lu looked at old man Dong outside the window, her eyes resolute. Just like back then, she seemed to want to escape from here. Having said that, Huang Lu then walked outside. Just then, Fang Hui lowered her head, not looking at Huang Lu, and slowly spoke. "You'll be appearing in court as a witness, right?" Huang Lu was startled. He turned his head and took one last look at Fang Hui. "If my daughter hadn't died, she'd be about your age now." "Don't worry, I know how to atone for my sins." Huang Lu's back view was resolute. She walked out of the elementary school with her head down. She was greeted by. It was 2 slaps from old Dong, followed by angry curses. "You son of a b******, why are you taking so long to get an egg? Do you want to die?" As they continued to curse, old Dong grabbed Huang Lu by the collar and dragged her toward his house. Huang Lu, due to a leg injury, he was dragged to the ground by old man Dong. When old man Dong got tired of pulling, he simply kicked him twice. "I'll beat you to death when I get home, you b******. Watching the two leave, everyone in the room let out a heavy sigh. "Old Pang, old Jiang." Su Wen slowly opened his mouth. "Please step outside for a moment, I have something to say to Fang Hui." Su Wen sent Jiang Yaokai and Pang Guang away. The two went outside and Jiang Yaokai stretched. "Finally, I can rest for a while, my old back can't take it anymore." However, Pang Guang stood motionless at the door like a bodyguard, vigilantly watching his surroundings. "Aren't you going to rest?" Pang Guang shook his head and said 2 words indifferently. "No, that's strange." Jiang Yaokai turned around in confusion and walked towards another room, muttering to himself. "Do all migrant workers work this hard?" What Jiang Yaokai didn't know was that, since Su Wen was arrested by the criminal police last time, Pang Guang was filled with self-reproach. Chen Guang'an secretly instructed him to ensure Su Wen's safety. However, due to a moment of carelessness, he followed Su Wen from a distance, and after seeing him go home, he left. If this had happened in the Bison Special Forces, he has committed serious disciplinary problems. After that incident, Pang Guang made a decision. As long as he doesn't die, nothing can happen to Attorney Su. At this time, whispering could be heard from inside the room between Su Wen and Fang Hui. Why not just ask about your own background? Fang Hui was abducted by Aunt Mei and Huang Lu was Aunt Mei's business partner. Su Wenbin planned to ask Huang Lu if she still remembered Fang Zun being abducted. However, Fang Hui. But she spoke first, saying that she herself had been abducted as a child. This is obvious. She didn't want Su Wen to ask Fang Hui about what happened when she was abducted. Fang Hui smiled slightly at Su Wen and casually spoke. I've figured it out over this period of time. My silly brother, he might really be unhappy without me. As for my biological family, I'll look for them if I can, and if I can't, then so be it. The most important thing right now is to find the human trafficking network, isn't it? Su Wen sighed softly. This square fennel. She's so sensible, they're even so mature that it breaks your heart. Huang Lu has clearly already agreed to tell the truth. If they press their advantage, they might actually be able to find out about Fang Hui's background. But Fang Hui. Instead, they chose to continue attacking her inner self, plunging her into deep self-blame. Fang Hui looked in the direction Huang Lu had left and slowly asked, how will she atone for her sins? Su Wen did not answer and turned to leave. Fang Hui watched Su Wen's retreating figure and murmured to herself, I'm also afraid of leaving you, this sentence. Su Wen did not hear it. After walking to the door, Su Wen saw Pang Guang standing guard at the door, patted him on the shoulder and said, thank you for your hard work these past few days. Pang Guang was very strong. Whether it was tidying up the room or moving luggage, he always put in the most effort, and, although Su Wen didn't say it, he knew perfectly well that, Pang Guang's gaze was always fixed on his surroundings, constantly alert to his safety. Pang Guang shook his head and grinned, this is what I should do. Su Wen pondered for a moment, then spoke, if there's any danger, I hope you can protect Fang Hui and get out of there first. Pang Guang was stunned for a moment. His orders were to protect Su Wen, Fang Fu. That wasn't what he was protecting. However, after meeting Su Wen's determined gaze, Pang Guang nodded, I see. Seeing Pang Guang nod, Su Wen slowly raised his head, looked at the sky and murmured to himself. Tonight I'm destined to have a sleepless night. Late night, the full moon shines in the sky. Zhengjia village was completely silent, however. A scream suddenly rang out from Old Man Dong's house, echoing over Zhengjia village. In a short time, the villagers living nearby all rushed out of their homes. 20 minutes later, a large number of villagers, armed with hose and flashlights, they surrounded the primary school where Su Wen and the others lived. The leader, he was even carrying a torch. Damn it, the village had been peaceful until they came, and that's when Huang Lu killed Brother Dong. What proselytizing, what god do they worship? I think they're a cult. That's right, avenge Brother Dong. Kill them, none of those outsiders are any good. You lot better get out here right now, or we'll come in and beat you to death. Old Dong is dead. In the dead of night, Huang Lu picked up a kitchen knife. While Old Man Dong was fast asleep, they chopped off his head. He embarked on his path of atonement. At this time, Huang Lu, he was dragged to the ground by two villagers who were holding his arms. On her body, it was covered in scars. Some of them were made by Old Man Dong during the day. Some of them were just beaten by the villagers. Regarding Old Man Dong's death, the villagers were furious. To have the woman they bought killed was tantamount to challenging their authority. For them, a woman bought is a slave. Slaves killing their masters is absolutely intolerable. He deserves to die, he should have died long ago. Huang Lu cursed at the crowd in a hoarse voice. And you are all demons, you all deserve to die, you all deserve to die. Snap, two slaps landed on Huang Lu's mouth. What are you begging for, you lowly ***T, you dare to insult us? Throw her into the school and burn her alive with those other people. Exactly. They're all no good. According to village rules, they should all be burned to death so they can go keep Brother Dong company. The leader's eyes darted around before he addressed the crowd. Listen to me, go in and arrest these people. These people seem quite wealthy. It costs money to hold a funeral for Brother Dong. We can't just throw that money away for nothing, can we? Upon hearing this, everyone agreed that what he said made sense. Yes, arrest them first. Brothers, rush in, grab him and give him a good beating first. Accompanied by the leader's voice, the crowd rushed into the elementary school and kicked open the door. However, the next second, everyone stood there stunned, Su Wen and others. They had vanished by then. Where did they go? Did they run away? Damn it, I knew they were up to something. Their car is still here, they can't have gone far. Let's hurry and chase after them. The leader snorted coldly, looking at Huang Lu with a sinister expression. Some people chased after her while others threw the woman into the school and burned her alive. In an instant, everyone got busy. Two villagers tied Huang Lu's hands and feet, then threw her into the room and poured gasoline everywhere, facing death. Huang Lu's face remained expressionless. She had anticipated this would happen the moment she made her move. Over the years, she witnessed the village woman being burned to death. Isn't that enough? Burn it. The leader, holding a torch, coldly observed the yellow dew inside the room, the torch gradually approaching the gasoline on the ground. Once ignited, Huang Lu will be burned to ashes, however. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Wait! Upon hearing the voice, the villagers immediately turned around, looked at the person who had spoken, and their expressions instantly turned cold. The person who arrived was none other than Su Wen. The leader, holding a torch, stared coldly at Su Wen. You little brat, you dare come, killed old man Dong, and you still dare to come back. Seeing Su Wen and the others return, the villagers were immediately enraged. I told you long ago that people from other villages are all bad news. Old man Dong died unjustly. Stop talking nonsense, arrest them and burn them along with that wretched woman. Su Wen looked calmly at the angry villagers. Fang Hui, standing to the side, stared wide-eyed at the scene before her in disbelief. What do you mean by saying outsiders are all bad? You buy and sell people. He also beat the wife he bought. Furthermore, they abandoned and killed the baby girl without cause. You're all no good. Pang Guang took a deep breath. He never thought of it. He defended his country and charged into battle. They actually protected. What a bunch of beasts who twist the truth. Su Wen stepped forward, standing protectively to Fang Hui's side, and said calmly, We're here to preach. What does old man Dong's death have to do with us? Upon hearing this, the village leader glared fiercely at Su Wen and spoke angrily. How can it not concern you? We were all doing just fine before you came to the village. How could you, after only one day here, that wretched woman, have the heart to kill old man Dong? It must be your doing. Huang Lu looked at Fang Hui with a complicated expression. If it weren't for Fang Hui, she probably wouldn't have made the decision to kill old man Dong. She saw a reflection of her daughter in Fang Hui. As a mother, a deeply sinful mother, she didn't want to live a pathetic, subservient life in front of her daughter. Run, run faster. Huang Lu dragged her battered body and shouted loudly in Fang Hui's direction. However, as soon as she finished speaking, two heavy slaps landed on her face, fresh blood. Instantly covered in grime. Run, run fast. Stop talking nonsense. The leader roared, raising his torch and shouting to the crowd behind him. Arrest them in a short time. A group of elderly villagers raised their hoes and rushed towards Su Wen and his group. This is insane. They've all gone completely insane. Pang Guang stared at the scene before him in disbelief. Just like zombies in the apocalypse, the group of people, shouting in a dialect that no one could understand, charged towards the crowd like madmen. Stand behind me. Pang Guang shouted and grabbed a tree trunk as thick as an arm from the side, standing in front of the crowd. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he resembled a mountain. Whoever comes will die. Ignoring Pang Guang's warning, the villagers continued to rush forward. Su Wen stepped forward, wanting to fight alongside Pang Guang. In Pang Guang's eyes, a gleam of excitement rose within them. Long time, they didn't do anything. Attorney Su, don't worry about me. These people are nothing to fear. Su Wen nodded slightly. From the moment I met Pang Guang, all I knew was that he had previously been the cook for the Bison's Special Forces, but I had never seen him in action. According to Article 20 of my country's criminal law, actions taken to stop an unlawful infringement which cause harm to the infringer constitute legitimate self-defense and do not incur criminal liability. They want to kill you then. Su Wen stared coldly at the group of wicked villagers without finishing his sentence. But the implication is that, if they want to kill you, then kill them back, with myself here. We will definitely not let Pang Guang go to jail. With Su Wen's words, Pang Guang had no more worries. Watching the villagers charging towards them like wild beasts, roaring and screaming, Pang Guang gripped the stick tightly in his hand. Today, as long as I don't die, These villagers would never lay a finger on Su Wen. Great War. It's about to explode, however. Just then, suddenly sirens blared and everyone turned to look. Jiang Yaokai poked his head out of the police car, grinning and shouting loudly. Attorney Su, I have fulfilled my mission. I have brought the police. At the same time, the villagers' charge came to a halt as the sirens blared. Pang Guang hurriedly dropped the stick in his hand, now that the police have arrived. The rest is up to the police. Su Wen also breathed a sigh of relief from the very beginning. He guessed that something bad might happen tonight. That's why he reminded Pang Guang during the day that if anything unexpected happened, he must protect Fang Hui's safety. Just in case, Su Wen sent Jiang Yaokai to sneak away to a nearby town. If anything unexpected happens here, let Jiang Yaokai go to the police station and bring the police here. Seeing the flashing police lights in the distance, the leading villager narrowed his eyes angrily. Why did the police come soon? The police car drove up in front of the crowd. Jiang Yaokai hurriedly got out of the car and walked up to Fang Hui. Miss Fang, are you all right? Fang Hui slowly shook her head and smiled slightly at Jiang Yaokai. Although she knew that Jiang Yaokai cared about her so much because her brother was the son of the chairman of the Fang group, but even so, she also felt a warmth in her heart. I'm fine, you arrived just in time. Any later and they would have started fighting. At the same time, two policemen got out of the car, looked at the group of agitated villagers and shouted at them. What are you all doing? Are you trying to kill someone? Pang Guang walked up to the police officer and showed him his criminal police ID. Comrades, this is suspected to be a murder case. Huang Lu killed her husband with a knife and now these villagers, without even asking what happened, are saying it's our fault. Pang Guang explained the whole story to the two of them in simple terms. However, upon hearing this, the two men's eyes widened instantly, staring at Pang Guang in disbelief. What? Did the village woman kill her husband? One of the police officers even swallowed hard, looking somewhat terrified. They were police officers from a nearby town. I've heard some things about Zhengjia village. Upon hearing Pang Guang's words, they immediately realized that this matter was not simple. Fang Hui looked at the police with an innocent expression, pointing to Huang Lu not far away. Although Huang Lu killed her husband, she should still be punished by law. These villagers were just trying to burn her alive. Quickly save her. The police officer heard Fang Hui's voice, his mouth agape, unable to speak. Fang Hui was slightly taken aback when she saw the policeman's expression. Is it difficult? Why are they behaving this way? However, the next second, the village leader stepped out from the crowd, glaring fiercely at the police and spoke. This is the rule in our village. If a woman dares to kill her husband, she will be burned alive. These are rules passed down from our ancestors. Do you have to interfere with them too? Upon hearing this, the two policemen swallowed hard and dared not speak. The other side has a large number of people and is more powerful. Only two policemen came. If a conflict arises, whether they can make it back alive is still a question. Oh shit. I wish I hadn't come. Upon hearing the leader's words, Su Wen sensed something was wrong and hurriedly shouted at Pang Guang. Oh no, quickly save Huang Lu. At the same time, the leading villager held out his torch. It was thrown at Huang Lu's head in the blink of an eye. Just as the fire was about to reach Huang Lu's head, a wooden stick as thick as an arm deflected it, landing behind Huang Lu and setting the former primary school ablaze. A fire suddenly broke out, illuminating the previously dark night, more like. Tear a rift in the darkness and let the flames burn away the evil. Help. Su Wen shouted loudly. The most important thing right now is to rescue Huang Lu from the villagers. Huang Lu is now a key figure in testifying against Aunt Mei. If something happens to her, the chain of evidence will be incomplete, Su Wen knew. The reason these villagers wanted to burn Huang Lu along with themselves to death was they were afraid their past misdeeds would be exposed. This is not a rule passed down from our ancestors at all, that's their rule. As soon as Su Wen finished speaking, he felt a whoosh of wind beside him. A few seconds later, before anyone could react, Pang Guang appeared beside Huang Lu. The two villagers holding Huang Lu were stunned for a moment. Holy crap, what speed is that? They got here so quickly. Pang Guang reacted swiftly, throwing two punches in the blink of an eye, knocking the two men holding Huang Lu to the ground. The two lay on the ground, It felt as if a huge rock had hit my chest and I couldn't get up. They were just ordinary villagers. How could they possibly be a match for soldiers from the Bison's special forces? This was only because Pang Guang showed mercy. If he used all his strength, those two villagers in front of him would be either dead or crippled. Run! Pang Guang grabbed Huang Lu and hurriedly ran towards Su Wen and the others. Don't let them get away. The villager in the lead shouted, and the others hurriedly grabbed their hoes and chased after Pang Guang. The hoe gleamed with a cold, silvery light. Although Pang Guang held back, they wouldn't. Every swing of the hoe aimed straight for Pang Guang's head. Pang Guang, carrying Huang Lu, could only keep dodging. In a short time, Pang Guang's escape route was blocked by a group of villagers, making it impossible for him to escape in a short time. Even the cold glint of the hoe cut his arm several times, drawing blood. The fire at the primary school, and the villagers' angry roars. This woke up more villagers. Su Wen looked back. A large group of villagers carrying hoes and torches were seen rushing towards the scene. Oh shit. Su Wen clenched his fist involuntarily. As a soldier, Pang Guang's duty was to protect his country, even though these villagers were all utterly wicked people. But they still couldn't bring themselves to kill him. All of you get them, he won't dare to use his full strength against us. You're too scared to make a move, huh? Su Wen snorted coldly, his voice unusually icy. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui hurriedly grabbed Su Wen's arm and said anxiously, "You can't go, it's too dangerous and you'll ruin yourself if you go." Su Wen is, after all, a lawyer. He has no law enforcement authority. If the police don't come, Su Wen could still use the excuse of self-defense to take action. But now, the police were standing on the other side of Su Wen. If Su Wen had actually used force, then it wouldn't make sense. If he falls into the wrong hands again, his legal career will be ruined. These things. Su Wen naturally knew this, rest assured. Su Wen gently brushed Fang Hui's hand away, then turned around and looked coldly at the two policemen who were watching the show. "Hey, there's a riot going on right now and you're just standing here doing nothing. Do you know that's against the rules?" Upon hearing this, the two policemen were slightly taken aback, then sighed helplessly. "There's nothing we can do. The police in this area all know about it. The villagers of Zhengjia village are a bunch of lunatics. Nobody dares to mess with them. Besides, they outnumber us and we're just two people. Going up there would be suicide. We've already notified the station. Backup officers will be arriving shortly." After saying that, the two then turned their heads away, refusing to look at Su Wen. For them, going up there now wouldn't stop these lunatics at all. In fact, it would put my life in danger. Listening to their high-sounding words, Su Wen couldn't help but scoff inwardly. "I'm just afraid of dying. Where do all these excuses come from?" But Su Wen spoke in a completely emotionless voice. "Neglect of duty." Su Wen's voice was calm, but his eyes were unusually cold as he looked at the two of them. Police inaction escalated the fight, resulting in serious consequences such as serious injury, death, or other significant property damage. According to Article 397, Paragraph 1 of the Criminal Law of Daxia, those whose circumstances are serious shall be sentenced to imprisonment for not less than 3 years but not more than 7 years. The two policemen snorted coldly. 3 to 7 years is perfectly acceptable compared to my own life. However, Su Wen took out his lawyer's credentials, pointed them at the two of them, and spoke again. "Furthermore, I now have reason to suspect that you are in cahoots with these villagers. If my friend is injured or killed, I will sue you all, along with these villagers. Neglect of duty, combined with intentional homicide, can result in life imprisonment or even the death penalty. Believe me, I will spend the rest of my life sending you all to jail." Seeing this, Jiang Yaokai immediately took out his phone, turned on the camera, and started recording. "Look at this, these two policemen just watched someone get beaten to death and did nothing. Is there no justice left?" Upon seeing this, the two men gritted their teeth and glared fiercely at Su Wen and the others. "Fine, you guys win." After saying that, the two men exchanged a glance, took out their batons, and slowly walked towards the villagers of Zhengjia village. As they walked, they kept shouting in a pretentious manner, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting! There are policies from above and countermeasures from below." The two of them knew exactly what they were doing. As long as the two of them pretend to manage things, Su Wen can't do anything about it. just a lawyer, hee hee. Just as the two were feeling smug. Sudden, a small stone flew off the heads of the two men with just the right amount of force, landing precisely on the head of the leader. Smack. The leader was stunned for a moment, then turned around and glared fiercely at the two policemen. Holy crap, the two policemen were stunned for a moment, then turned around in disbelief. However, Su Wen and the others had already hidden far away. Damn it, you still dare to play ball. I'll arrest those two cops too. The leader immediately shouted, seemingly unafraid of their police identities. Upon hearing this, Su Wen's face instantly turned icy cold. They even dared to arrest the police. There must be something fishy going on. In a short time, a dozen or so villagers, their faces contorted with rage, ran toward the two policemen. Holy crap, run. The two policemen were just about to flee. Just then, another group of villagers arrived and blocked their escape route. Arrest them all. The leader shouted. The newly arrived villagers then brandished their hoes and attacked the two policemen. Oh no, I'm going to die. Seeing the hoe hurtling towards them, the two men were so frightened that their legs went weak. Just then, a figure blocked their path and turned to Fang Hui, speaking to her. If it's about rescuing police officers and stopping crime, if we take action, then it becomes legal and justifiable. Zhu Wen caught the swinging stick. With just a gentle push forward, the attacker was sent flying several meters backward before crashing heavily to the ground. In a short time, everyone present was stunned for a moment. What? This person looks thin, how can he have such strength? Although it was just an attack by a villager. But they work in the fields every day, so they are quite strong. Pang Guang was not far away, helping Huang Lu avoid the attacks, but his eyes were always on Su Wen. If Su Wen is in danger, he would not hesitate to abandon Huang Lu to save Su Wen. However, upon seeing Su Wen's actions, Pang Guang was also invigorated, wild horse parting its mane. As a martial arts practitioner, he immediately recognized that Su Wen was using the wild horse parts its mane move from Tai Kai. And Su Wen's performance just now was no worse than that of the professionals. Boss, well done. Fang Hui jumped for joy when she saw that Su Wen was safe. Su Wen turned around and smiled slightly at Fang Hui. Between me and Fang Yao, who is stronger? Ever since Su Wen was suppressed by Fang Yao last time, he has been exercising every day so that he won't be suppressed when he meets Fang Yao again. It's not that Su Wen is petty. Rather, it was the competitive spirit between brothers. Two police officers were then forced to join the fight. The noise echoed throughout Zhengjia village. We absolutely cannot let them escape or we're finished. The leader shouted. The villagers, as if injected with adrenaline, brandished their hoes and charged towards the group. Although they were all older villagers, their fighting ability was not very strong, but they couldn't withstand their superior numbers, and at this point more and more villagers were awakened and joined the battle. Just then, the roar of engines could be heard in the distance. Fang Hui turned around and immediately sensed something was wrong. Oh no, they're coming in a three-wheeled vehicle. Although Su Wen and Pang Guang are very strong in combat, but they were helpless against the machines. The encirclement has further narrowed. Su Wen and the others were surrounded in a corner. Pang Guang also protected Huang Lu and came to the front of the group. Attorney Su, this can't go on. Su Wen also did not expect that. Even after seeing the police arrive, these villagers still dared to attack. It's my fault I misjudged the situation. Su Wen frowned, trying to think of a way to break the deadlock. Fang Hui, protected at the back by the crowd, spoke anxiously. They came in a three-wheeled vehicle. Su Wen took a deep breath. If they just drove their tricycles into us, so today, this might really be the end for us. Just then Pang Guang asked in confusion, "Where's Lao Jiang? Where did he go?" Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. After Jiang Yaokai brought the police, he disappeared without a trace. Just then, a loud car horn suddenly rang out, followed by a hoarse roar. Make way, everyone. I'm not responsible if you kill someone in my car. Damn, this feels so good. God bless me." The villagers immediately turned around to look. A black Mercedes G-Class was seen hurtling towards them. Attorney Su, old Jiang, have come to your rescue. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yaokai's face was contorted with rage as he gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands and floored the accelerator. Holy crap, is this for real? If someone were to bump into that, they'd probably start eating right there on the spot. Run, get out of the way, everyone get out of the way right now. In a short time, the villagers quickly made way for them. Seeing this, Jiang Yaokai hurriedly stepped on the gas and sped off towards Su Wen and the others, shouting as he went. Miss Fang, old Jiang is here to save you. Even under these circumstances, Jiang Yaokai did not forget to demonstrate his loyalty. But whether it's shown or not is actually no longer important. The fact that he didn't drive away but instead sneaked into his car to rescue them speaks volumes. Old Jiang, how did you sneak out? Fang Hui's eyes widened at this moment. She never expected that her savior at this moment would be Jiang Yaokai with his mouth full of yellow teeth. In just a few seconds, the black Mercedes-Benz G-Class pulled up in front of them. The car door opened and Jiang Yaokai called out anxiously, "Get in the car quickly." Seeing this, everyone hurriedly got into the car. The two policemen also tried to get into the car, but Su Wen simply closed the door. After getting into the car, Su Wen took a heavy breath and said, "Drive." Jiang Yaokai glanced at the policeman, his face filled with shock. "I said drive, just go straight ahead." Seeing the villagers rushing towards him from behind the car, Su Wen shouted loudly. Seeing this, Jiang Yaokai stepped on the gas, smashing through the wooden fence in front of him. The vehicle was airborne for a second before landing heavily on the muddy dirt road. The passengers in the car were jolted violently. Su Wen quickly put his arm around Fang Hui's shoulder and pulled her into his arms. Jiang Yaokai sat at the very front. The sudden jolt caused him sharp pain in his lower back and he couldn't help but cry out. Pang Guang, sitting in the passenger seat, quickly leaned over and gripped the steering wheel tightly. "Old Jiang, are you all right?" Despite the excruciating pain in his lower back, Jiang Yaokai gripped the steering wheel again. "I had a herniated disc, but I can still manage." Then Jiang Yaokai stepped on the gas pedal hard and sped off towards the village entrance. F***K him. The village leader angrily threw his hoe on the ground, clenched his fists and watched the direction the crowd had fled. "Should we give chase?" a villager spoke up and asked. "Why chase them? They're driving cars, we only know how to drive tricycles, how could we possibly catch up? What do we do now? They've run off with Huang Lu, we're finished." Yeah, if Huang Lu sells us out, we'll all go to jail." Zhangjia village, a place rife with crime. Because of the patriarchal system, they all considered having a daughter a disgrace. No one knows how many baby girls drowned in the stream at the village entrance. This has led to a vicious cycle. There were no women in the village, and when they reached marriageable age, they discovered that there were no women in the village, so they had no choice but to buy from human traffickers. But now we live in an era governed by law. If these things get exposed, they're all finished. The leader remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "Don't worry, I'll go to the county town to find the weasels at dawn. Then none of them will escape." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that they were going to find the weasel. What about those two policemen? Upon hearing this, the leader turned to look at the two policemen in the corner. "Arrest them first and have their director come and pick them up. Remember, we absolutely cannot hand him over until we've paid off Brother Dong's funeral expenses." "Damn it!" The leader glared fiercely in the direction Su Wen and the others had fled and spoke menacingly. "Don't let me catch you, those two policemen, will they be all right?" As the sign at the Zhangjia village intersection disappeared from sight, Fang Hui asked with some concern. "Don't worry, they'll be fine." Su Wen's voice was calm, but there was a hint of frustration in his tone. This trip to Zhangjia village. He was careless. After the vehicle left Zhangjia village, everyone felt as if they were in a dream. Moreover, it was a nightmare. If I hadn't come here with Su Wen, they would never have known that in this world there existed a village so rife with evil. Damn, this is really a case of a small knife pulling out a big fry. I've never seen anything like it. Jiang Yaokai slammed his hand on the steering wheel and cursed viciously. However, the vehicle's shaking made him cry out again. "Old Jiang, we've gone quite far. Let me drive now." Pang Guang took the initiative to speak. "Jiang Yaokai deserves much credit for our safe escape this time." "Okay, let's change it." The two switched places, and Jiang Yaokai immediately covered his waist with one hand. "I'm getting old, my back isn't what it used to be." Su Wen spoke slowly. "Let's go to the nearby town first and take old Jiang to the hospital for a checkup." Jiang Yaokai did not refuse. A herniated disc is a very important condition. Although I'm getting older, as long as my back doesn't cause any problems, I can still compete for a few more years. Otherwise, how would he spend the 80 million he finally won back from the lawsuit? By the way, how did you sneak over and drive the car? Fang Hui looked at Jiang Yaokai in the passenger seat with a curious expression. Jiang Yaokai turned around and grinned. Only then did everyone notice that Jiang Yaokai's face was covered in mud and he looked extremely disheveled. I just swaggered past like that and nobody paid any attention to me. In a short time, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Yaokai was about the same age as the villagers. With another layer of dirt smeared on his face, he looked almost identical to them. At the beginning, Jiang Yaokai appeared before the villagers with a sacred look on his face. Now it looks like this. They had no connection to that godfather, which allowed Jiang Yaokai to slip away unnoticed, drive the car, and rescue everyone. In a short time, the atmosphere among everyone became much more relaxed. Just then Huang Lu suddenly spoke up, "Thank you for saving me." Upon hearing Huang Lu's voice, everyone fell silent. Su Wen ignored Huang Lu and took out his phone to call Wang Qiang. The call was answered quickly and a lazy voice came through. Attorney Su, why are you calling so late at night? Is something the matter?" Wang Qiang's voice was filled with drowsiness. It's already past midnight and everyone is sound asleep. It was precisely because this was Su Wen's phone call that Wang Qiang was willing to discuss his family genealogy with the caller. It's nothing serious. Su Wen's voice was light and airy, and Wang Qiang on the other end of the phone was immediately taken aback. It's nothing serious. Why are you calling so late? Have you lost your mind?" Wang Qiang had been leading a team to keep an eye on Aunt Mei and Chen Liangxiang for the past few days. Today, he was too physically able to take over, so he asked someone else to cover for him for the night so he could get a good night's sleep. Unexpectedly, she hadn't slept for very long when she was woken up by Su Wen's phone call. "Attorney Su, please don't tell me you called to wake me up to pee." Wang Qiang's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. If it weren't for Su Wen, he would have hung up the phone long ago. Su Wen smiled slightly and slowly began to speak. "It's nothing major, we just found Aunt May's business partner. I thought it was something serious, but it's just." Before Wang Qiang could finish speaking, he suddenly realized what was happening and jumped out of bed. "What, you caught Aunt May's partner?" Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Wang Qiang was instantly wide awake. Su Wen has only been gone for a few days and he's already found Aunt May's business partner. This is a major breakthrough. But Wang Qiang was still excited when Su Wen's voice reached his ears again. "But she just committed murder, so it's probably difficult to hand her over to you." "What?" Wang Qiang immediately shouted. "You even killed someone. Where are you now?" Aunt May's hometown is Zhengjia Village, Baoshan City, Yunnan Province. Then Su Wen briefly explained the whole story to Wang Qiang. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiang took a deep breath, calmed down, and gave some instructions. Under no circumstances should Huang Lu be taken to the nearest police station or public security bureau. Su Wen nodded. "That's what I thought too, but she is, after all, a murderer. It might not be good for me to keep her around." Wang Qiang remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "You two go and wait in the nearby town, I'll come find you as quickly as possible." After saying that, Wang Qiang hung up the phone and got up to get dressed. Just then a voice sounded behind him. "Are you leaving so soon?" Wang Qiang turned around and the bedroom light came on. His wife sat up at this moment, looking at Wang Qiang with a worried expression. "I'm not stopping you from working, I'm just worried about your health." Since Wang Qiang was promoted, he has rarely gone home, spending every day busy with work. "I finally got back to sleep peacefully today, but after only a few hours I was up in a rush again." Judging from his tone, he still needs to go on a long trip. Wang Qiang smiled slightly at his wife, walked to her side and leaned down to gently kiss her forehead. "Once this case is finished, I'll take some annual leave to spend a few days with you." Wang Qiang's wife nodded, took Wang Qiang's hand, and said with a concerned expression, "Okay, please be careful and take care of your health." Wang Qiang released his wife's hand, put on the police uniform beside him, and nodded heavily. "I see." After saying that, Wang Qiang walked outside. Just then, Wang Qiang's wife's voice reached his ears again. I remember when you take leave, send your daughter to stay with your parents for a few days. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiang felt his legs go weak, then turned his head and nodded heavily. Okay, I understand. Dawn breaks very early in Yunnan. The sun had already risen at 6 o'clock in the morning. A black Mercedes-Benz G-Class covered in mud drove into Bailey County. Attorney Su, we've arrived. Pang Guang's voice wasn't loud and the group slowly woke up from their sleep. Let's navigate to the nearest hospital first. Su Wen rubbed his temples and pushed Fang Hui's head away from his shoulder. If Fang Yao found out, he'd fight me to the death. Fang Hui slowly opened her eyes, then stretched, displaying her perfect figure to the fullest. Are we here yet? Fang Hui rubbed her eyes, then turned her head and saw the drool on Su Wen's shoulder, causing her to blush. Beilu County, to avoid embarrassment, Fang Hui quickly changed the subject and asked instead, "Isn't this where the weasel lives?" Su Wen nodded and said with a cold expression, "It's about time we met the weasel." Attorney Su, thank you for providing this crucial evidence again. Wang Qiang grasped Su Wen's hand, his face unusually weary. Su Wen waved his hand, watching Huang Lu being taken away by the two policemen brought by Wang Qiang, and slowly spoke. Please, Captain Wang, take Fang Hui and Jiang Yaokai back with you. After what happened last night, Su Wen felt even more strongly that this trip to Yunnan was fraught with danger. The villagers of Zengjia village were not afraid of the police at all and even dared to attack them. Who knows what might happen next? If Fang Hui continues to follow him, he has no way of guaranteeing her safety. And Jiang Yaokai. After a doctor's examination, it was found that he had a herniated disc, which made it impossible for him to continue participating in the activity. Moreover, Jiang Yaokai has already done a lot this time. He had no obligation to do these things for Su Wen. Good. Not good. Two voices rang out simultaneously. The first dish was Wang Qiang's and the second dish was Fang Hui's. I'm not going back. A rare stubbornness appeared in Fang Hui's eyes. I'm also a member of Good Luck Law Firm. I'm not afraid of danger. I'll take good care of myself and I won't be a burden. She looked at Su Wen, and when she heard him tell her to leave, her eyes immediately filled with tears. The next second it felt like I could burst into tears. Nonsense, you saw how dangerous it was last night. What if something happened to you? How am I supposed to explain this to your brother? Su Wen unusually lost his temper with Fang Hui. Jiang Yaokai, standing to the side, shrank back. Having known Su Wen for so long, this was the first time he had ever seen Su Wen lose his temper. Thud. Two tears slid down Fang Hui's face and fell to the ground. For a moment, Su Wen didn't know what to say. After all, coaxing a woman is harder than climbing to heaven. Fang Hui shrugged slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Wen, and she spoke in a wronged tone. I just want to help you, and I also want to find my family. I'm not leaving no matter what. After saying that, Fang Hui turned and left. Seeing this, Jiang Yaokai sighed slightly and then walked up to Su Wen. Attorney Su, Miss Fang was only trying to help you. You were too impulsive just now. You're worried about Miss Fang's safety, but isn't Miss Fang just as worried about yours? Upon hearing Jiang Yaokai's words, Su Wen paused slightly, then remained silent. Seeing this, Jiang Yaokai patted Su Wen's shoulder with a serious expression, then turned around, put one hand on his waist, and chased after Fang Hui. Miss Fang, slow down. My old back can't keep up. Watching Fang Hui's stubborn back, Su Wen sighed slightly, turned around, and said to Wang Qiang, Captain Wang, let's take Huang Lu back first. This isn't Jiang Cheng. I'm afraid things might change if we delay. Wang Qiang nodded. He understood the deeper meaning behind Su Wen's words. In Daxia, there are actually many unspoken rules. Religion, ethnic minorities, partisan disputes, etc. In the subconscious of many ethnic minorities, family rules even take precedence over the law. In Yunnan, there are many ethnic minorities. Even if Wang Qiang and his group came with an arrest warrant, if those people discovered them, they would probably stop them from taking the person away. Don't worry, once we leave Yunnan, comrades will board the vehicle to provide support. Nothing will go wrong. Su Wen nodded slightly, his tightly furrowed brows relaxing somewhat. And what about you? Seeing that Wang Qiang showed no sign of leaving, Su Wen couldn't help but ask curiously. Wang Qiang gave a meaningful laugh. I'm not leaving. The provincial department has approved it. I'm leading a team to handle a case in this location. Upon hearing Wang Qiang's words, Su Wen was slightly taken aback. Conducting cases in different locations, the process went by so quickly and it was approved directly by the provincial department. Someone will bring the paperwork over a little later. Wang Qiang continued speaking. The organization is paying close attention to Aunt May's case, and of course, it's related to you as well. What does this have to do with me? Su Wen pointed to himself with his index finger and asked Wang Qiang with a puzzled look. Although he has a father he hasn't contacted for hundreds of years. But he probably wouldn't worry about something like that. If it's not her own father, then who else could it be? Fang Yao, Su Wen guessed. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Wang Qiang slowly shook his head. No. Wang Qiang had no intention of continuing to use connections and slowly began to speak. Do you remember the 3 international students you saved back then? Upon hearing this, Su Wen nodded. He naturally remembered this matter. It was through this incident that he met Wang Qiang, and together they apprehended a kidnapper from Los Angeles, successfully rescuing 3 international students. One of these 3 international students is from the Lee family of Kyoto. Although they didn't come to thank you, they've been secretly watching your every move, because they've also taken notice of Aunt May's case. The Lee family. Su Wen's eyes widened immediately. He never imagined that the person he casually saved would be a child from the Lee family. Su Wen was naturally aware of the Lee family in Kyoto. He was a descendant of the Red Army and his ancestors had been soldiers for generations, wielding considerable influence within the military. I see. Su Wen was only shocked for a second before regaining his composure. Wang Qiang was taken aback by Su Wen's performance. Normal people would be very excited to hear that they have established a connection with the Lee family. This means that they have a very powerful backer, and as long as they don't do anything reckless, they will definitely be able to rise to prominence. Su Wen, however, remained calm. It was as if this matter was a trivial little thing. So, what are your plans next? Su Wen asked, looking at Wang Qiang. Wang Qiang spread his hands, a slight smile playing on his lips, and slowly began to speak. I don't know. As he spoke, Wang Qiang laughed twice, moved closer to Su Wen, and began to speak in a cheeky manner. With you here, I just need to listen to you. After spending so much time with Su Wen, Wang Qiang came to understand one thing. As long as you listen to Su Wen, you will definitely make progress. His primary task now is to follow Su Wen's arrangements. Su Wen will consider everything else carefully. Su Wen pushed Wang Qiang away irritably, rolled her eyes but did not refuse. With Wang Qiang's help, many things have become much easier. Unlike in Zhengjia village, we are no longer in such a passive position. Have you retrieved all the information on the weasels? Upon hearing this, Wang Qiang hurriedly took out a thick stack of documents from his briefcase and handed them to Su Wen. Su Wen took the documents, glanced at them briefly, and then his expression turned cold as he spoke with dissatisfaction. What a renowned entrepreneur and philanthropist. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiang clenched his fists. He's also a member of the Standing Committee of the People's Congress of Bailey County. Su Wen snorted coldly, his gaze falling on the words Red Romance KTV above the document, and then a slight smile appeared on his lips. Captain Wang, are you interested in tonight? Are you listening to music in a brothel, Bailu County? It's a small county town, but at night it's brightly lit. It seems that life in this city is only just beginning. The Honglanmen KTV, with its flashing pink lights, easily stirs up desires in people's hearts. The place is always packed with customers, and there are more than a dozen expensive cars parked outside. Attorney Su, the paperwork for handling the case in another location just arrived. We haven't finalized the arrangements yet. How about we wait another day? That would be safer. The lack of coordination in handling cases in different locations means that Wang Qiang does not yet have the authority to organize local police forces to assist him. Coming into the weasel's territory so recklessly, they could easily run into trouble once their purpose is discovered. Su Wen pondered for a moment, knowing that this matter should not be rushed. Since that's the case. Before Su Wen could finish speaking, he saw a familiar figure walk into the Red Romantic KTV. It's Zhengjia village, the one who led the group. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiang immediately became alert and looked around. Judging from their appearance, they've come looking for the weasel. Su Wen's voice was extremely cold. This Zangia village is truly still up to its old tricks. Their purpose in coming to find the weasel is definitely to cause trouble for Su Wen. And since he came looking for the weasel, that confirms even more that Huang Lu was not lying. Weasel must have some connection with Aunt May. We can't delay any longer. The fact that he's here proves that the weasel is currently inside Red Romance. Once he informs the weasel, it will alert them, which will be very disadvantageous for us. Furthermore, no one can be certain whether the weasels have any connection with the local police. Wang Qiang remained silent for a moment, agreeing with Su Wen's words, and then spoke up. We must go now and find out the situation inside as soon as possible. As he spoke, Wang Qiang took out his phone and made a call. We can't worry about that now. We must contact the Bailey County Public Security Bureau immediately. If you can't reach me in an hour, come to Red Romance to rescue them. After saying that, Wang Qiang hung up the phone. Even with an hour's time, he couldn't be sure if his men would be able to complete the handover of documents with the Bailey County Police. But for now, we have no choice but to gamble. Su Wen wasn't idle either. He called Pang Guang. Has Fang Hui been found? Pang Guang's voice came through the phone very quickly. Not yet. We've been searching all day, but we still haven't found Miss Fang and old Jiang. Su Wen frowned. Fang Hui, ever since she ran away, her phone has been switched off. She doesn't reply to text messages and nobody knows where she went. He had Pang Guang search for a whole day, but they still couldn't find Fang Hui. We can't worry about that now. If we still can't find Fang Hui in an hour, we'll head to Red Romantic KTV first. Good. Su Wen felt much relieved after receiving Pang Guang's reply. Although Wang Qiang was also a criminal police officer before, but after so many years in the police station, my physical condition has deteriorated. He's fine against ordinary people, but if he's surrounded, Wang Qiang is probably not as good as Su Wen. Let's go in. After saying that, Su Wen led Wang Qiang into the KTV. Upon entering the gate, two beautiful twin girls dressed in white bodysuits, their full breasts half exposed, their skirts slit all the way up to their thighs, as if the slightest movement would reveal what lay beneath. Two twin girls walked enthusiastically towards the two, took their arms, leaned down to their ears, gently blew a breath and spoke. Please come in, gentlemen. What kind of private room would you like? The cheap scent of perfume instantly filled their nostrils. Su Wen was taken aback. Good heavens, even the people greeting guests at the door are twins. Then wouldn't the other women here be able to ascend to heaven? No wonder so many people come to Hong Langman to spend money at night. For this quality, they're probably among the top in the whole country. What services are available? Su Wen came here today, having specially changed his clothes, looking just like an arrogant rich kid. I'm rich, bring up all the best-looking ones. If you delay our distinguished guests, I'll never forgive you. Wang Qiang also changed into casual clothes, and with Su Wen's help, he looked just like a wealthy businessman. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes immediately lit up. Not short of money, that's wonderful. If this deal goes through, the commission will be substantial. Sir, this is the best KTV in Bailey County, but there's a minimum charge. Upon hearing this, Su Wen remained calm on the surface, but inwardly he sneered. According to Article 16 of the Consumer Rights Protection Law of the People's Republic of Daxia, businesses providing goods or services to consumers shall not impose unfair or unreasonable trading conditions. Setting a minimum spending requirement for KTVs infringes on consumers' right to choose and is illegal. But now it's clearly inappropriate for Su Wen to say these things. Which of your damn eyes saw that I'm broke? I've got plenty of money, take me inside. Su Wen kept referring to himself as I, and his attitude was extremely arrogant. Although the girl was scolded by Su Wen, her smile only grew wider. That's what real rich people are like. This way, please. As she spoke, the girl swayed her hips and led the two of them toward the third floor. As soon as he went upstairs, Su Wen saw a security door at the deepest part of the corridor on the third floor. What's that door for? In an instant, Su Wen realized that there might be something he wanted to know inside. Upon hearing this, the girl leading the way was slightly taken aback and then spoke. That's just the staff's work area. Su Wen scoffed inwardly. Should we install a security door in the office area? This didn't make sense at all. Although he knew the girl was lying, Su Wen couldn't press her further. Just then, another girl spoke up. Boss, we've arrived. As she spoke, the girl pushed open the door to room 3888. Upon seeing the furnishings inside, Wang Qiang's eyes widened in surprise. Holy crap, magnificent. Forgive Wang Qiang for his limited knowledge, but after seeing the palace-like decorations inside the private room, Wang Qiang could only describe it as magnificent and resplendent. Su Wen's expression remained unchanged. In his previous life, Su Wen had seen all sorts of situations. Singing in luxury lounges was commonplace for him. Led by the twins, Su Wen and Wang Qiang entered the private room and sat down on the sofa. Boss, the minimum charge for KTV is 28,888. Will you be paying by card or cash? As soon as he sat down, the girl took out a POS machine and placed it in front of Su Wen. Upon hearing the girl's words, Wang Qiang's eyes widened immediately. Holy crap, minimum spend of 30,000? This is a robbery. Su Wen expressionlessly took out his bank card and slowly swiped it on the POS machine. He knew. If they didn't give them the money, they would immediately call for help and kick them both out without hesitation. Upon seeing the message, card swipe successful, the girl immediately smiled happily. She put the POS machine away and then the two of them retreated to the doorway. She then slowly spoke to Su Wen. Please wait a moment, the princesses will be here shortly. Soon, a group of scantily clad girls slowly pushed open the door and entered. In a short time, Su Wen and Wang Qiang's eyes widened immediately. Holy crap, these girls are dressed way too scantily. Aside from 3 points on her body, she was practically naked. And these girls all looked very young, and the two even had a vague feeling that the 18+ restrictions had not been lifted. Arrogant? That's incredibly arrogant. Openly engaging in these kinds of activities inside a KTV, aren't they afraid of getting caught? Su Wen's gaze turned cold. The law should specifically address these entertainment venues and include explicit regulations. Every time they're inspected, the only punishment is a simple suspension of business and a fine. It's far too lenient. However, the last girl to walk in was dressed very conservatively, but that couldn't hide her near-perfect figure. Su Wen and Wang Qiang exchanged a glance, both seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. The girl kept her head down so her face couldn't be seen clearly. But why? Yet it feels so familiar. Raise your heads, let the two bosses take a good look. A man in a black shirt walked in from outside, his disapproving gaze landing on the conservatively dressed young woman. After saying that, he turned around and smiled apologetically at Su Wen. Hello, both of you, I'm the floor manager here. I'm so sorry, this person just arrived today and doesn't know the rules here yet. Su Wen gave a cold hem, his eyes fixed on the last girl. Put your head up now. Hearing the supervisor's reprimand, the last girl hesitated for a moment before slowly raising her head. Wang Qiang had just picked up a glass of wine and taken a sip when he saw the girl's face clearly. He couldn't catch his breath and spat out the wine. Fang Pei, the girl before him, was none other than Fang Hui, whom Pang Guang had been searching for all day without success. How did she end up here? Nonsense, this is absolutely outrageous. A flash of anger instantly appeared in Su Wen's eyes. Fang Hui is getting bolder and bolder. She actually dares to come to this place and act like a princess, however. This is not the time to argue with Fang Hui, Su Wen said coldly, looking at Fang Hui with a hint of anger. She's the one. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui wrinkled her nose and snorted at Su Wen, clearly still angry about what happened during the day. What are you standing there for? Didn't you see the boss call on you? The supervisor turned around with a fierce look and continued to berate Fang Hui. Let me tell you, if you don't serve this boss well tonight, I'm not done with you. Looking at Fang Hui's face, the supervisor's lips curled into a sinister smile, his Adam's apple bobbed and he licked his lips. Fang Hui hurriedly took a step forward but suddenly stumbled and accidentally bumped into her supervisor. Careful. Su Wen hurriedly reminded her, while Fang Hui secretly made a face at Su Wen before walking straight towards Wang Qiang. Hey, are you blind? Can't you see which boss ordered you? You've really got too big for your britches. I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. As he spoke, the supervisor reached for Fang Hui's neck. Just then, a large and powerful hand suddenly gripped the supervisor's wrist, rendering him unable to move an inch. The supervisor turned his head and saw that Su Wen had somehow appeared beside him, blocking his way. Seeing this, Wang Qiang hurriedly stepped forward, walked to the two of them and smiled at them. Hey, little girl, you might have misheard. I've also taken a liking to this young lady. I'll let her stay by my side. Wang Qiang resolved the matter easily with just a few words. The supervisor didn't understand why Su Wen would intervene, but since Su Wen was a guest, he couldn't say much. Su Wen knew. Fang Hui was still angry about what happened during the day. Why are you so angry, you little girl? All right. Su Wen glared at Fang Hui fiercely, as if to say, go back and wait for me before speaking. This is my distinguished guest, you must keep him well. After saying that, Su Wen returned to the sofa and casually ordered a princess. Come keep me company. Seeing that both of them had chosen their princesses, the manager smiled slightly at them, then led the unchosen woman out of the private room. After the princesses left, the atmosphere instantly became deserted. Only the opening music was still playing from the speakers. Reject pornography, reject gambling, reject pornography, gambling, and drugs. Reject pornography, reject gambling, reject pornography, gambling, and drugs. Oh yeah. The song, originally intended to warn entertainment venues to be cautious, now sounded jarring. How about I have a drink first to liven things up? The princess standing next to Su Wen sensed the awkward atmosphere, picked up a glass of wine, and drank it all in one gulp. However, none of Su Wen and his two companions spoke, leaving the hostess extremely embarrassed. The hostess took Su Wen's arm, her fiery red lips close to his ear, and seductively spoke. Brother, what song would you like to sing? Shall I request one for you? Su Wen still ignored him. His eyes, filled with anger, fell on Fang Hui. Oh, I know, he must be jealous. Seeing Su Wen's behavior, the hostess instantly understood. Men, it's normal to get jealous. What can dispel sorrow? Only wine. Boss, let me toast you. With that, the hostess picked up her glass again and downed it in one gulp. However, Su Wen still looked at Fang Hui with an icy expression. Hey, I don't believe you're not going to drink a drop of alcohol today. This time, the hostess picked up two glasses and handed one to Su Wen. The two glasses clinked together lightly, making a crisp sound. Elder brother. The hostess deliberately raised her voice and spoke in a hearty manner. I'll do it, you can do whatever you want. As he spoke, he downed the wine in his glass again in one gulp, then looked at Su Wen with anticipation. Su Wen wasn't being disrespectful. He gently picked up his wine glass and took a small sip. Upon seeing this, the hostess's eyes twitched involuntarily. This bite. It doesn't even produce as much saliva as when she sneezes. Brother, please just drink a sip. Su Wen remained unmoved. You could at least sing a song. I'm just jumping around here all by myself looking like a clown. None of the three remained unmoved. The hostess felt like she was about to break down. She's seen customers who try to grope her, who don't sing a single song, and who only think about taking advantage of her the whole time. Other customers, they didn't even treat them like human beings, making them do pole dancing for them. But she had never seen anyone like Su Wen, who would hire two women to accompany him for drinks and then not even glance at them. A sense of loss suddenly rose in the heart of the hostess. Is it because I'm not as good as the new guy? The new girl is prettier than me, but can she pull off any tricks I can? The hostess made a snap decision, flipped herself over and sat on Su Wen's lap, pointed her two large lights at Su Wen's eyes, and spoke with an air of righteous indignation. Brother, if it's really not possible, you can touch it for a while, that'll do. As soon as the hostess finished speaking, Fang Hui, who was standing next to Wang Qiang, uttered a sound like a cat guarding its food. D omega D. Hi. The hostess turned her head to look. Fang Hui wrinkled her nose, staring at Su Wen with a cute yet fierce look. Su Wen rolled his eyes in annoyance, then looked at the hostess with a cold expression and spoke in an icy voice. Get off my body, the hostess snorted, patted Su Wen on the chest, then got off him with a disgruntled expression and sat down silently to the side. Where's Lao Jiang? In the end, Su Wen was the first to speak, asking Fang Hui a question. Fang Hui gave a soft snort and turned her head away, ignoring Su Wen. Su Wen rolled his eyes helplessly, then took out his phone and dialed Jiang Yaokai's number. The phone rang for a long time, but Jiang Yaokai didn't answer it. Su Wen took out his phone, snapped a picture of Fang Hui, and then sent it to Jiang Yaokai. Soon, Jiang Yaokai called. Attorney Su. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Yaokai immediately distanced himself from the situation. It's not that I'm ignoring your calls, it's that Miss Fang, she. Before Jiang Yaokai could finish speaking, Su Wen interrupted him. I know you're nearby, go up to room 3888 on the third floor. After saying that, Su Wen hung up the phone. Soon, the door to the private room was pushed open. Jiang Yaokai didn't come in directly but instead quietly peeked out, observing the atmosphere inside the room. If the air is thick with murderous intent, he'd better run. I told her long ago that she shouldn't do this, but she couldn't stop this old lady. However, Jiang Yaokai only poked his head out before Su Wen spotted him. Come in. Su Wen's voice was devoid of emotion. It was impossible to tell whether he was still angry. Jiang Yaokai smiled awkwardly and walked in from outside. Go. Su Wen moved closer to Wang Qiang, distancing himself from the hostess, and continued. You and she both like to drink, let's see who's the better drinker. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yaokai's eyes darted around and he began to wonder why Su Wen had summoned him. The only outsider in this private room is the hostess. If the group wanted to talk about something, they had to do it behind her back and it would easily arouse suspicion. The simplest method right now is to get the hostess drunk and leave her unconscious on the sofa, making it easier for everyone to talk. Hey, how did you know I like this kind of thing? Jiang Yaokai feigned a lecherous look, then casually sat down between Su Wen and the hostess, raised his glass and said to the hostess. Hey girls. Jiang Yaokai's other hand rested restlessly on the thigh of the hostess. He used to be a businessman and he's attended far too many of these kinds of events. Don't let my age fool you, I'm actually pretty big in every way, especially when it comes to alcohol. Want to have a drinking contest? Listening to Jiang Yaokai's lewd jokes and watching his restless hands rubbing together, the hostess felt a chill run down her spine. The guy I just served was quite handsome, but in the blink of an eye, how did he transform into an old man with yellow teeth and an extremely lecherous nature? It's true what they say, money is hard to earn and life is tough. Lecherous old men are the most troublesome. The hostess looked at Jiang Yaokai awkwardly and spoke in a pleading tone. Brother, why don't you sing a song? Your stockings are starting to pill. Jiang Yaokai leaned back on the sofa with a look of enjoyment on his face, crossing his legs. Woman, I know you want to hear me sing, so if you drink 3 glasses I'll sing you. I haven't been a big brother for many years. As he spoke, Jiang Yaokai picked up his wine glass and clinked it against the bar hostess's glass. Greasy, it's so greasy. Even Su Wen, who was standing to the side, almost threw up his lunch at that moment. The woman with the glass of wine looked dejected and drank 3 glasses in a row. Have 3 more drinks and I'll add an extra hour for you. Jiang Yaokai raised his glass again. My dear sister, it breaks my heart to see you like this. Have another drink to toast our special day together. Oh yeah. Have another drink, bro. Bro, let me tell you my heroic story from back in the day. Hey sister, I'm suffering so much, please have one more drink with me. I'm heartbroken. Jiang Yaokai found another excuse, put one arm around the hostess's shoulder and raised his glass with the other hand to bring the drink to her lips. Brother, I can't take it anymore. I really can't drink anymore. If I drink anymore, I'll vomit. The hostess gagged twice, then collapsed unconscious on the sofa. Upon seeing the hostess collapse, Jiang Yaokai's lecherous face instantly returned to normal, showing no trace of drunkenness. His mission was complete, but Su Wen hadn't settled accounts with him yet. If I stay here, Su Wen and Fang Hui's anger will surely fall on my head. He couldn't afford to offend either of these 2 ancestors. Attorney Su. I've had too much to drink, I'm going to the restroom, you guys chat, you guys chat. Jiang Yaokai stood up, bent over slightly, greeted Su Wen with a fawning expression and hurriedly left the private room. This godforsaken place, let whoever wants to stay here stay. After Jiang Yaokai left, Wang Qiang also stood up and said to Su Wen, you guys chat, I'm going out for a smoke. After saying that, Wang Qiang walked out. Inside the private room, only Su Wen, Fang Hui and an unconscious hostess remained. Do you know how dangerous this place is? How dare you come here alone? Su Wen could no longer control his anger. Fang Hui's appearance completely disrupted his plans. Coming here tonight was destined to be fruitless. But that wasn't what Su Wen was concerned about. What he was concerned about was Fang Hui's safety. This KTV is the territory of the weasels, and the leaders of Zengjia village have also come here. If he discovers Yi Fanghui, who knows what might happen. This is utter nonsense. Seeing Su Wen's angry expression, Fang Hui suddenly laughed out loud, then poked Su Wen's arm with her index finger and asked happily, "Are you concerned about me?" For a moment Su Wen felt as if his anger had hit a ball of cotton. "Forget it, I can't be bothered arguing with you." After saying that, Su Wen prepared to get up and leave with Fang Hui. Since tonight's plan has failed, there's no point in staying here any longer, at least. He came to the third floor today and saw the security door at the end of the corridor. Su Wen had a strong premonition that behind that door lay a secret unknown to others. Just then, Fang Hui smiled, took out a bunch of keys from her pocket, hung them on her fingertip, and said to Su Wen, "Look, what's this?" Su Wen turned around and stared wide-eyed at the bunch of keys in Fang Hui's hand. This couldn't be. Su Wen then remembered that Fang Hui had accidentally bumped into the manager in the black shirt earlier. Su Wen immediately beamed with joy. "It's the key to the security door. How about that? Aren't I amazing?" Fang Hui looked at Su Wen with a playful expression, her face full of arrogance. "Since I met Su Wen has been helping her resolve her inner conflicts and helping her analyze the case. Even when faced with danger, Su Wen always stood in front of her to protect her. But Fang Hui felt guilty all the time. I blame myself for not being able to help him." Fang Hui knew that one of the reasons Su Wen took on the case of the human trafficker Aunt May was to help her find her parents. But they were like a burden, unable to help in any way. This is why she insisted on staying. Su Wen was secretly delighted, but he still put on a serious expression and spoke. "What you're doing is still too dangerous. From now on, you are not allowed to act without authorization, understand?" Upon hearing this, Fang Hui's eyes lit up instantly. After, "No unauthorized actions are permitted. Doesn't this mean Su Wen has agreed to stay with her and won't send her back?" Fang Hui stuck out her tongue playfully at Su Wen. "Yes, boss." Seeing Fang Hui's expression, Su Wen couldn't stay angry any longer. He bent his index finger and flicked Fang Hui's forehead. "This is your punishment." Fang Hui pouted and rubbed her forehead, but her expression was full of joy. "By the way, how did you know that the security door was the key?" Now that he has the key, he can sneak in when no one is around and see what's going on inside. Upon hearing Su Wen's question, Fang Hui's face darkened. "At first, I didn't know either. I asked my brother to help me find information about the weasel. It said his headquarters are at Red Romantic KTV." Upon hearing this, Su Wen frowned. I had underestimated Fang Yao before. He solved the case of Huang Lu in Zengjia village, and through the police system, he finally located the stronghold of the weasels, which was this Red Romantic KTV. But Fang Yao only needed to do a simple check to find out about Huang Pizzi's background. Su Wen would never believe that Fang Yao had no one backing him. And then, Su Wen asked again. "After that, I wanted to come here and take a look, but as soon as I walked in, they mistook me for someone who was there to interview for a princess position." As she spoke, Fang Hui's expression showed some dissatisfaction. "Do I really look that much like a princess?" "Get to the point." Su Wen tapped Fang Hui on the forehead again. To be honest, Fang Hui's forehead felt pretty good to tap. "Then Manager Wu interviewed me. Was that the supervisor in the black shirt from earlier?" Fang Hui nodded. "Yes, it's him. It seems that this Manager Wu is a confidant of the weasel." Fang Hui continued. "After the interview, he took me to the lounge, which was full of princesses who work here. I heard them say that this KTV isn't the real den of iniquity. The real den of iniquity is behind that security door." Upon hearing this, Su Wen was immediately taken aback. A minimum spend of 38,000, isn't that considered a money pit? They also said that the truly wealthy people go straight there after they arrive. As soon as I heard that, I felt there was a secret involved, so I stole the key. After Fang Hui finished explaining the situation, Su Wen breathed a sigh of relief. According to Fang Hui, her day went relatively smoothly and she didn't encounter any danger. If he were to encounter real danger, Su Wen would feel extremely guilty. "What would you do if I didn't come today?" Su Wen raised his hand and Fang Hui wrinkled her nose and quickly dodged. "You've gotten addicted to tapping on it, humph, what else can I do?" If you won't come, I'll just come find you. Upon hearing this, Su Wen chuckled in exasperation. This girl isn't completely stupid, she knows it's dangerous to act alone and she still knew to come looking for me. Su Wen leaned back on the sofa and slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, the scene of the third-floor corridor flashed into his mind. There are 8 cameras in the corridor, one every 10 meters or so, covering almost every corner with no blind spots. Even more terrifying is that there are 2 security cameras directly above that security door. If he swaggered in, he would most likely be spotted immediately. Moreover, nobody knows what's behind the security door, whether anyone is guarding it or whether there are other doors. All of these things are unknown. What should I do? Su Wen slowly opened his eyes, told Fang Hui about his concerns, and then sighed softly. We can only wait for Wang Qiang to return before discussing it further and see if the police have any good ideas. Fang Hui frowned at this moment and began to think of a solution. The two waited for more than 10 minutes, but Wang Qiang still did not return. Su Wen took out his phone and dialed Wang Qiang's number, but no one answered. I hope nothing bad has happened to Wang Qiang. Su Wen slowly shook his head. It's unlikely. He carries his police ID with him. If anything happens, he can protect himself. All right. Fang Hui replied dejectedly. Now that we have the keys, Wang Qiang unexpectedly messed things up. Oh right. Fang Hui suddenly raised her head and said excitedly. We can ask old Jiang for help. Upon hearing Fang Hui's voice, Su Wen's eyes immediately lit up. Oh right, how could he forget about Jiang Zhenghua? If Su Wen remembered correctly, Jiang Yaokai also knew something about hacking. Su Wen hurriedly dialed Jiang Zhenghua's number. Attorney Su, what brings you to me so late at night? Jiang Zhenghua's voice came from the other end of the phone. Judging from his voice, he must have already fallen asleep. There's no way around it. As you get older, you go to bed early and wake up early too. That's how it is. Su Wen briefly explained the general situation to Jiang Zhenghua. Jiang Zhenghua thought carefully for a moment, then slowly spoke. The distance is too far. I can only try to attack their network to buy them a few minutes. And a second attack is impossible. Upon hearing this, Su Wen took a deep breath. They only have a few minutes, which means that even if they go in unnoticed, they will be seen by surveillance cameras when they come out. Is there no other way? Jiang Zhenghua pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. No, if all else fails, just let the police investigate. Jiang Zhenghua tried to dissuade him as the operation was far too dangerous. Su Wen replied immediately. No, if we use police force, the weasels will definitely get wind of it and move. Mr. Jiang, if we start now, approximately when can we begin attacking the other party's network? After a moment's thought, Su Wen decided to take the risk. Jiang Zhenghua did not continue to stop him. After thinking for a moment, he spoke seriously. I need 10 minutes. After leaving the private room, Wang Qiang went to the restroom. Hey bro, your pee's pretty yellow. Came here to cool down. A blonde man, reeking of alcohol, took off his pants and went to the toilet next to Wang Qiang. Upon hearing what Huang Mao said, Wang Qiang's expression immediately tightened. Does the blonde guy mean that there are special services offered here? That's incredibly audacious. Let me tell you, the girls here are all incredibly radiant. The blonde-haired man seemed to be drunk. He spoke recklessly and didn't care about the other people around him. Moreover, judging from his words, he seemed to know this KTV quite well. Seeing this, Wang Qiang immediately put on a smile, took out a cigarette case, handed a cigarette to Huang Mao, and then lit it for him. Brother, I'm new here, what do you mean by that? Is this KTV involved in prostitution? Seeing that Wang Qiang was so sensible, Huang Mao said whatever came to mind. Prostitution is out of the question, but you can force yourself on me. Forced S**X, isn't this illegal? Goodness, is there no justice left? Is there no law anymore? Brother, that's a crime. Upon hearing this, the blonde-haired man scoffed disdainfully. What's there to be afraid of? With Boss Huang around, no matter what happens in this KTV, he can easily handle it. Don't you know that in Bailey County, the police are in charge during the day, but at night, Boss Huang is in charge? Upon hearing Huang Mao's words, Wang Qiang clenched his fists. That's absolutely outrageous. If this were in Jiangcheng, he would have arrested that guy called Yellow Weasel long ago. However, judging from what the blonde-haired man said, he must be one of the Weasel's henchmen, and perhaps we can get some information out of him. Thinking of this, Wang Qiang took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket, then stuffed it into Huang Mao's pocket and smiled at Huang Mao with feigned flattery. Hey bro, can you let me play a bit? Look at me, I'm getting old. Without something exciting, it's hard to. Yellow Hair put on his pants, looked at Wang Qiang with great interest and reached out to pat Wang Qiang's face. Hey, you don't look that old and you've already lost your E******N. Wang Qiang was seething with hatred. That damn blonde B******D dared to slap his face. Damn it, and he hadn't even washed his hands yet. This smell is absolutely awful. However, this is not the time to fall out with Huang Mao. Oh dear, look, this is all the cash I have. If we have a good time tonight, I can give you some more. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao's eyes lit up. The two walked out of the bathroom and Huang Mao pointed to the security door at the end of the corridor, then whispered to Wang Qiang. If you're looking for something truly thrilling, you have to go inside. Wang Qiang's heart tightened. It seemed that what Attorney Su said was true. Deep within the corridor there must lie secrets that cannot be revealed to others. Can you take me inside to play? Wang Qiang's tone was full of urgency. To make it seem more authentic, he even licked his lips and scratched his crotch. Yellow Hair let out a slow sigh. That place is not somewhere a small fry like us can go. Those qualified to go are all high-ranking officials and nobles. However, I can find a girl for you to have some fun. As he spoke, the blonde-haired man looked around and quickly spotted a target. Hey bro, what do you think of this? Wang Qiang looked in the direction the blonde-haired man was pointing and saw a hostess, disheveled and drunk, running out of a private room. Before he could figure out what the blonde-haired man was going to do, the blonde-haired man walked towards the hostess. Let's go have some fun with my brother. As he spoke, the blonde-haired man grabbed the bar hostess's wrist and pulled her toward Wang Qiang. The hostess was startled and immediately began to struggle. She recognized this blonde guy. He was a lackey of Huang Pizzi and acted like a tyrant in the KTV. Many girls were forcibly dragged into private rooms and R******D by him. Let me go, I won't go with you, let me go. The hostess struggled incessantly, but the blonde-haired man showed no sign of letting go. In a moment of panic, the girl bit the blonde-haired man's hand hard. Hiss. Blood flowed from the teeth marks. Feeling the pain, the blonde-haired man flew into a rage, grabbed the hostess by the hair and slammed her against the wall. Ah! The hostess screamed, but the blonde-haired man had no intention of stopping there. He grabbed the girl's neck with his left hand and kept hitting her face with his right. With just 2 slaps, blood began to trickle from the girl's mouth. Damn it, you *****ch, you have to come today whether you want to or not. As he spoke, he raised his hand again, as if to grab the hostess's hair. Just then, a large, strong hand grabbed his wrist. That son of a *****ch, how dare he ruin my good time. The blonde-haired man turned around angrily and saw Wang Qiang staring at him with an icy expression. G. Before Huang Mao could finish speaking, Wang Qiang's fist landed on Huang Mao's face. Bang. 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 3 punches in quick succession left the blonde-haired man dizzy and disoriented, causing him to collapse to the ground. Wang Qiang knew that if he made a move, it would likely ruin his plans for the night. But as a police officer, how could he stand by and watch a girl be humiliated by thugs in front of him? Hurry up and leave. Wang Qiang turned around and yelled at the hostess, who was startled and ran away in a hurry. Just then, a group of security guards in uniforms, carrying batons, ran up. Brother Huang, are you all right? When Huang Mao saw his own men arrive, he pointed at Wang Qiang and shouted, "Arrest him." Wang Qiang stood calmly in place. He figured that if he showed his police ID, these people wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Don't move, I'm a police officer. Wang Qiang's voice was loud and carried to everyone's ears. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Police? I'm still your father. As he spoke, a group of security guards pounced on Wang Qiang and pinned him to the ground. I am a police officer. This is assaulting a police officer. Assaulting a police officer. I'll attack your dam. The blonde-haired man stood up and kicked Wang Qiang hard in the stomach. After the security personnel subdued Wang Qiang, they turned to the blonde-haired man and asked him a question. Brother Huang, what's next? The blonde-haired man snorted coldly and punched Wang Qiang in the face. You like pretending to be a cop, huh? Send him to Officer Liu at the police station. Tell Xiao Liu to treat this officer well, understand? Wang Qiang initially wanted to struggle, but after hearing what Huang Mao said, he immediately calmed down. How dare they take me to the police station? It seems this blonde guy has some kind of shady dealings with the police station. Very well, I'll go and see what's going on. Fine, I'll go then. You think I'm afraid of you? When Su Wen led Fang Hui out of the private room. Several security personnel were escorting a person into the elevator. Su Wen said irritably. You see all sorts of people in karaoke bars. They're all people who can't control their desires after drinking. Sigh. Fang Hui watched the elevator doors close, frowned, and spoke. That person just now, his profile looks like Captain Wang. Because of the distance and the fact that she only caught a fleeting glance, Fang Hui did not get a clear look at Wang Qiang's face. Su Wen slowly began to speak. How could Captain Wang let a bunch of security guards arrest him? We need to get down to business. At this moment, there were only 5 minutes left until the agreed time with Jiang Zhenghua. Jiang Zhenghua could only give them a few minutes, and this was their only chance. Regardless, they had to find a way to sneak behind that security door and see what kind of unspeakable secrets lay inside. Subsequently, Su Wen pretended to be drunk, put his arm around Fang Hui's shoulder and staggered toward the security door. I can still drink. Fang Hui's face flushed slightly as she spoke in response to Su Wen. Okay, let's sober up a bit first, then we'll go back and have a good drink together, all right. At this time, because of the fight, almost no one in the private room dared to come out. Occasionally, waiters or hostesses could be seen walking quickly through the corridor. This is the perfect time to infiltrate. Just then, Su Wen's phone suddenly vibrated and the text message contained only 2 words. Done. Su Wen turned around, saw that there was no one around, and hurriedly took out the key that Fang Hui had stolen and opened the security door that concealed the secret. The two of them leaped inside like fish, then quickly closed the security door behind them. As soon as they entered, a pungent smell of blood filled their nostrils. Then came a series of piercing screams. Looking at the surroundings, Su Wen couldn't help but frown. The layout here is the same as outside, only much smaller, and the hallway is extremely dimly lit, making it difficult to see the path in front of you. It's like a scene from a horror movie. Hearing the series of shrill screams, Fang Hui couldn't help but feel tense. She gripped Su Wen's clothes tightly, her body trembling slightly. This is terrifying. Su Wen quickly covered Fang Hui's mouth. Shh, don't speak. Feeling the warmth emanating from Su Wen, Fang Hui finally felt much more at ease. Su Wen narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the surrounding environment. There were only 4 rooms, and from the cracks in the doors of 3 of them, faint light shone through, accompanied by the agonizing screams of women. The room closest to the 2 was empty. Just then, the door to the furthest room was suddenly opened. Not good. Su Wen cursed inwardly and hurriedly pulled Fang Hui into an empty room, then pressed his ear to the door to listen for any sounds outside. Completely unaware in his haste, he held Fang Hui tightly in his arms. Fang Hui's face flushed red, but she did not struggle. At that moment, the voices of 2 men could be heard from the stairwell outside. Holy crap, that feels so good. I've been holding in this at work for half a month and I can finally let it all out. Another person laughed loudly and spoke. Old Lee, you're a section-level cadre, you look so refined, but you can be really ruthless when you get going. You almost killed that little girl. The person who spoke first scoffed dismissively and continued. So what if they die from playing games? They're not the first one. Once they die, let the weasels throw them into Myanmar and Yunnan. Their organs can be harvested and sold for a good price. Upon hearing their conversation, Fang Hui's eyes widened in anger, her chest heaving with rage. Is this guy even human? That was a precious human life. In their mouths, however, it became a tool for venting emotions. What does it mean to say dead is dead? This is absolutely animalistic. No, calling them beasts is giving them too much credit. Su Wen narrowed his eyes. He gleaned several key pieces of information from their conversation. One reason is that they are all officials. Another thing is that there are business dealings with weasels and the Myanmar Yunnan region. It seems that this matter is more complicated than Su Wen imagined, and it could easily be life-threatening. Just then, the sound of a door closing came from the hallway. They went out. Su Wen breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves relaxed, and only then did he feel the soft body in his arms, and he quickly let go. "I'm sorry I acted hastily just now." Fang Hui shook her head dejectedly and spoke in a trembling voice. Boss, they're not human." Upon hearing this, Su Wen's expression turned cold, and he spoke in an icy voice. "That's why we need to gather all the evidence and take them down in one fell swoop." Fang Hui finally understood why Su Wen had released Aunt May instead of trying to put her to trial. She had always thought that human traffickers kidnapped children and sold them to rich people. Or, like themselves, they could be sold to heartless people, forced to beg or steal on the streets. Su Wen took out his phone and turned on its light to shine into the room. However, upon seeing the interior of the room, the two were stunned into silence, their eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of room is this? This is practically an execution ground, a truly horrific execution ground. The walls were covered with red, bloody handprints, and in the middle of the room stood a large bed. The bed was covered with various instruments of torture. Whips, handcuffs, candles, electric batons, ice picks, and so on. 4 ropes hang directly above the bed, corresponding to the person's 4 limbs. In the corner of the room there was a human-shaped iron figure over a meter tall, its exterior covered in rust, the dark red rust resembling dried blood. Su Wen took a deep breath and led Fang Hui over. He then reached out and opened its 2 doors. The inside was densely covered with sharp iron nails stained with blood, which immediately shocked the two of them. This is absolutely terrifying, like hell." Seeing the bloodstains on it, Fang Hui finally understood. Why are those piercing screams coming from other rooms? Boss. Fang Hui's eyes were filled with tears, her gaze filled with sorrow. Just then, a sound suddenly came from under the bed, startling the two of them. Fang Hui was so frightened that her body trembled and her legs went weak. Su Wen put his arm around Fang Hui's shoulder. "Don't be afraid, I'll go take a look." After speaking, Su Wen cautiously walked to the window, then forcefully pushed aside the mattress on the bed, revealing the mahogany bed frame underneath. Bang bang bang. Su Wen tapped it lightly twice, producing a hollow sound. "It's empty." Su Wen took a deep breath. He seemed to have already guessed what was hidden below. He forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. The bed board was pulled open. The hidden door opened. The pungent smell of blood instantly filled their nostrils. Fang Hui covered her mouth, suppressing the urge to scream, her eyes filled with astonishment. A young girl was found bound in a cramped space, her naked upper body covered in wounds, with hardly a patch of intact skin to be seen. The girl's eyes were filled with terror, and her mouth was wrapped in thick tape, allowing her only to whimper. Around her neck hung an iron chain like that of a dog with a brass tag attached to it, number 47. The girl's body began to tremble the moment she saw Su Wen. Seeing this, Fang Hui quickly took off her coat and draped it over the girl. Fortunately, Fang Hui had made sure to cover herself up well before coming here to avoid being taken advantage of, and had worn an extra jacket. The girl in front of Su Wen. "He looks like he's just reached adulthood. At the prime of her youth, how could she?" He reached out, wanting to untie the ropes binding her. However, the girl trembled even more violently after seeing Su Wen extend his hand. Fear devour her. Su Wen dared not imagine what she had gone through here, and, judging from the number on her neck, she was the 47th girl to be captured. But here there are only 4 rooms. This proves that at least 43 girls had already perished before Su Wen arrived here. The bloody handprints covering the wall varied in size. This place is like purgatory, tormenting one young girl after another to death. Su Wen clenched his fists, suppressing his grief and indignation, maintaining his last shred of reason, and spoke to Fang Hui. "You need to calm her down first before you can tear off the tape." His voice trembled as he gave Fang Hui a few instructions before turning and leaving. Su Wen knew that the scars on the girl's body were inflicted by those demons. The prolonged torment instilled in her an extreme fear of men. She felt that having him constantly by her side would have a negative effect. Fang Hui raised her hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, helped the girl up from the cramped space, then put her arm around her shoulder and whispered words of comfort in a trembling voice. Don't be afraid, we're not bad people, we're here to save you. The girl's body was still trembling, but her resistance towards Fang Hui was noticeably lessened. Fang Hui's eyes were filled with heartache. She hugged the girl tightly and tried to make her voice sound gentle. I'll untie the ropes binding you and remove the duct tape from your mouth. Can you please stop screaming? Please believe us, we really are here to save you. Under Fang Hui's comforting words, the girl's violently trembling body began to calm down slowly. Fang Hui gently stroked the girl's face. It is clear that the girl was a young woman in the prime of her life before she was captured. At her age, she should be strolling through the sunlit campus, chatting and laughing with her friends, finding a beloved boyfriend and having a passionate romance. But now, her body was covered in wounds, even though the girl had been rescued by them today. That heart, riddled with deep wounds, may never be healed in this lifetime. Don't cry. Fang Hui reached out and wiped away the tears from the corner of the girl's eyes. She said this not only to the young girl but also to herself. We'll take you home. Hearing Fang Hui's words, the girl's tears still flowed. A glistening tear rolled down her blood-stained face, and by the time it hit the ground, it had turned into a tear of blood. Go home! In the torment of despair, she seemed to have long forgotten those two words. Now that it was mentioned again, the girl finally couldn't hold back and nodded to Fang Hui. She had overheard Su Wen and Fang Hui's conversation clearly from under the bed. That's why she chose to bang her head against the bed frame to make noise and let Su Wen find her. Fang Hui took a deep breath, tilted her head back to stop the tears from falling, and then tremblingly helped her untie the ropes binding her. The moment he touched the girl's body, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. The girl's body was as if it had no flesh. Prolonged malnutrition had reduced her to nothing but bones. Fang Hui forcefully untied the rope. The marks left on the girl from being bound for a long time were shocking and unbearable to look at. Su Wen watched this scene from the corner, his anger rising ever higher. Even if it's hell, it's nothing special, really. Fang Hui's hands were trembling violently. The girl in front of me, covered in wounds, was also a victim of abduction just like her, but their fates were worlds apart. Seeing her, Fang Hui felt as if she were seeing herself. If it weren't for Fang Yao, she might be. Lie. Su Wen suddenly shushed him. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui's hand, which was about to untie the tape, froze in midair, a hint of anxiety flashing in her eyes. At that moment, two men's voices came from the hallway. Director Wang, number 47 has been reserved for you. Then a middle-aged man's voice spoke up with dissatisfaction. Damn it, I don't know what's gotten into the higher-ups, sending two idiots to handle a case in another city. They insisted on rushing to connect without explaining what case it was about, which wasted so much of my time. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's voice, the girl's body began to tremble violently again. Oh no, they've come looking for her. At that moment, they were right at the doorway of where Su Wen was hiding. If you push the door open and come in, you'll spot them immediately. Seeing this, Fang Hui quickly reached out and began to remove the iron chain from the girl's neck. The chain was locked, and no matter how hard Fang Hui tried, she couldn't unlock it. The other end of the chain was firmly fixed to the ground. A sense of despair and helplessness rose in Fang Hui's heart. Just then, the sound of two people talking came from the doorway again. You're such a busy person. We're all so fortunate to be where we are today thanks to you. The middle-aged man laughed twice and said with satisfaction, Haha, it's also because your service is so good. However, you'd better be careful during this time. Someone's coming to Bailey Town to handle a case outside our area. You'd better not give them any leverage over you. The other person nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, you won't get caught doing anything wrong, have fun. After saying that, the man reached out to open the door for him. Upon seeing this, Su Wen immediately took off his shirt, tore off two strips of cloth, rushed to Fang Hui and threw one of the strips in front of her. Cover your face. Then Fang Hui wasn't worried about herself at that moment but rather about the girl who was trapped in the chains. They ran away. And what about her? Su Wen covered his face and spoke in a cold voice. Rest assured. I'm here. Then a black pistol suddenly appeared in Su Wen's hand, pointed at the iron chain. Bang! A gunshot rang out and the iron chain snapped. At the same time, it also woke up the people outside in the corridor. Oh no, there's a gun. The KTV staff hurriedly took out walkie-talkies from their chest pockets and shouted loudly, "Someone with a gun is inside the locked room, immediate backup." Then, the entire KTV suddenly lost power and a group of burly men appeared out of nowhere, quickly driving away all the customers in the KTV and heading towards the secret room. "Boss, we can't get out." Fang Hui held the girl tightly, her eyes filled with panic. However, what surprised her even more was that, they have guns. Su Wen's face was grim and he finally closed his eyes. "Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Open the system store." Su Wen disliked this kind of external power. He firmly believed that only by being strong oneself could one be truly strong. But the current situation is beyond the capabilities of a normal person to resolve. Although he had a gun, but as the local tyrant of Bailey County, how could Huang Pizzi's men not have guns? He not only had to ensure his own safety but also the safety of Fang Hui and the girl. After the previous court hearings, Su Wen's system emotion value has accumulated to 200,000. He quickly scanned the trial cards in the system store. Top-tier Special Forces Experience card, limited time offer of 1 hour, requires 50,000 emotion points. Protective Shield. Can withstand 1 fatal attack, requires 50,000 emotion points. Redeem 1 Special Forces Experience card and 3 Protective Light Shields. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Wen used up all his emotional points. Then, a mysterious power instantly flowed into Su Wen's limbs and a large number of fighting techniques appeared in his mind. Su Wen slowly opened his eyes, a flash of bloodshot light appearing in them which startled Fang Hui. Although Su Wen appeared unchanged on the surface, his aura had completely transformed. In Fang Hui's eyes, Su Wen was like a warrior standing atop a sea of corpses. Just one glance was enough to feel the palpable killing intent emanating from him. Protective Light Shield in use. As Su Wen silently recited the command, 3 invisible white lights instantly adhered to the skin of the 3 people. Su Wen bent down and spoke to the girl. "Hold me tight, I'll take you out of here." The girl now understood that Su Wen had come to save her and her resistance naturally lessened considerably. After Su Wen finished speaking, he immediately picked the girl up in his arms. The girl raised her scarred arms and wrapped them around Su Wen's neck. Feeling the girl's weight, Su Wen felt a pang of heartache. He's nearly 1.7 meters tall but weighs less than 70 pounds when you pick him up. This is all because of the torture those beasts inflicted upon them. "Do you trust me?" These words were spoken to Fang Hui. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui nodded heavily and reached out to grasp Su Wen's hand. "I believe you, I'll believe you for the rest of my life." Fang Hui had already resigned herself to the fact that today was a dead end. But the thought of dying alongside Su Wen made her seem much more at ease. Upon hearing Fang Hui's voice, Su Wen spoke earnestly. "Stay close to me, I'll definitely get you out of here." After saying that, Su Wen carried the girl to the door of the room and then kicked it hard. Bang! Bang! 2 loud crashes rang out, and before the person outside could react, the sturdy door flew off and smashed into the opposite wall. The 2 people at the doorway froze on the spot, staring at the masked Su Wen, their Adam's apples bobbing involuntarily. "What the hell is this? How strong does a person have to be to kick a door open like that? If that kick had landed on me, I'd probably be in the hospital for months, even if I didn't die." "Director Wang, are you all right?" Standing next to the middle-aged man was the manager whose keys had been stolen. Su Wen's eyes followed the manager's gaze and landed on the face of the so-called Director Wang. Sensing Su Wen's murderous gaze, Director Wang was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly. "Number, don't come any closer." Su Wen gave him a cold look, then let out a disdainful snort. "With your guts, you dare call yourself Director Wang? The person in front of me is worlds apart from Wang Qiang." The manager looked at Su Wen at this moment. Although Su Wen's face was covered, he still recognized Su Wen and Fang Hui beside him at a glance. "It's you." The manager was immediately taken aback. No wonder he had been searching for the keys for so long without success. "In the end, I went to get the spare key. Apparently, those 2 had stolen it." Hearing the manager's words, Su Wen's gaze grew even colder. "Since you've recognized me, don't blame me." No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Wen moved like a ghost. instantly appearing behind the manager. With a swift chop, the manager collapsed to the ground. Having mastered the skills of special forces, Su Wen's knife strike was extremely precise, hitting the manager's pressure point. The force of that blow was enough to keep him unconscious for a day. The situation has escalated today. After escaping, they must leave Baile Town as soon as possible, no matter what. However, if the manager were to wake up, he would quickly recognize them, preventing them from escaping Baile Town. Upon seeing this, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, dragging his obese body backward. "Director Wang, I'll remember you." Su Wen's voice was unusually cold. In his eyes, this kind of protector of organized crime was more despicable than organized crime itself. Upon hearing this, Director Wang pleaded for mercy in a trembling voice. You stay away. Do you know who I am? If you dare lay a hand on me, I guarantee you'll die a horrible death." The girl had her eyes closed, and upon hearing Director Wang's voice, her body immediately began to tremble violently. The wounds on her body, almost all of this was caused by Wang Ju. Sensing the fear emanating from the girl, Su Wen felt a pang of heartache. He clenched his fists and with heavy steps slowly walked to Director Wang. "People like you." Damn it, Su Wen's footsteps struck Wang Ju's heart like a death knell, filling him with dread. He was so frightened that he wet himself. You stay away, I have lots of money. I can give you as much as you want, just don't lay a hand on me." Su Wen snorted coldly and lifted his foot. One foot stomps down, "Ah." A piercing pain instantly spread throughout my body. That kick destroyed his manhood. Director Wang curled up, covering his genitals, and kept groaning in pain. Su Wen glanced coldly at the so-called Director Wang and snorted. "The law will judge you sooner or later." At the same time, the security door was suddenly pushed open. A huge crowd, armed with weapons, rushed in from outside. When Director Wang saw his men arrive, he angrily pointed at Su Wen, his voice filled with resentment. "I'll pay 5 million to chop him into 8 pieces. Whatever happens, I'll cover for you." Comments: 5 million. Su Wen coldly observed the so-called Director Wang. "Am I really that worthless?" However, 5 million was an incredibly tempting sum for the thugs who stormed in. Killing Su Wen in front of you is much easier than winning the lottery. Moreover, not only do they not have to pay taxes, they also don't have to go to jail. Rush. Someone shouted first, and the thugs, weapons in hand, rushed towards Su Wen. Faced with the temptation of 5 million, they have completely lost their minds. Bang. A gunshot rang out and everyone instantly regained their senses. Seeing the pistol that appeared in Su Wen's hand, he stopped in his tracks. 5 million has become insignificant in the face of life. Oh. A mocking voice rang out from behind the thugs, who immediately parted to make way. A gaunt man, dressed in an expensive-looking black suit, walked in with a sinister look in his eyes, staring disdainfully at the gun in Su Wen's hand. Wow, it's still official merchandise. People in the underworld refer to the firearms used by law enforcement agencies as official goods. Because each gun has its own serial number, it is very difficult to obtain. There are only 2 types of people who are allowed to carry goods with them at all times. One type is plainclothes officers and the other is people with extremely powerful backgrounds. Su Wen immediately narrowed his eyes and looked at the person who had just arrived. Weasel. Upon hearing Su Wen's voice, the newcomer couldn't help but smile. "You actually know me and you still dare to cause trouble here." As he spoke, Huang Pizzi pulled out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at Su Wen's head. It was clearly an official pistol. At the same time, Su Wen also pointed his gun at the weasel. The weasel wasn't angry. Instead, it looked at Su Wen with interest and slowly began to speak. "Brother, which gang are you from? Let's talk about it." Pan Dao is also a slang term used in the underworld. Essentially, it's about finding out what's going on with the other party so as not to accidentally harm your own people. With Su Wen holding the fire pipe, the weasel dared not attack directly and could only probe with words. Killing one person is a small matter, but killing a policeman or someone from Myanmar or Yunnan would cause trouble for the weasels. Su Wen stared coldly at the weasel. Both men had guns, but Su Wen still had 2 people he needed to protect. Su Wen spoke slowly, his voice low and cold as he looked at the weasel. "Old ghost." Huang Lu had previously named two people, one of whom was the weasel in front of her. The other one is the old ghost from Myanmar and Yunnan. Both of these people are Mei Yi, a human trafficker, and are at the upstream of the profit chain. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, the weasel visibly paused, a hint of hesitation flashing in its eyes. Since they're old ghost's men. The weasel paused as if thinking about something, before continuing after a moment. Put number 47 down and I'll let you leave. Su Wen snorted coldly and spoke. What if I don't let go? Upon hearing this, the weasel's lips curled into a slight smile and the gun in its hand clicked as it was cocked. Then I'll send your body to old ghost. For a moment the air was eerily still and everyone watched with serious expressions. I messed with Director Wang and you're letting me go. Aren't you afraid he'll cause you trouble? Su Wen shifted the blame to Director Wang and Huang Pizzi laughed in annoyance. It's just a minor injury, I can handle it. The thug's eyes widened immediately upon hearing the weasel's words. Your T******s are completely smashed and you call that a minor injury? This is a once-in-a-lifetime event. However, these words took on a completely different meaning when they reached Su Wen's ears. There are already successful precedents for egg transplantation surgery. Unlike kidney transplants, even if a match is found, there is no guarantee that the T******s will be usable after transplantation. If you're unlucky, you'll need to keep changing. A pair of T*****s represents a precious human life. This yellow weasel, they really treat human life like dirt. Okay, I promise you. As soon as Su Wen finished speaking, Fang Hui's eyes widened in surprise. Boss. Su Wen slowly shook his head, signaling Fang Hui to remain silent. Weasel, then I'll trust you this once. After saying that, Su Wen slowly placed number 47 on the ground and moved the gun barrel that was originally aimed at Huang Pizzi away. Just then, the weasel suddenly shouted. Someone who dares to impersonate old ghost. A gunshot rang out instantly, go to hell. As the bullet was about to pierce Su Wen's head, the weasel revealed a sinister smile. He and Lao Gui were old acquaintances and he knew everyone around Lao Gui. There is no such person as Su Wen. From the very beginning, he wanted to lower Su Wen's guard. One hit, one kill, however. Upon seeing Su Wen's indifferent gaze, the weasel was immediately alarmed. Su Wen immediately raised his pistol and pointed it at himself. Madman. The weasel cursed loudly. The man in front of him was simply a madman. Knowing that he was about to die, he didn't try to dodge but instead raised his gun and aimed it at him. Having said that, the weasel grabbed the person closest to him and stood in front of him. However, he was still a step too slow. The instant the bullet struck Su Wen also pulled the trigger. Bang. The bullet fired from the gun barrel and struck the weasel's arm squarely. Hiss. The weasel gasped, dropping the gun from its hand to the ground. The bullet struck Su Wen in the chest, causing him immense pain. The powerful momentum sent him crashing to the ground. The weasel covered the wound on its hand. Damn it, even if you're dead, you'll still bite me. He witnessed the bullet strike Su Wen in the chest, as far as he could tell. Su Wen, he was now dead. Go arrest them all. With a shout, the weasel charged towards Su Wen. The incident happened in just a few seconds. By the time Fang Hui came to her senses, Su Wen was already lying on the ground. Fang Hui stared in disbelief at Su Wen lying on the ground, tears welling up instantly and rushed towards Su Wen. Su Wen. However, the next second, Fang Hui's eyes widened in surprise. Why is there no blood? Just then, Su Wen suddenly opened his eyes and Fang Hui was overjoyed. Now. Before Fang Hui could react, Su Wen, amidst the incredulous gazes of everyone, leaped up from the ground, picked up number 47 and anxiously spoke to Fang Hui. Stay close to me? Fang Hui nodded heavily and followed closely behind Su Wen. The thugs froze on the spot, staring in disbelief at Su Wen as he stood up again. Holy crap, is this a zombie coming back to life? However, by the time everyone came to their senses, Su Wen had already appeared before them like a ghost. Although Su Wen activated the Special Forces experience card, he was still not outside the realm of humanity. Even facing so many people, he would find it very difficult. Fortunately, the narrow stairwell gave him more room to maneuver. With just one kick, a group of people were knocked to the ground. Upon seeing this scene, the weasel's eyes widened instantly. Holy crap, who is this person? How could one kick knock down so many people? Go, don't be afraid. He's been shot in the chest, he's just struggling now. We absolutely cannot let him get away. Although the weasel didn't know why Su Wen hadn't died after being shot, but he was convinced that Su Wen must have been injured in the chest. Moreover, this person in front of me must die today. He not only learned the secret of the KTV but also saw what Director Wang looked like. If he escapes, the consequences will be dire. At the weasel's command, the crowd swarmed towards Su Wen like locusts once again. Su Wen's gaze was icy as he constantly dodged the group's attacks. However, faced with an attack by dozens of people, Su Wen not only did not retreat but continued to advance. With every few steps forward, several thugs would fall beside him. Although they were the weasel's underlings, they followed the weasel only to earn a living. There was absolutely no need for them to risk their lives. Moreover, Su Wen still had a gun. Some of the thugs, even though they were still capable of fighting, pretended to be seriously injured after falling to the ground and refused to get up, holding No. 47 in his arms and protecting Fang Hui from behind. Su Wen stood against the attacks of the crowd, displaying an aura of one man guarding the pass against 10,000. Fang Hui followed behind Su Wen, her eyes filled with emotion. She had only ever felt this sense of security from Fang Yao. Now, there's one more person. As Su Wen got closer and closer to the security door, the weasel was immediately alarmed. Damn it, what a bunch of useless trash. This person absolutely cannot be let go. Huang Pizzi's right arm was shot by Su Wenyi, and he could only bend down and pick up the pistol with his left hand. He understood after a short period of observation. Although the person in front of me is very skilled in combat, each of his attacks at most stuns the opponent. He doesn't dare to kill them at all. Since you don't dare to kill, then go die. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The weasel no longer cared that Su Wen had his own men in front of him and was not afraid of accidentally injuring anyone. Killing one of your own people will only result in paying some compensation. But Su Wen must die. The bullet flew through the crowd and headed straight for Su Wen's head. Fang Hui's eyes widened immediately. Not good. Seeing that Su Wen was in danger, she pushed him aside and faced the bullets head-on. The bullet struck Fang Hui in the head and she fell to the ground. Fang Yan. Su Wen shouted, and then his whole body radiated unprecedented anger. He put 47 on the ground and looked at the weasel with resentment in his eyes. You weasel, you're asking for it. One punch. Su Wen blasted the enemy in front of him away, who fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The weasel snorted coldly and raised its pistol again. However, the next second, Su Wen appeared on the weasel's body like a ghost. You're asking for it? The weasel was terrified, its eyes filled with fear. That speed, that's incredibly fast. How did he get to me in the blink of an eye? Before the weasel could react, Su Wen grabbed its hair and slammed it hard against the wall. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, each impact was like a death knell ringing in everyone's hearts. This person, he's a madman. Su Wen's aura immediately terrified those around him. They stood frozen in place, staring blankly at their boss's head like chicks who had been slammed hard on the head by Su Wen. Pulse. A series of swallowing sounds rang out. Only when blood splattered and stained the wall did Su Wen release his grip. The weasel's body crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious. Su Wen turned around and coldly looked at the thugs around him. The thugs were completely terrified. Just one glance from Su Wen made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Under everyone's gaze, Su Wen slowly walked up to Fang Hui and squatted down. How are you? Fang Hui's long eyelashes trembled slowly, and then she opened her beautiful eyes. The moment Fang Hui saw Su Wen, she burst into tears. Wow, you died too. In the past, Su Wen would definitely have given her a disapproving look. But this time, Su Wen spoke in an unusually soft voice. Silly girl, what do you mean die? You're still alive and well. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui looked around in disbelief. I'm still alive. Wasn't I shot? Su Wen couldn't think of a way to make it up for a moment, and then he began to speak. Now is not the time to talk about this, let's go. As he spoke, Su Wen reached out and helped Fang Hui up. Can you walk by yourself? Fang Hui nodded, I can. Seeing this, Su Wen picked up 47 again with one hand and took Fang Hui's hand with the other. Let's go. The thugs exchanged bewildered glances as they looked at Su Wen. They knew they should stop them, but Su Wen gave the crowd a cold look and they quickly made way for him. Su Wen, with 47 in one arm and Fang Hui by the other, walked out of there amidst the fearful gazes of the crowd. The moment I stepped out of the KTV, police sirens blared from the street corner. Fang Hui's eyes lit up immediately when she heard the police siren. It's Wang Qiang's men and Pang Guang too. As she spoke, Fang Hui tried to wave, but Su Wen quickly stopped her. So much happened in Red Romance today. Even if his own people come to his rescue now, the fact that he had a gun will be discovered and he will have no way to defend himself. Those people will definitely think that he is the one who killed Chen Pingping. After this incident, Su Wen was destined to become a lone wolf, unable to rely on the police's help anymore. Su Wen sighed heavily and took Fang Hui's hand. Let's go until we find out the truth. Then we can meet with them. Go yeah. Inside the Beilutown police station, go in. Wang Qiang was shoved hard and pushed directly into the cell. Looking at the filthy and chaotic environment inside the cell, Wang Qiang chuckled in exasperation. He used to be the one bringing people in, but today he was the one being brought into prison. Do you know who I am? How dare you lock me up here? Wang Qiang's voice was filled with anger. However, the police officer who pushed him in spat on the ground in annoyance. Damn it, if you keep acting like this, believe me, I'll punch you. You should be grateful you weren't killed by those weasels you've messed with. It was already past 1 a.m. Wang Qiang's cell phone was also confiscated by the local police, making it impossible for him to contact anyone outside. Because tonight's operation was special, he didn't bring anything that could prove his identity. Even if they took it, those people probably wouldn't admit it. After locking Wang Qiang up, the local policeman yawned, grumbled, and walked away. Wang Qiang was completely unaware of what was happening outside. The next day, long after dawn, the people at the police station finally came to work, albeit lazily. They wouldn't have come to work so early if they hadn't heard that police from other places were coming to Bailei County to handle a case. In particular, last night someone was courting death and caused trouble at Honglangmen. One person escaped, while the other was arrested and taken to his local police station. The leader specifically instructed me this morning that I must finish dealing with one person's matter today, so as not to give anyone any leverage against me. 2 police officers walked up to the cell and looked at Wang Qiang with disdain. Come out. The person speaking looked to be in his 30s, but he didn't look like a policeman at all. Instead, he looked more like a local thug. I'm talking to you, Wang Qiang snorted coldly in his heart. That night he finally understood. In this Bailei County, officials and bandits colluded and worked together in perfect harmony. Today, he'll see how these people are going to deal with him. This way. As soon as Wang Qiang stepped out of his cell, he was pushed toward the interrogation room. What's your name, Wang Qiang? Wang Qiang. The local police officer felt the name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he didn't think much of it. This is Beilu County, the territory ruled by weasels. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, if he offended a weasel, they would still have to give the weasel an explanation. What's more, this Wang Qiang in front of us is the brother-in-law of the weasel. ID number, hurry up and say it, stop beating around the bush. Wang Qiang coldly stared at the local police officer in front of him and gave him his ID number. One of the officers quickly wrote Wang Qiang's name on a piece of paper in front of him and then threw it to Wang Qiang. Sign this. Wang Qiang glanced at it. It was a pre-prepared transcript. The above account of the incident describes Wang Qiang's drunken disturbance. Hurry up and sign, then put your fingerprint on it and you can get out of here. The police officer looked impatient, and Wang Qiang clenched his fist involuntarily. These people actually dared to do such things. They simply have no respect for the law or the country. I won't sign. Wang Qiang's temper flared up as well. After all, he was the captain of the business branch of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, a deputy division-level cadre. Are you going to let these little bastards bully you? Before Wang Qiang could react, the local police officer slapped him hard across the face. Damn it, just sign it because I told you to. What are you pretending for? Do you think you're someone important? Wang Qiang was completely stunned by the slap. Holy crap, they even dared to use torture to extract confessions. That's incredibly audacious. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? I don't care who you are, sign this or I'll beat you up. As he spoke, he raised his hand again, but another policeman reached out to stop him, speaking impatiently. Forget it, don't sign it then. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Qiang with disdain and continued. You don't have to sign, but since you assaulted someone last night, don't you have to pay for their medical expenses? Upon hearing this, Wang Qiang's lips curled slightly and he leaned back in his chair, watching the two with great interest. Oh, is this a scheme to extort money? I'd like to see how you'll come up with such an outrageous demand. Wang Qiang was also a member of the special police force. Although he was very angry at the time, he managed to control his strength. Based on his assessment of the injuries, the other person likely suffered a mild concussion at most and would recover after some rest. In the past, when I dealt with fights and brawls that resulted in injuries like this, the most I ever paid was a few tens of thousands of yuan in compensation. The local police officer was slightly taken aback when he heard Wang Qiang's words. Not bad, having the willingness to lose money is a good thing. Wang Qiang nodded but didn't say anything more. The police officer continued. The medical expenses aren't expensive, 200,000 yuan will suffice. What? Wang Qiang's eyes widened immediately. Damn it, I only punched him 3 times and he dares to ask for 200,000. Besides, the other party forcibly abducted the woman first, so as a police officer I didn't do anything wrong by intervening. However, the police officer smacked his lips and continued speaking. During the fight, you accidentally broke 2 vases. These 2 vases are antiques from the Qing dynasty. You've committed a serious crime. If they investigate further, you could face at least 7 years in prison. Another police officer continued. However, Mr. Huang is a magnanimous person. For a mere vase, you only need to pay 400,000. Wang Qiang looked at the two of them in disbelief. Holy crap, that's outrageous. They're asking for 1 million right off the bat. That's faster than robbery. Are you robbing us? You dare ask for 1 million right off the bat. The police officer scoffed. Money or your life, the choice is yours. Wang Qiang was furious. These people were nothing short of robbers. He had considered the possibility of darkness in Bailey County, but he never imagined it would be this dark. If even 2 lowly police officers in a local police station dare to do such a thing, one can only imagine how corrupt the higher-ups must be. After he gets out, you must report this matter. If Bailey County continues like this, it will eventually become a haven for organized crime. What are your names? Wang Qiang asked in a cold voice. After he leaves, he'll start by dealing with those 2. Stop talking so much nonsense, just tell me whether you're giving it to me or not. Wang Qiang sighed helplessly. I'm here to do business. All the money is in the company's account. I don't have that much cash on me. Pioneer rolled her eyes in annoyance, then pushed a pen and paper in front of Wang Qiang. No money, no problem. Just write an IOU and have someone transfer the money to you as soon as you leave. If you haven't paid this money back by this afternoon, don't blame us for being impolite. Upon hearing the police officer's words, Wang Qiang narrowed his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. Officer, I'm barely literate. I can only write my own name. How about this, you write me an IOU and I'll sign it, okay? Upon hearing Wang Qiang's words, the police officer snorted coldly. What era are we living in? There are still illiterate people here. You deserve to be locked up. Then the police officer tore off another piece of paper, wrote an IOU and had Wang Qiang sign it. Officer, we need 2 copies of the IOU. The company isn't just mine. Without the IOU, it'll be difficult for me to get them to transfer the money. The police officer rolled his eyes in annoyance. What a G pain. 20 minutes later, Wang Qiang walked out of the police station with an IOU for 1 million yuan. Just then, a gust of cold wind blew by and Wang Qiang tightened his clothes. The wind is picking up. It's time for a change in Bailey County, Bailu County Public Security Bureau. The police station was in complete chaos. First, police from other places came here to handle cases in other areas. Now it's one of our own bosses, Director Wang, who got beaten up in a karaoke bar and ended up in the hospital. It said the injury is very serious and he probably won't be able to have S*X for the rest of his life. This was an extremely serious incident. Even Director Wang was beaten and hospitalized. Haven't we found the guy wearing the mask yet? Send everyone out there, we have to catch him. The person shouting was Fu Yingsheng, Deputy Director of the Bailey County Public Security Bureau. Those around him lowered their heads immediately when they saw Fu Yingsheng lose his temper. We've been searching for a long time, but that person is too cunning. Once they went into an alley, they disappeared. Fu Yingsheng snorted coldly, pointed at the crowd and shouted loudly. Useless, a bunch of useless trash. You're making yourselves a laughingstock in front of your colleagues in Jiangcheng. Pang Guang and Zheng Jianfeng watched the old fox rage from the sidelines and could only roll their eyes. Fu Yingsheng appeared angry, but inwardly he was overjoyed. He knew perfectly well what Wang Peng had done. The person from Jiangcheng who came to handle the case in another city was the captain of the city's Public Security Bureau's business team, who was at the same rank as me. For someone like this to personally handle something, it must be no small case. Moreover, they hurriedly completed the formalities and were about to take everyone to Hong Langman KTV when this huge incident happened. To say that the people of Jiangcheng City had nothing to do with this would be utterly ridiculous. He's doing this now to draw the attention of the people of Jiangcheng to Wang Peng and expose all the dirty deeds he's done. That way he can take over, but Zheng Jianfeng and Pang Guang didn't think that way. The two men stood with their heads bowed, each lost in their own thoughts. Pang Guang's brows furrowed deeply. He recognized the man who had severely injured Wang Peng at a glance. It's Attorney Su. But why would Attorney Su do this? What exactly happened last night? More importantly, why did Attorney Su have a gun? Could it be? Did he really kill Chen Pingping? Zhang Jianfeng wasn't in much better shape either. He also recognized Wang Qiang's figure in the surveillance footage. After Wang Qiang was transferred to the Municipal Public Security Bureau, he took him with him and made him Wang Qiang's confidant. But he couldn't understand why Wang Qiang wanted to go to the karaoke bar. Moreover, according to the surveillance footage, Wang Qiang not only struck first, but he also hired a hostess before the attack. They went out for a nice meal by themselves and didn't even invite me. Tui, tui, tui. This is a serious dereliction of duty. He should be disciplined. If I were to say now that Wang Qiang is the person in charge of handling cases in other locations, I would be disgracing the Jiangcheng City Public Security Bureau. What should we do? What should we do? Got it. Pang Guang and Zheng Jianfeng's eyes lit up at the same time. Report this to your supervisor. Director Fu, we need to go out for a bit. No sooner had Pang Guang finished speaking than Zheng Jianfeng hurriedly spoke up as well. I'm going out for a bit too, I'll be right back. After saying that, the two hurriedly left the office. However, as soon as he stepped outside, Zheng Jianfeng's phone suddenly rang. Captain Wang. Zheng Jianfeng hurriedly answered the phone, but before he could even speak, Wang Qiang's angry voice came through the line. Bring me our people and also the people from the Bailey County Public Security Bureau. Come to Hongwei Road Police Station immediately. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jianfeng's eyes widened immediately. Goodness, judging from the looks of it, he's really angry. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Jianfeng rushed to his office. Seeing this, Pang Guang quickly stopped them. How is Captain Wang doing? Pang Guang and Wang Qiang had arrested Aunt Mei together, and when he watched the surveillance footage last night, he recognized Wang Qiang. He knew that Su Wen and Wang Qiang were acting together, but Su Wen had a gun and he injured so many people. If he revealed Wang Qiang's identity, Su Wen's identity would likely be exposed as well, so he chose not to. Upon hearing Pang Guang's question, Zheng Jianfeng gave a helpless, bitter smile. Looks like you've had a lot of trouble, let's get over there quickly. Pang Guang patted Zheng Jianfeng on the shoulder, then took out his phone and walked towards the restroom. Su Wen's matter must be reported truthfully. After checking that no one was in the restroom, Wang Qiang dialed Chen Guangan's number. The call was answered quickly. Director Chen, something's happened here. Chen Guangan's voice quickly came through the phone. It's about Wang Qiang, isn't it? He already called me and told me. Pang Guang sighed and continued, no, it's about Attorney Su. Upon hearing this, Chen Guangan's tone immediately became urgent. What happened to Attorney Su? Could she have encountered some danger? Hearing Chen Guangan's anxious tone, Pang Guang immediately felt a sense of doubt. He seemed to care about Su Wen a lot, perhaps even a little too much. Pang Guang was originally assigned to Su Wen's side by Chen Guangan, so he told Chen Guangan the whole story. This includes the fact that Su Wen had a gun. After listening, Chen Guangan remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I understand about this matter. Don't concern yourself with the affairs of Bailey County. Focus on finding Attorney Su as soon as possible. Pang Guang hurriedly spoke up. Although Attorney Su had a gun, whether or not Attorney Su is involved in Chen Pingping's death is still debatable. Upon hearing this, Chen Guangan immediately burst into a tirade of curses. You, Pang Guang, you've only been following that brat Su Wen for a few days and you're already siding with outsiders. Pang Guang was scolded twice, but he didn't say a word. Although based on the current situation, Su Wen is suspected of shooting Chen Pingping, he firmly believes that Su Wen is not that kind of person. Su Wen's inherent sense of justice cannot be faked. After a moment, Chen Guangan sighed slowly and continued. I have already reported the matter in Bailey County to my superiors. A vice-ministerial level official being arrested by the police station and then trying to extort money, this is a serious matter. Besides, the higher-ups have been eyeing Bailey County for a long time, but they just haven't had a good opportunity. Now, taking advantage of Wang Qiang's situation, we can set up an investigation team and send it to Bailey County. Upon hearing this, Pang Guang's eyes immediately lit up. Setting up an investigation team is no small matter and I didn't expect it to be approved so quickly. Should we still arrest Attorney Su? Pang Guang asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Chen Guangan spoke seriously. It's not about arresting him, it's about bringing Attorney Su back safely, understand? Yes, Pang Guang's face lit up with joy. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Although it's unclear why Chen Guangan still wanted Su Wen to bring him back safely despite Su Wen having a gun. But all in all, this proves that Chen Guangan also trusts Su Wen, which is a good thing. After hanging up the phone, Chen Guangan walked to the window, looked in the direction of the courthouse, and his eyes were filled with emotion. Pingping, you've done so much. Now we're finally close to pulling in the net, the national highway. A red car is driving on the highway. Su Wen concentrated and drove very steadily. Driving on a national highway requires a high level of concentration. A moment's inattention could lead to another cross-country journey. Therefore, only by finding out the truth behind Chen Pingping's death can all the mysteries be solved. Su Wen was driving and 47 was soundly asleep in the back seat. They had asked 47 what her name was, but after experiencing so much torment, she is still unable to speak normally. Fang Hui sighed heavily. Things were becoming increasingly complicated. Are there any leads now? Su Wen pondered for a moment, then, with one hand on the steering wheel, he took an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Fang Hui. This is a letter Chen Pingping left for me. It was given to me by Elder Jiang. Fang Hui was slightly taken aback. Chen Pingping had actually left a letter for Su Wen. This is so baffling. Since Chen Pingping was shot to death, he wouldn't have known he was going to die before he died. With communication technologies so advanced these days, you can just send a text message if you need to, so why would you leave a letter? Fang Hui opened the envelope with a puzzled look and her eyes widened immediately after seeing the contents. Is Dean Chen, is he suffering from late-stage lung adenocarcinoma? Su Wen sighed heavily and nodded. I didn't expect at first that the envelope contained his medical records. Moreover, judging from the medical records, even if Dean Chen hadn't been shot, he probably wouldn't have lived more than 2 months. Fang Hui thoroughly examined the envelope but found nothing except Chen Pingping's medical record. But why did he leave you his medical records? Was it because I wanted to make you less sad? Fang Hui frowned. How did things get so complicated? Su Wen slowly shook his head. How could that be? I didn't know Chen Pingping at all before. We met briefly at my house the night he was shot. There was absolutely no affection between us. Without feelings, there was no way to offer any comfort, and besides, Fang Hui's words had logical flaws. Chen Pingping didn't know she was going to die, so there was no reason for her to leave an envelope to comfort others. I've thought about this for a long time these past few days, and now I can only think of one possibility. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui looked at Su Wen with curiosity. How is that possible? Su Wen looked at the road ahead and slowly began to speak. That letter. It wasn't left for me by Dean Chen. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui's brows furrowed even more deeply. Wasn't this what Elder Jiang found at Dean Chen's house? Su Wen nodded. Therefore, to solve the mystery, we must return to Jiangcheng and find Jiang Zhenghua. At this point, Su Wen's eyes suddenly turned cold. From the moment he wanted to take over Aunt May's case, he felt as if someone was pushing him forward step by step from behind. This feeling of being manipulated, this made him very unhappy. Then why don't we just call Jiang Zhenghua and ask him directly? Su Wen spoke in an icy tone. Ever since I decided to take on Aunt May's case, a group of people have appeared around me. Fang Hui is not stupid, on the contrary, she is very smart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to stand out from a group of abducted children and be assigned to steal. It's also impossible for someone to memorize all of Daxia's laws perfectly. Su Wen's words immediately shocked Fang Hui. You mean these people can't be trusted? Looking back now, it all started when Su Wen decided to take over Aunt May's case. First, there was Hong Liang from the 12th team of the Procuratorate who shamelessly stuck to Su Wen like a leech. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Zhenghua resigned and came to work at Su Wen's law firm. Finally, there's Pang Guang, a member of the Bison Special Forces who has a very secure job. He actually hit a colleague for Su Wen, whom he had only known for a few days, resulting in his suspension. He then followed Su Wen to Yunnan. These things are too coincidental, so coincidental that it makes one suspicious as if they were deliberately arranged. Su Wen nodded and spoke with a serious expression. I can't tell who's on our side anymore. Until the truth comes out, we can't contact anyone and we can't be discovered by anyone, including your brother. Fang Hui nodded. For Su Wen, this was indeed a matter of life and death. Once it's discovered that he possesses a gun, it can solidify the fact that he shot and killed Chen Pingping. He's guilty of intentional homicide, and as the president of a court, he's definitely facing the death penalty. Seeing that Fang Hui didn't speak, Su Wen tried to comfort her. It's not that I don't trust your brother, on the contrary, he's probably the person I trust the most right now. But precisely because of this, his every move might be being monitored. A hint of disappointment flashed in Fang Hui's eyes. She understood everything Su Wen had said, only she thought about it for a long time but finally decided to ask the question that was on her mind. Can you tell me where you got this gun? Chen Pingping died from a bailiff's service weapon, but only one of the weapons is missing and it's now in Su Wen's hands. But she firmly believed that Su Wen was definitely not the murderer of Chen Pingping. But how do you explain this gun? Su Wen told Fang Hui everything about his meeting with Chen Pingping that night. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui breathed a heavy sigh of relief. She believed Su Wen, but she also needed an explanation from him. That's not right. Fang Hui had just breathed a sigh of relief when she suddenly widened her eyes and continued speaking. Since Chen Pingping left the gun here, then the gun that killed him. Fang Hui didn't finish her sentence. She already had a bold guess in her mind, but the guess was so shocking that she couldn't finish speaking. Su Wen's eyes turned unusually cold. What Fang Hui thought of, how could he not have thought of it? You guessed right, it was definitely another gun that killed Chen Pingping. This person stole the gun from the courthouse, killed Chen Pingping, and then returned the gun. They then called the police, trying to pin all the blame on me. Fang Hui suddenly felt as if a huge rock had been pressed against her chest. How could it be him? Fang Hui couldn't believe it. The person she had guessed was actually him. Anyone who can pull out a gun in court must have a very good understanding of the court system. He also knew that Chen Pingping had taken a gun from the courthouse and gone to see Su Wen. Based on this deduction, the murderer would have two distinguishing characteristics. Firstly, he works at the court. Secondly, he has a very good personal relationship with Chen Pingping. Of all the people they know, only one fits both criteria: Jiang Zhenghua, the one who killed Chen Pingping. The murderer. The first day Su Wen and Fang Hui disappeared. The Kyoto leadership was furious and formed an inspection team within just 3 hours, which was then stationed in Beilu County, Yunnan Province that same day. Officials in Bailei County were all on edge, and no one expected that a storm would soon erupt against Bailei County. Wang Qiang and Zheng Jianfeng returned to Jiangcheng City after concluding their case investigation in another location. Pang Guang remained in Bailei County, searching for Su Wen's whereabouts. The day after Su Wen and Fang Hui disappeared, Wang Peng and manager Hong Langman both woke up from their coma. Before the two could even figure out what was happening, they were taken away by the inspection team and interrogated. That afternoon, an arrest warrant for Su Wen was posted online. At the same time, a bounty for Su Wen appeared on the dark web, amounting to 10 million. On the third day after Su Wen and Fang Hui disappeared, Fang Yao returned to Kyoto and caused a scene at the Fang family home, where he was eventually kicked out by the head of the family. At the same time, rumors that Su Wen had shot and killed Chen Pingping intensified, causing a huge uproar online. Isn't this Su Wen, whom Professor Luo Xiang called a deadly poison? How did he become a murderer? I knew he wasn't a good person from the start. What kind of good person would send their client to jail? Has he lost his conscience? Dean Chen has sacrificed so much for Jiangcheng, how could he do this? Those who knowingly break the law should be arrested and executed. On the fourth day after Su Wen and Fang Hui disappeared, the people of Jiangcheng spontaneously organized and smashed Su Wen's newly renovated law firm, ostensibly to avenge Dean Chen. Meanwhile, many media outlets arrived at the scene and broadcast the news immediately. The biggest beneficiary of this incident is Zhanghe Law Firm, which is also part of Huanyu International. While the crowd was causing trouble, Zhanghe Law Firm shamelessly put up a banner in front of Su Wen Law Firm. In memory of Dean Chen, Zhanghe Law Firm is offering a 20% discount on all lawsuits for 1 month. On the fifth day after Su Wen and Fang Hui disappeared, Jiangcheng City launched a 3-month crackdown on organized crime, imposing a curfew on all personnel entering and leaving the city, and requiring all people entering and leaving the city to undergo strict checks. As a remnant of the crackdown on organized crime more than a decade ago, Chen Jiu was the subject of a focused investigation. That afternoon, based on Chen Jiu's confession, more than 30 members of the criminal gang were arrested. That evening, a red sedan slowly drove into Jiangcheng from the national highway. "Boss, are we just going to drive in like this, openly and honestly?" Over the past few days, Su Wen, along with Fang Hui and No. 47, had been traveling day and night, enduring wind and rain before finally returning from Bailei County. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with exhaustion. Su Wen, in particular, had messy hair and a beard covering his handsome face, making him look much older. "When you go back to your own home, don't you use the front door?" Upon hearing this, Fang Hui's tired face was filled with worry. But they already knew that Su Wen was wanted. With Jiangcheng cracking down so hard, their brazen entry into the city is practically suicidal. Su Wen's lips curled up slightly. Taking back roads or mountain paths will only arouse more suspicion. Besides, looking like this, would they even recognize me? Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Fang Hui burst out laughing. Su Wen's current appearance is that of a disheveled middle-aged man, completely different from before. Following the vehicles entering the city, Su Wen's car slowly drove in. Because of the vehicle inspections, long lines of cars had formed on the road. After waiting for nearly half an hour and until the previous car finished its check, it was Su Wen's turn. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from in front of the car. "Hello, please show me your driver's license and ID card." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Su Wen and Fang Hui's eyes widened immediately. Zheng Jianfeng. One of the 2 police officers in charge of the inspection ahead was Zheng Jianfeng, who was quite familiar with Su Wen. Fang Hui panicked and quickly looked at the rearview mirror. But the vehicles behind them had already blocked the way back. Even if it wasn't blocked, they would be immediately spotted if they turned around here. This is so unlucky. Su Wen frowned slightly. There were so many police officers in Jiangcheng City, how did he happen to run into someone he knew? Although Su Wen looks disheveled now, those who know him well can still recognize him at a glance. Just then Zheng Jianfeng's voice reached Su Wen's ears. "Next one." His voice was hoarse and it was unclear how long he had been investigating. Su Wen sighed helplessly and drove over with a heavy heart. After opening the car window and registering the license plate number, Zheng Jianfeng looked inside and his eyes widened in surprise. Su Wen, how did he end up here? Doesn't he know that everyone in Jiangcheng hates him to death right now? If the people of Jiangcheng knew that Su Wen had returned, they would definitely organize themselves and cause him trouble. Old Zheng, what are you spacing out for? Are you too tired? You've been searching here for 10 hours straight. You should go back and rest, don't exhaust yourself. The police officer on duty with Zheng Jianfeng asked with concern. Zheng Jianfeng snapped out of his daze, took a deep breath and asked, forcing himself to remain calm. ID card, driver's license. Upon hearing Zheng Jianfeng's words, Su Wen immediately understood his meaning and hurriedly poked his head out to speak. Officer, I'm so sorry, my wife and I were in such a hurry to get my sister to the hospital that we didn't bring anything. Upon hearing Su Wen say this, she quickly turned to the side and took his arm. Along the way, Su Wen and Fang Hui had used countless excuses and they were quite familiar with the process. Before Zhang Jianfeng could speak, the policeman next to him immediately looked displeased. Jiangcheng is under martial law. Without an ID card and driver's license you cannot. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Jianfeng kicked him in the buttocks and scolded him. Didn't you hear him say he was taking his sister to the doctor? If treatment is delayed, can you bear the responsibility? The policeman who had been kicked stared wide-eyed. Oh my God, if you're going to do an inspection then do it. Why did you kick me like that? Su Wen poked his head out and spoke again in a low voice. I'm so sorry, I'll leave my contact information here, can you check it any time? Zhang Jianfeng pretended to be in a difficult position, then handed over the notebook and pen. Fang Hui took the notebook and pen directly, wrote down their contact information on it and then returned the notebook to Zhang Jianfeng. Zhang Jianfeng glanced at it symbolically, then waved his hand impatiently. All right, hurry up and go inside. Jiangcheng has been rather unsafe lately, so please be careful on the road and make sure all your car windows are closed. Su Wen knew that Zhang Jianfeng was reminding him not to show his face in Jiangcheng too easily. Thank you, officer. Su Wen's eyes were filled with gratitude as he looked at Zhang Jianfeng. After saying that, he rolled up the car window and stepped on the gas, entering Jiangcheng City. Watching Su Wen's car drive away, Zhang Jianfeng withdrew his gaze and looked at the policeman standing to the side with a sullen face. Oh, don't be angry, I was a little hasty just now. How about I treat you to dinner to make up for it? As he spoke, Zhang Jianfeng stepped forward, put his arm around his companion's shoulder, and discreetly tossed the notebook in his hand into the nearby trash can. All right, I'll treat you to barbecue. His companion snorted in dissatisfaction. I want 2 skewers of fatty pork kidney. Zhang Jianfeng laughed loudly, looking in the direction Su Wen had left. Okay. I'll order you 3 skewers, enough to make you sick, hahaha. Wang Qiang, aren't you annoying? You ask me about Su Wen 800 times a day, I'm tired of it even if you're not. I'm telling you this one last time, you don't need to concern yourself with Su Wen's matter anymore. It was late at night. Chen Guang'an hung up the phone, cursing, and got out of the car, his eyes filled with exhaustion. Seeing this, the driver didn't dare to say anything more. He watched Chen Guang'an walk into the residential area, then stepped on the gas and drove off. In the dead of night, most people are asleep. In this residential area, only a few houses still have their lights on. The moment Chen Guang'an stepped into the residential area, he felt a chill run down his spine and quickly raised his hands. It's a gun. As the deputy director of the Jiangcheng Municipal Public Security Bureau, he immediately realized that the object pressed against his lower back was a handgun. Who are you? Chen Guang'an's voice was low and deep, and even with a gun pointed at him, there was no sign of panic in his eyes. However, the person behind him did not speak. After a moment, Chen Guang'an said in a deep voice, "Is it for money or revenge?" The man with the gun behind him spoke slowly. Aren't you afraid of dying? Chen Guang'an snorted coldly and then spoke. Ever since I became a police officer, I'd always imagined this day would come. Don't you regret it? I regret it. I only regret not sending more prisoners to jail. At this point in their conversation, both of them fell silent. Chen Guang'an seemed to have thought of something, slowly lowered his hands and began to speak. Attorney Su, this is our first meeting. I really can't accept this gift. As he spoke, Chen Guang'an turned his head. At this moment, Su Wen, with a smile on his lips, spoke from his wheelchair. Director Chen, won't you invite me to your home? Chen Guangin glared at Su Wen, annoyed. Do you know who you are now? How dare you come looking for me? Su Wen sat in his wheelchair, looked up at Chen Guangin, shrugged indifferently, and then raised his hands. Then, Director Chen, you might as well arrest me. You little brat. Chen Guangin wanted to curse, but he held back and finally spoke helplessly. Let's go upstairs and have some tea. After saying that, Chen Guangin turned around and prepared to go upstairs, but he did not hear Su Wen's footsteps following him. He turned his head in confusion and looked at Su Wen, saying in an annoyed tone, "Come on, do you expect me to carry you?" Su Wen's lips curled into a smile. Of course, I've injured my leg and can't walk, so I'll have to trouble Director Chen. Director Chen took a deep breath. He had never seen such an infuriating young man. Come if you want, don't come if you don't. After saying that, Chen Guangin turned around again and walked towards the elevator. So stingy. Su Wen pursed his lips, pushed his wheelchair, and followed him into the elevator. After returning to Jiangcheng, Su Wen took Fang Hui to the place where they had previously worked at the law firm. Although the rent has been refunded, there are still 2 weeks left. Moreover, this place is deep in the alley and few people come here, making it perfect for hiding. After quickly tidying up, Su Wen settled Fang Hui and 47 in, then left the room and came directly here under the cover of night to wait for Chen Guangin to appear. Soon, with a ding, the elevator doors slowly opened, and Su Wen was the first to peek out, looking around. Chen Guangin stepped directly out of the elevator and said irritably, "Don't worry, it's 1 apartment per floor, I live alone." Hearing Chen Guangin's words, Su Wen grinned and pushed the wheelchair inside. "Where is my sister-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Chen Guangin immediately raised his hand and patted Su Wen on the head. "What sister-in-law? According to seniority, you should call her auntie, you little brat." Su Wen pursed his lips, then sat in his wheelchair and went to the sofa. Without any attempt to hide it, he took out a pistol from behind his back and threw it onto the sofa. Chen Guangin poured himself a cup of hot water and walked over to the sofa when he saw the pistol in the corner. "What do you mean by this? You're not even going to act anymore?" Su Wen shrugged and said nonchalantly, "It simply returned to its rightful owner." Chen Guangin snorted coldly. "This gun is the service weapon of a court police officer. What kind of returning it to its rightful owner is this?" Upon hearing Chen Guangin's words, Su Wen's lips curled slightly and he slowly took out his phone from his pocket. Then the sound of their previous conversation came through the phone. "Where is my sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? According to seniority, you should call her auntie, you little brat." Upon hearing the recording, Chen Guangin's eyes widened in anger, and he slammed his hand on the table. "You little brat, how dare you record this?" Seeing Chen Guangin lose his temper, Su Wen slammed his hand on the table, then stood up from his wheelchair and shouted at Chen Guangin. "You tricked me first, Chen Guangin. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll post the recording online tomorrow. I'll let everyone know you're the murderer's uncle. Let's see how you explain that then." Su Wenda had a "what's the use" attitude, and Chen Guangin immediately lost his temper. "You guessed it all." As he spoke, Chen Guangin switched to a smiling face, sat on the sofa and pushed the hot water cup towards Su Wen. "Young man, don't be so hot-tempered. Let's talk this out." "You can't hit someone who's smiling," Su Wen snorted coldly and sat back down in his wheelchair. This wheelchair represents his attitude today. He wanted to tell Chen Guangin that Su Wen had not come alone but with Chen Pingping. Seeing that Su Wen had calmed down, Chen Guangin asked again, "When did you guess it?" Su Wen picked up the hot water cup, took a small sip and slowly spoke. "At first I only had suspicions, but after meeting you I was certain of my guess." Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Chen Guangin was greatly alarmed. "That brat is too bold. He only guessed part of the story, yet he dared to come looking for me. He's the deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Isn't he afraid that his guess is wrong and he'll be arrested?" Su Wen's lips curled up slightly. "If you take me away, then number 47, you'll never find number 47 in your entire life." Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Chen Guangin clenched his fists. "This little brat, how come he's so cunning and difficult to deal with? Speak." Chen Guangin snorted coldly. "What brings you here today? You're not just here to return the gun, are you?" "What I'm telling you is, I didn't give you this gun and it wouldn't be of any use to you. And I must say you showed up too early." Su Wen slowly shook his head. I'm telling you to return it to its rightful owner, but you're not the owner, so why should I give it to you? I wanted you to return this gun to Jiang Zhenghua. Chen Guangin sighed inwardly and asked with some doubt, now. Su Wen nodded. Right. Now. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhenghua stood wearily at Chen Guangin's door. Why do these important figures always like to bother people in the middle of the night? Jiang Zhenghua rubbed his back. He had been extremely busy since Chen Pingping passed away, and it wasn't until today that he had finished all the funeral arrangements. I finally managed to get a good night's sleep, but I'd only been asleep for 2 hours when Chen Guangin called me. Wait a minute, I'm no longer a public servant, why should I be so obedient? Even so, he still knocked on the door. Enter. Chen Guangin's voice came from inside the room. After Jiang Zhenghua pushed open the door, he was stunned by the scene inside. Old Chiang, come in, what are you doing standing at the door? Chen Guangin urged Jiang Zhenghua to come inside quickly. However, Jiang Zhenghua didn't dare to move an inch. Su Wen, how did he end up here? Why is that brat back so early? Doesn't he know Jiangcheng City is a living hell for him? He even went straight to the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau's house. Does he want to die? Come in quickly and close the door behind you. Chen Guangin urged again, sounding impatient. Jiang Zhenghua steadied himself and then went inside. No need to change your shoes, just come and sit down. The atmosphere inside the room was extremely serious. Jiang Zhenghua didn't dare to breathe loudly. He sat up straight and walked to Chen Guangin's side before sitting down. Go sit across from me. Chen Guangin glanced at Jiang Zhenghua, who shook his head repeatedly. It's fine here, it's warm. Su Wen was sitting opposite him. How could he dare to go over? Su Wen looked at Jiang Zhenghua with great interest but did not say anything. What's wrong? Is there something fishy on the other side? Are you too scared to go over? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenghua didn't know if there were any ghosts on the other side, but he himself had a guilty conscience, and who knew what might happen if he went over there. The other side, is anyone there? Jiang Zhenghua looked intently in Su Wen's direction and began to argue. Upon hearing this, Chen Guangin's eyes widened immediately. Nobody. Are you blind? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenghua wiped away his tears and said with a wronged expression, you have no idea how busy I've been lately, my eyesight is failing me. Chen Guangin slammed his hand on the table and roared angrily. Are you blind? How did you even get here, huh? Jiang Zhenghua was a stubborn old man who had spent his entire life in the court and offended many people. Even Chen Pingping, who often helped him, was someone he would retaliate against when he was in a bad mood. Besides, he's no longer a public official, so what's he afraid of? Seeing Chen Guangin get angry, Jiang Zhenghua's temper flared up as well and he slammed his hand on the table twice. I'm blind, I just can't see. Tonight, just pretend I sleepwalked here, I know nothing. After saying that, he stood up, gave Su Wen a wink, signaling Su Wen to leave quickly, and then walked towards the door. According to the original plan, Su Wen shouldn't have come back yet. Staying in Jiangcheng would be dangerous sooner or later. A bounty has been placed on Su Wen's head on the dark web. If his whereabouts are exposed, he could very well face a fatal outcome. Tonight, whether Su Wen likes it or not, he must do everything in his power to get Su Wen safely out of Jiangcheng. Just then, Su Wen slowly spoke. Mr. Jiang, I know everything, please stay and have a good talk. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenghua froze for a moment, then turned around incredulously, pointed at Chen Guangin and began to curse. Chen Guangin, you be ****D, I knew I couldn't trust you. You've ruined the whole scheme that Dean Chen set up, risking his life. When has Chen Guangin, as the deputy director of the Jiangcheng City Public Security Bureau, ever been subjected to such verbal abuse? He stood up abruptly, pointed at Jiang Zhenghua and retorted with insults. What does this have to do with me? Are you brain dead? If he hadn't guessed what was going on, would I have let him sit here so peacefully? Chen Pingping doesn't know what she trusts you for, entrusting this matter to you. How foolish of her. After being scolded by Chen Guangin, Jiang Zhenghua froze on the spot. After a moment, he looked at Su Wen with surprise and asked incredulously. You guessed it all. Su Wen nodded slowly. I only guessed part of it and I've come today to verify it. Jiang Zhenghua took a deep breath, then walked back to the sofa and sat down in the same spot he had been sitting in before. Chen Guangin gritted his teeth and said fiercely, This is my home, you can sit across from me. Jiang Zhenghua rolled his eyes unimpressed, true warmth. Chen Guang'an didn't want to continue arguing with Jiang Zhenghua, so he snorted and sat down on the sofa. Jiang Zhenghua's gaze remained fixed on Su Wen before he finally spoke and asked, "Which ones did you guess correctly?" Su Wen sat up straight and looked at Jiang Zhenghua before slowly speaking. "On the night Dean Chen was killed, the court must have lost 2 service pistols, right?" Jiang Zhenghua took a deep breath, his eyes began to glaze over, and his thoughts seemed to drift back to that night. "Yes, 2 guns were stolen in total, and I stole both of them." That evening, after dinner, Jiang Zhenghua, Su Wen, and others went straight to the court and stole 2 service pistols from the armory. As for why he went to dinner with Su Wen that day, the purpose was to prevent Su Wen from suspecting him. After all, who would suspect that an old man who's been drinking could steal 2 guns from the courthouse? Chen Guang'an tossed the gun to Jiang Zhenghua in a huff. "Look, they called you here today to return the gun." Jiang Zhenghua stared at the pistol thrown at him, his eyes welling up with tears, unable to recover for a long time. "This gun is the same model as the one that killed Chen Pingping." After a moment, Jiang Zhenghua raised his hand to wipe away the tears from the corner of his eyes, solemnly tucked the pistol into his waistband, and then slowly spoke. "I admit to stealing the gun. After everything is over, I will voluntarily go to the police station to confess." Upon hearing this, Chen Guang'an remained silent. If things ultimately turn out as they expect, then Jiang Zhenghua will be fine. But if the result is not satisfactory, then he, according to Article 127 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of Daxia, theft, robbery of firearms, ammunition, explosives, and other acts endangering public safety, sentenced to imprisonment for not less than 3 years but not more than 10 years. Those whose circumstances are serious shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 10 years, life imprisonment, or death. Jiang Zhenghua's theft of firearms led to Chen Pingping's death. If he were arrested for this, he might spend the rest of his life in prison. As a judge, how could he not know these things? But he has no regrets. Just then, Su Wen squinted and slowly spoke to Jiang Zhenghua. "When Dean Chen committed suicide, why didn't you stop her?" Su Wen's voice was low and husky, tinged with anger. Upon hearing this, both of them immediately lowered their heads and remained silent. For a moment, the atmosphere became eerily quiet. A moment later, Jiang Zhenghua's hoarse voice rang out. "How do you know that Dean Chen committed suicide?" Su Wen looked at Chen Guang'an and slowly began to speak. "He told me." Chen Guang'an raised his head, his eyes flickering as he looked at Su Wen, who continued speaking. "I suppose that letter from Dean Chen wasn't left for me by Dean Chen, but by Director Chen." Upon hearing this, Chen Guang'an sighed heavily and then nodded. "Yes, that letter was something I deliberately left when I went to Dean Chen's house. I wanted Jiang Zhenghua to find out and then hand it over to you." Jiang Zhenghua turned to Chen Guang'an with a puzzled look and asked, "What is your intention in doing this?" Chen Guang'an's expression was solemn as he slowly spoke. "I want the world to know the whole truth. If Attorney Su follows Dean Chen's plan, then Dean Chen's death will simply be a gunshot wound. Only Su Wen can restore all the facts clearly and bring the truth to light." Chen Guang'an's words were so righteous and awe-inspiring that anyone who heard them would feel his noble spirit and be deeply moved. However, Su Wen gave Chen Guang'an a disgruntled look. "Is this your reason for reporting me?" At first, Su Wen suspected that Jiang Zhenghua had reported him, but the more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. How could Jiang Zhenghua's report have prompted Wang Qiang to respond to the police so quickly? After much thought, the only person Su Wen could think of was Chen Guang'an. Feeling Su Wen's gaze, Chen Guang'an chuckled guiltily. After all, Su Wen had indeed suffered a lot the day he was arrested. "Well, consider it a favor I owe you. Let's talk about something else." Jiang Zhenghua gave Chen Guang'an a disdainful look and also offered his advice. "Now that you're back and have guessed that Dean Chen committed suicide, I'll tell you the whole story." Jiang Zhenghua turned his head and looked at Chen Guang'an, asking a question. "Director Chen, do you have any cigarettes here?" Chen Guang'an nodded, took a box of Furongwang cigarettes from the cupboard and handed it to Jiang Zhenghua. Amidst the smoke, the truth about Chen Pingping's death was revealed from his mouth. It was about half a year ago, though Jiang Zhenghua himself couldn't remember exactly. That day, as usual, he returned to his office with his water glass after court. Chen Pingping sat in the chair and waited for him all morning. Old Jiang, I've been waiting for you all morning. Chen Pingping's smile was as kind as ever, but there was sadness hidden in her eyes. Dean Chen, what brings you to my office? Chen Pingping waved to Jiang Zhenghua calmly and spoke. Don't rush, sit down first, let's talk slowly. After the two were seated, Chen Pingping slowly began to speak. I have stage 4 lung cancer and the doctor said I'm most likely terminally ill. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenghua's eyes widened immediately, and then he asked anxiously. Is there really no other way, that's it? Chen Pingping said calmly as if she had already accepted her impending death. Jiang Zhenghua asked with a worried look, what about a kidney transplant? Chen Pingping slowly shook his head and said in a low voice. The disease has metastasized to the sacrum and brain and the risks of a kidney transplant are very high. Even if it's successful, it will only prolong the patient's life a bit. I called you here today to talk to you about something else. Jiang Zhenghua sensed that this matter was unusual and spoke with a serious expression. You said. Chen Pingping picked up her water glass, took a sip and smiled. My affairs aren't important, but there's something that's been bothering me lately. I received a call from an overseas number. He asked if I needed a lung transplant, saying there was a 100% match. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenghua's eyes widened in surprise. Are you bragging? Does he think his resource pool is even better than that of a top-tier hospital? As Chen Pingping said this, a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. Those people are human traffickers. They're guaranteed to find a perfect organ match. Who knows how many people will die? Upon hearing Chen Pingping's words, Jiang Zhenghua couldn't help but clench his fists. Human traffickers deserve to die. Chen Pingping nodded, yes, they all deserve to die, but Chen Liangxiang's case. Chen Liangxiang, a human trafficker, was only sentenced to 12 years and 3 months. Such a lenient sentence will not deter other human traffickers, it will only embolden them. Chen Pingping sighed heavily. To sentence human traffickers to death, we need to find their upstream and downstream connections, gather sufficient evidence, and... Chen Pingping paused, then looked at Jiang Zhenghua with determined eyes as if she had made up her mind and continued speaking. And it will require blood to pave the way. Dean Chen, you can't do that. Jiang Zhenghua hurriedly tried to dissuade him. He was very clever. He understood the meaning behind Chen Pingping's words as soon as they were spoken. He wanted to gain the attention of the Huxia people and the national judicial authorities through his death. Chen Pingping roared in a low, hoarse voice. Our ancestors sacrificed their blood and flesh for the life we have today. Why can't I use my own life to bring about change in the judicial system? My mind is made up, you don't need to try to persuade me anymore, I came to you to discuss it. After I die, are you willing to take on the responsibility of finding evidence, even if it costs you your life? Jiang Zhenghua stood up, his eyes filled with determination, without the slightest hesitation. I do. After Jiang Zhenghua finished explaining the whole story, Chen Guangyan spoke up next. I can testify that what old Chiang said is true. Su Wen gave him a disgruntled look. I didn't say it wasn't true. As he spoke, Su Wen turned to look at Jiang Zhenghua and continued. Didn't I tell you to find evidence? How did it become me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenghua chuckled awkwardly twice before speaking. Who told you to be so outstanding? I was originally supposed to go, but Dean Chen said, you're smarter than me, you'll definitely come back alive. As it turned out, Chen Pingping was right. Chen Pingping valued not only Su Wen but also the people behind Su Wen and Fang Yao. Only if Su Wen accepts this matter can things escalate further. The reason an inspection team has been dispatched to Bailei County is precisely because Su Wen and Fang Hui almost died there, isn't it? Su Wen didn't mind. Even without Chen Pingping's plan, he would have made the trip anyway. He turned to look at Chen Guangyan and slowly asked, so what are your plans next? Upon hearing this, Chen Guangyan spoke with a serious expression. Leave the rest to us. Trust in the country, trust in the government, this matter will surely have a perfect outcome. Su Wen nodded, stood up from the sofa, and said in a cold voice. I will definitely make those human traffickers go to hell. The next day, Su Wen secretly handed over number 47 to Chen Guangyan for protection. At the same time, he also took Fang Hui and moved directly into Chen Guangyan's home. since there were few places in the entire Jiangcheng city that were safer than Chen Guangan's place. No one would have guessed that Su Wen was hiding in the home of the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. Number 47 was sent to a secret villa and assigned 3 female psychotherapists to take care of her daily life and mental state. With the help of a psychologist, number 47 regained her ability to speak, and she said her name for the first time. Su Meng, it's a very nice sounding and cute name. That afternoon, Su Meng offered to be questioned by the police. Chen Guang'an originally wanted her to rest for a while longer since the scars covering her body showed how badly she had been abused. But Su Meng remained firm, stating that she was open to questioning. Therefore, Chen Guang'an, Deputy Director of Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau, and Chen Yizhen, Deputy Director of Jiangcheng Procuratorate, personally questioned Su Meng. Also present were Wang Qiang, captain of the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Business Division, and Hong Liang, head of the 12th Group of the Procuratorate. Everyone who knew about this matter signed the highest level of confidentiality agreement, including Su Wen. Operation Codename No Trauma. That evening, based on the accusations of Su Meng and Huang Lu, the evidence that Aunt Mei was a human trafficker was confirmed and strengthened, and it also brought to light the crimes of the Weasel in Bailey County, as well as evidence that Wang Peng acted as her protector. The entire questioning process was recorded on video. Afterwards, Kyoto's top officials received a video recording of the entire event. Half an hour later, the Central Committee of Daxia secretly sent 2 instructions, one to the Yunnan military and the other to the Jiangcheng military. Inside the Red Romantic Club in Beilu County, Director Wang, as you know, the inspection team is currently in Bailey County. I really have no way of finding a suitable replacement for your manhood. The Weasel waved its bandaged right hand, and the 2 maids behind it hurriedly left the room and closed the door. Wang Peng's furious and angry shouts soon came through the phone. You Weasel, you son of a ****ch, I got into trouble on your turf. If you don't resolve this quickly, I'm not done with you. Hiss. Wang Peng was so excited that he experienced waves of sharp pain in his lower body. That damn Su Wen, he actually kicked me to pieces. Wang Peng was taken away for investigation by the inspection team the day after he woke up. But Wang Peng's status is what it is. Being investigated is really just a matter of confining him to a hotel and restricting his freedom of movement. Wang Peng disagreed, saying that these inspection teams come almost every year. It seems like things are going smoothly and efficiently, but in reality it's all talk and no action, just a formality to fool the higher-ups. They didn't even install monitoring equipment on their own phones. What kind of investigation is this? He didn't take the investigation seriously at all, but Su Wen was too ruthless. He kicked his manhood so hard it shattered. Now he's lost his virility, and if he can't have surgery soon, he'll never be able to enjoy the pleasures of being a man again. Upon hearing Wang Peng's insults over the phone, a sinister glint flashed in Huang Pizzi's eyes. Damn it, that son of a ****ch Wang Peng has taken so many benefits from me over the years, but he hasn't done me a single favor. The inspection team is still in Bailey County, and he's actually putting himself at risk by helping them find a suitable organ. Isn't that practically putting himself in danger? But Wang Peng was still a high-ranking official in the Bailey County Public Security Bureau. Before he was brought down, I couldn't go too far with him. I could only pretend to be obsequious and bow and scrape into the phone. Yes, don't worry, I'll arrange it for you right away. Hearing the Weasel's words, Wang Peng felt much more at ease and said in a deep voice, Has that ***** Su Wen been found yet? Hearing the name Su Wen, the Weasel gritted its teeth in hatred. Su Wen not only ruined his own business but also discovered his secret and took number 47 out with him. What's even more infuriating is, he shot me in the right arm and it's still bandaged. Even if Wang Qiang hadn't said anything, he would have still made trouble for Su Wen. The bounty on Su Wen on the dark web was posted by him. Not yet, we have no idea where that kid went. He just vanished like that. But don't worry, as long as he doesn't hide in the police chief's house, I'll definitely find him. Upon hearing that Su Wen had not yet been found, Wang Peng immediately snorted coldly. Useless. I've been looking for someone for so long and you can't find them for 5 million. Why don't you raise the price to 8 million? 8 million isn't enough, so let's increase it to 10 million. If you can't even handle this small matter, how did you get to this position? Wang Peng scolded the weasel as if he were scolding his son. The weasel trembled from the insults but dared not utter a word, only cursing silently in its heart. That son of a ch Wang Peng, it turns out he wasn't spending his own money. His underlings all told him that Wang Peng was willing to offer a 5 million yuan reward so that they could beat Su Wen to death. Now, however, he's denying everything and wants to pay for it all himself. What a beast! If you weren't a high-ranking official in the Bailey County Public Security Bureau, I would have had you chopped up long ago. Yes, 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 I'll increase the reward as soon as I hang up the phone. I'm sure I can find Su Wen. However, at that moment, a door was suddenly kicked open on the phone, followed by several unfamiliar voices. Don't move, hands up and squat down. If they resist, we'll open fire immediately. Upon hearing the sound, the weasel's eyes widened immediately. Holy crap, is Wang Peng about to get into trouble? Wasn't this inspection supposed to be just a formality? How come they just arrested people like that? To dare to directly arrest the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, one must have some incredibly powerful connections. In an instant, Wang Peng felt a sense of foreboding. Over the years, he and Wang Peng have done a lot of dirty work together. If something happens to Wang Peng, he will be the first to suffer. No, I have to get out of here right now. With that, Huang Pizzi hung up the phone and dialed his secretary's number. Bring all your available funds and also prepare a fake passport and ID card for me. Yes, prepare another vehicle for me. I need to head towards Myanmar and Yunnan now. As he spoke, Huang Pizzi took a pistol from the safe, tucked it into his waistband, and opened the door to the room. However, the next second he froze on the spot, staring in disbelief at the dozen or so people in military uniforms and the dozen or so black gun barrels aimed at his head. Don't move, hands up. He expected someone to come and arrest him, but he never imagined it would be someone from the military. Upon seeing the scene before him, the weasel's body went limp and it immediately knelt down in fear. It's all over. It's all over after Wang Peng and Huang Pizzi were arrested. Kyoto Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The foreign minister made a phone call adopting an extremely tough stance. Half an hour later, 10 armed aircraft flew directly into Myanmar and Yunnan, and hundreds of Special Forces soldiers wearing exoskeleton equipment landed directly in an industrial park in Myanmar and Yunnan. The moment they landed, the drone swarm, robotic dog units, and other advanced combat equipment were all activated. Unlike traditional firearms, this mysterious unit is armed with laser rifles, capable of penetrating ordinary bulletproof vests. Gunfire erupted like thunder. The battle lasted only a minute before all criminals in the Myanmar Yunnan Industrial Park were killed. The mysterious force achieved a resounding victory with 0 casualties in just 1 minute, and the park's leader, Old Ghost, has vanished without a trace. 3 minutes later, 10 armed aircraft took off again to carry out their next mission. The appearance of the mysterious force terrified the entire leadership of Myanmar and Yunnan. They knew perfectly well that there was an armed army stationed in the park, but they never expected it. That mysterious unit eliminated a 500-strong armed force in just 1 minute with 0 casualties. That night, high-ranking officials from Myanmar and Yunnan remained awake. Early the next morning, as the dawn sun shone on the earth, the Myanmar and Yunnan military arrived at the park and picked up thousands of abducted Huxia citizens. 3,000 Burmese and Yunnanese troops were responsible for protecting and safely returning over 1,000 abducted Huxia citizens back to Daxia, as a gesture of goodwill. That afternoon, the Myanmar and Yunnan military issued a joint statement. We urge all illegal industrial parks to immediately and safely transport all Huxia citizens within their premises to the embassy, where the Myanmar and Yunnan authorities will be responsible for their protection and repatriation. At the press conference, a reporter from the United States raised a question. Was the mysterious force that attacked the Myanmar Yunnan Industrial Park last night actually a Huxia Middle Eastern force? The foreign minister smiled and slowly shook his head. Daxia has always valued harmony and adhered to the principle of friendly diplomacy. But we Huxia also have an old saying. Those who offend Daxia, no matter how far away, will be punished. The foreign minister's remarks instantly caused a global sensation. The video of the mysterious force attacking the industrial park in northern Myanmar somehow ended up in the hands of high-ranking officials in other countries. That afternoon, nearly 30 foreign ministries communicated with the Huxia Ministry of Foreign Affairs, expressing their respect and friendship towards Daxia. They claim that Daxia will always be their friendly nation. As the sun set, a black SUV drove into Jiangcheng City. Chen Guang'an personally greeted them and imprisoned Lao Gui, Huang Pizi, and Wang Peng in a secluded room. The next day, Chen Guang'an presided over the event with Wang Qiang leading the team, and the live broadcast began. Title: No More Child Abduction. Douyin TikTok's Huxia version officially cooperated unconditionally in promoting the live stream, and within just 1 minute of the broadcast starting, the number of viewers had already exceeded 1 million. Holy crap, I actually saw a police operation being live streamed. Am I seeing things? This title: Is it about arresting human traffickers? The government has finally taken action. We can now sit back and wait for the human traffickers to be caught. I'm really curious which human trafficker could cause such a commotion. Support the police, human traffickers deserve to die. The screen was instantly filled with comments. Not a single person objected to arresting the human traffickers. The scene shifts and Wang Qiang stands at the head of the line, looking at the 30 people in SWAT equipment with a serious expression. Last night, Aunt May received the news and immediately took Chen Liangxiang and fled into the deep mountains, hoping to evade the police pursuit by navigating the complex mountain paths. However, what she didn't know was that satellite surveillance was constantly targeting her, and no matter where she hid, she would be easily captured. The cat-and-mouse game is coming to an end today. Wang Qiang spoke with a resolute expression and a strong, clear voice. Operation No Child Abduction now beginning. Target: Pan Dongmei. As soon as he finished speaking, the comments section exploded with activity. Pan Dongmei. I've never heard of that name before. Holy crap, could it be Aunt May, Daxia's most mysterious human trafficker? Is that Aunt May who abducted hundreds of children over the decades, yet no one still knows what she looks like? I'm so excited. Aunt May is finally going to be caught. With Pan Dongmei apprehended, will I finally be able to find my child? 10 years. I've waited 10 years. Yes. With a shout in unison, Wang Qiang led the group into the deep mountains. Meanwhile, inside the city's Public Security Bureau command center, watching Wang Qiang and the others' actions on the big screen, Chen Guang'an clenched his fists. After planning for so long, even at the cost of Chen Pingping's life, this final step absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. Just then, a young figure dressed in black slowly walked into the command room after showing his identification. The brim of his black hat obscured his face and no one could see his features clearly. Hearing footsteps behind him, Chen Guang'an didn't turn around but spoke. You've arrived. Su Wen took off his hat, revealing his face, and walked to Chen Guang'an's side, a slight smile playing on his lips. How could I possibly miss such a grand spectacle? Chen Guang'an couldn't help but snort coldly. Now you've got what you wanted, things have completely blown up. According to the original plan, when arresting Wang Peng and others last night, Aunt May would also be arrested at the same time, but Su Wen proposed another method. That meant letting Aunt May and Chen Liangxiang go and then starting a live broadcast to arrest them. That way, everyone will know about this. Chen Guang'an wanted to refuse, but Su Wen spoke up again. Only by evoking empathy from everyone can Chen Pingping and Jiang Zhenghua regain their reputations. Although Chen Pingping's intentions were good, his and Jiang Zhenghua's actions were illegal. Stealing firearms from government agencies is a serious crime. Although the higher-ups have not pursued the matter yet, just in case, everyone must understand the truth and evoke public sympathy in order to restore their reputation. However, upon hearing Su Wen's words, Chen Guang'an frowned. Although Su Wen's method could indeed help Chen Pingping and Jiang Zhenghua restore their reputations. However, his possession of a gun is also a fact, and if this is exposed, it will also be a serious crime. Su Wen, however, curled his lip in disdain. Without evidence, no one can convict me. Seeing Su Wen's persistence, Chen Guang'an finally agreed to Su Wen's plan. 10 minutes later, Chen Guang'an watched as Wang Qiang and the others arrived at the designated location and spoke into the microphone in the command room. Pan Dongmei and Chen Liangxiang are hiding in the stinking ditch in front of you. Chen Guang'an's voice came through Wang Qiang's earphones. He raised his arm and the 30 special police officers stopped in unison, their eyes all falling on the stinking ditch not far away. In an instant, millions of viewers in the live stream held their breath and stared intently at the screen. Just then, Wang Qiang shouted, "Action!" At Wang Qiang's command, the millions of viewers in the live stream held their breath, not daring to breathe loudly for fear of missing a single exciting moment. However, to everyone's shock, originally, it was thought that in a thrilling arrest operation, Aunt May would lead her men in a fierce counterattack. The result was that several special police officers jumped into the stinking ditch cleanly and efficiently, and then, like picking up dogs, grabbed Aunt May and Chen Liangxiang by the neck and dragged them out. During their escape, the two men realized they might be accompanied by police dogs, so they covered themselves in smelly cement and hid in a ditch to avoid capture. What they didn't expect was that all their actions were under the police's watchful eye. If Su Wen hadn't asked them to do a live stream, they wouldn't have even been able to leave the rented room, let alone escape into the mountains. Holy crap, they caught them already. I thought it was going to be a tough one. This is all thanks to the strength of our nation. It leaves no room for evil to hide. Great, Daxia's #1 human trafficker Aunt May has finally been caught. The human trafficker Aunt May was captured by the Jiangcheng City Police in full view of the public, and the live broadcast room was filled with celebratory comments. Across the country, the song "Good Days" was played to celebrate Aunt May's arrest. Such a grand occasion only occurs under two circumstances in Daxia. One is a disaster in an island nation, and the other is the arrest of human traffickers. It's easy to imagine how deeply the people abhor human traffickers. Jiangcheng City Public Security Bureau Operations Command Center. Su Wen clapped his hands, looked at the footage on the monitor, and a slow smile crept onto his lips. "All right, if there's nothing else, I'll head home now." Chen Guang'an glanced at Su Wen with annoyance. This brat had really worn himself out ever since he brought Fang Hui to his house. Not only do I have to go to work every day, but I also have to come home and take care of these two little devils. What's even more despicable is that when he asked Su Wen for the room fee, Su Wen shamelessly claimed that he was a fugitive and that all his money was in his bank account, and that he would be discovered if he moved it even slightly. If he is discovered because of this, Chen Guang'an will also be held responsible. Oh, right. Seeing Su Wen about to leave, Chen Guang'an called out to him and continued. "The kill warrant for you on the dark web has been lifted, and the police arrest warrant for you will also be lifted this afternoon. If there's nothing else, get out of my house right now." Su Wen pouted in annoyance. "What's the rush? I haven't had enough time to stay yet. By the way, the arrest warrant can be lifted, but there's no need to explain it to the public." Upon hearing this, a hint of reluctance flashed in Chen Guang'an's eyes. "If you don't explain yourself every day, you'll bear the brunt of the criticism for another day." The people of Jiangcheng all believed that Su Wen had killed Chen Pingping. At this moment, Su Wen was like a rat crossing the street, and if he were discovered, it would definitely arouse public indignation. Upon hearing this, Su Wen paused involuntarily. "Compared to Dean Chen, what am I?" After saying this, Su Wen put on his hat and mask and left the command center. Actually, it wasn't that Su Wen insisted on staying at Chen Guang'an's house. After returning to Jiangcheng, he also went home wearing a mask. Just as he suspected, the lock on his door had been pried open long ago and the inside had been ransacked. He'd already been listed on the dark web. How could those money-grubbing killers not go check out his house? People have been loitering around Fang Hui and Fang Yao's villa for the past few days, trying to find Su Wen's whereabouts. As Su Wen walked out of the police station, he looked up at the dazzling sunlight and smiled. The sun is out, that's great. In the case of the human trafficker Aunt May, all the key figures have been apprehended. Although less than a month has passed, it feels like a dream to Su Wen. Su Wen turned on his phone and pressed and held the power button. He hasn't turned this phone on in a long time. As soon as I turned on the computer, a flood of messages popped up one after another. The most numerous were Fang Yao. "Fang Yao, Su Wen, where the hell did you take my sister?" "Fang Yao. If anything happens to my sister, I'll never forgive you. Fang Yao, if you see this message, try to come to Kyoto. I'll do my best to protect you. Fang Yao, where the hell are you? Oh yeah. The second most numerous to Su Wen's surprise was Old Zhang. Old Zhang, lawyer Su, I've read all the information online and I believe you're not that kind of person. Old Zhang, if there's anything I can help you with, please let me know if it's within my power. Another thing that surprised Su Wen was Hong Liang. Hong Liang, attorney Su, I know there must be some misunderstanding here. Tell me and I'll investigate for you. Hong Liang, I suspect the problem lies with Jiang Zhenghua. I'll go investigate right away. Hong Liang, I'm sorry, I wanted to investigate your affairs but my superiors stopped me. In addition, Pang Guang and others also sent a lot of messages. Looking at each message, Su Wen felt a warmth in his heart. These people didn't have much contact with him, but their unwavering belief in themselves when everyone in Jiangcheng doubted them was truly rare. Su Wen kept this kindness in his heart. He edited a message and then sent it to a group. Tonight, there's a party at Chen Guangan's house. See you there. Island Nation, NHK Radio. A middle-aged man in a suit turned off his phone, his eyes filled with excitement. Having witnessed Aunt May's arrest firsthand, he was deeply moved. He has now worked for NHK in the Island Nation for a full 22 years. For the past 22 years, although he has remained in the Island Nation and never returned to his homeland, he has always longed to drop everything and return to the embrace of his motherland. But he couldn't. He also carried a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Just then, his colleague pushed open the door and entered, speaking to him in fluent Japanese. Liu Qiang, the broadcast is about to start, hurry up and get ready. Yes, I'll be right there. Upon hearing this, Liu Qiang stood up from his chair, straightened his clothes, took a deep breath and walked into the studio. He was an NHK television presenter and also a traitor, lackey and betrayer in the eyes of the Huxia people. Every time he appears on the big screen, a bunch of overseas Huxia students hurl insults at him. His job was hosting NKH radio and the scripts were prepared by people from the Island Nation. In order to make things difficult for Liu Qiang, his scripts were often filled with anti-Daxia remarks. He didn't want to read those manuscripts, but he had no choice. Soon. He glanced longingly at the distant east through the studio window, then dragged his heavy steps to his seat as the host. Autumn is just around the corner. I can go home on September 18th. Maybe. It's gone forever. It's already 3 p.m. Aren't we going out to buy groceries? Fang Hui lay on the sofa, her two little white feet dangling back and forth, looking incredibly cute. When she talked to Su Wen, her eyes sparkled, filled with longing to go out and play. She had been staying at Chen Guangan's house with Su Wen for the past few days. To avoid being discovered and causing trouble for Su Wen, Fang Hui had not left the house since entering. She's been so bored these past few days. It wasn't until Su Wen returned today and said that the wanted poster and the bounty on the dark web were gone that Fang Hui excitedly said she wanted to go out, but Su Wen stopped her again. Hold on for 2 more days. Even though it's been cancelled, it's still easy to get beaten up if you go out now. Didn't we agree to have dinner with them tonight? What are we going to eat if we don't buy groceries? Upon hearing this, Su Wen smiled mysteriously, then took out his phone and made a call. Hey Hongliang, we're having hot pot tonight, but I forgot to buy the broth. Yes, please help me buy it. You know it's not very convenient for me to go out right now. After receiving Hong Liang's confirmation, Su Wen hung up the phone and dialed another number. Old Jiang, are you passing by the vegetable market? Yes, I'm still short a few vegetables. Old Jiang, everyone's taste is different. Buy some chili oil and sesame paste too. Yes, thank you for your hard work. After making several phone calls, the ingredients were almost ready. Fang Hui stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Boss, are you treating them like dirt? Su Wen glanced at Fang Hui with an annoyed look. Quickly think about what's still missing. Fang Hui's eyes darted around, then suddenly lit up. I feel like I'm still missing some meat, although someone has already bought some. I haven't had any in ages. As she spoke, Fang Hui pouted with a wronged expression, twirling her 2 index fingers around her chest. Su Wen pondered for a long time before slowly speaking. It does feel like there's not enough meat. Who else could they be cheating? It seems like only your brother is left. My brother, Fang Yao's eyes lit up instantly, his voice filled with excitement. Let my brother buy more. However, Su Wen was in a dilemma. After all, he had taken Fang Hui with him and disappeared for a period of time. Judging from the text messages Fang Yao sent, Fang Yao even had the intention to kill him. Fang Yao hasn't replied to the message I sent him about having dinner. He's probably on his way here with a knife. Go ahead and hit me if you want, I don't want to mess with your brother. Just then the doorbell rang. Strange, who's here so early? The two were no longer in danger and there was no need to be as vigilant as before. Hearing the doorbell, Fang Hui assumed that Chen Guangyan had forgotten his keys and went to open the door. However, as soon as the door opened, an angry figure rushed in. Su Wen, I'm not finished with you. Fang Yao suddenly produced a brick from somewhere and charged towards Su Wen, elder brother. Fang Hui was taken aback, but Fang Yao had already rushed out. You little rascal, Su Wen, you dragged my sister to so many dangerous places, I'll teach you a lesson today. Fang Yao looked completely disheveled. His hair was unwashed and his stubble was unkempt. After seeing Su Wen's text message, he drove straight from Kyoto back to Jiangcheng. Upon seeing this, Su Wen's eyes widened and he hurriedly began to run away. Good heavens, this B*******D is serious. If you're so tough, throw that brick away and let's have a proper head-to-head match. I'll beat your grandpa to death. I'll beat you to death today. The two began their battle in the living room with Su Wen running ahead and Fang Yao chasing behind. Just as Fang Yao was about to catch up with Su Wen, a soft figure suddenly blocked Su Wen's path. Brother, stop fooling around. If you're going to beat up the boss, then beat me up too. Upon seeing this, Fang Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Fang Hui. Oh, you've only been gone a few days, and you're already starting to side with outsiders. Fang Hui stood firmly in front of Su Wen. It was my insistence that I go. It has nothing to do with Attorney Su. Upon seeing this, Fang Yao immediately lost his temper, threw the brick in his hand on the ground, and his chest heaved with anger. He knew, of course, that it was his sister who insisted on going. When Su Wen and Fang Hui boarded the train to Yunnan, Chen Guangyan came to see Fang Yao and told him part of the plan. He assured him that Fang Hui would be safe, which put his mind at ease. He even took out his own money to buy them a car. But who would have thought that something so serious would happen later, even being posted on the dark web? This terrified Fang Yao, who rushed back to Kyoto that very night to find his father, whom he hadn't seen for many years. However, the Fang group has been dealing with a lot of problems lately and has no time to deal with his affairs. Besides, Fang Hui is not a daughter of the Fang family and no one is willing to get involved in this mess. Fang Yao didn't even get to see the old man before he was kicked out of the Fang family by the others. Seeing that Fang Yao's emotions had gradually stabilized, Fang Hui stepped forward, grabbed Fang Yao's clothes and said coquettishly, "Brother, I know I was wrong and I promise I won't do it again. Please don't be angry anymore, okay?" Hearing his younger sister acting coquettishly, Fang Yao glared at Su Wen fiercely, then sat down on the sofa. However, before Fang Yao could even sit down properly, Fang Hui smiled at him. "Brother, we're having hot pot tonight, but we're still a little short on meat. As you know, given our current situation, it's not convenient for Attorney Su and me to go out." Upon hearing Fang Hui's words, Su Wen burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Fang Yao stood up, rolled his eyes at Su Wen with annoyance, then looked at Fang Hui with a doting expression and said, "Brother, I'll bring all the meat from the butcher shop over here for you right away." 3 hours later, everyone arrived at Chen Guangyan's home. Knowing that it would be inconvenient for Chen Guangyan to be there, he did not go home. A group of people sat around the dining table and raised their glasses, cheers, to celebrate this operation ending without incident. Celebrating the arrest of human trafficker Aunt May and all those involved in related crimes. Jiang Yaokai wrote an inscription, and everyone drank the wine in their cups in one gulp. Now that all the mysteries have been solved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing his drink, Su Wen silently refilled his glass, then stood up and said in a low voice, "This toast is to Dean Chen Pingping." For a moment, everyone fell silent. Tears welled up in Jiang Zhenghua's eyes. He took the wine bottle, filled his glass, and said in a choked voice, "Respectfully, Dean Chen." Seeing this, everyone filled their glasses with wine. Respectfully, Dean Chen. Just then, Su Wen and Hong Liang's phones rang at the same time. They took out their phones and the messages on them were exactly the same. The Pan Dongmei case will be heard in 3 days at the Jiangcheng City People's Court. Live court hearing, the news that the trial of human trafficker Aunt May to be broadcast live in 3 days has caused a sensation throughout Daxia. For a time, this matter dominated the trending topics on all social media platforms. Many lawyers and bloggers also took this opportunity to start live streams, hoping to capitalize on the massive influx of traffic. Kyoto Television also launched an interview program around this time, which was also conducted live, and invited Professor Luo Xiang, a leading figure in the legal profession. The show had barely started when the number of viewers in the live stream instantly surpassed 1 million, and it continues to surge, becoming a phenomenon. In addition to inviting Professor Luo Xiang, the program team also specially hired Jin Exing, a well-known figure in the hosting industry. Everyone knows that Jin Exing's interview programs are all filled with extremely tricky questions. Professor Luo Xiang, who has been dubbed a renowned legal commentator by netizens, and his exchange with Professor Luo instantly generated a great deal of buzz. I'm really looking forward to what tricky questions Professor Jinxing will ask, and even more so to how Professor Luo Xiang will respond. I have a feeling that there's a deeper meaning behind this show, as if it was all staged. Why worry so much? Just enjoy the show. Su Wen and Fang Hui were also sitting in front of the television, eagerly awaiting the start of the program. Boss, Professor Luo Xiang seems to think highly of you. He's broadcasted your court hearings twice before. Su Wen replied dismissively, really. Since Su Wen transmigrated to this world, the cases have never stopped. He finally had a few days off recently, but because of the wanted notice, he can't go online. He naturally knew about Professor Luo Xiang, but he hadn't paid much attention to the fact that Professor Luo Xiang had high hopes for him. Fang Hui looked at Luo Xiang on the screen with anticipation and spoke excitedly. Ever since I started learning law in college, Professor Luo Xiang's name has appeared frequently. He's my idol and I really want to meet him. Seeing Fang Hui's expectant expression, Su Wen secretly made a mental note of this. Just then, Teacher Jinxing's voice came from the television. Hello everyone, it's great to see you all again. Recently, the case of human trafficker Pan Dongmei has been generating a lot of buzz, so let's discuss it. For this reason, we have specially invited Professor Luo Xiang, a leading figure in the legal profession. Let's give him a round of applause. Immediately, the audience below the stage applauded, and even the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but applaud. Professor Luo Xiang adjusted his glasses and waved towards the camera. Hello everyone, I am lawyer Luo Xiang. After a simple and unpretentious greeting, Jinxing got straight to the point. Professor Luo Xiang, are you aware of Chen Liangxiang's case? Upon hearing this, Professor Luo Xiang glanced at Jin Exing with great interest. Jin Exing was trying to start with a trump card, first using Chen Liangxiang's case to introduce Pan Dongmei's case, comparing the two and digging a trap for him. Is Chen Liangxiang the child trafficker who was arrested 11 years ago but only sentenced to 12 years? Not only did he traffic children, but he also committed crimes such as organizing disabled children to prey, theft, coercion, and intentional assault. Committed so many crimes and only got 12 years. He was sentenced to 12 years but was released recently. The person arrested at the same time as Aunt May was Chen Liangxiang. Upon hearing the name Chen Liangxiang, Fang Hui's body began to tremble. Su Wen leaned closer to Fang Hui, then took her trembling hand and spoke gently. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The trial is the day after tomorrow. I will definitely give you an explanation and also give the people an explanation. Upon hearing Su Wen's voice, Fang Hui stopped trembling, then gently rested her head on Su Wen's shoulder and spoke in a soft, sweet voice. I trust you. During the interview, Professor Luo Xiang nodded and slowly began to speak. Of course I know about Chen Liangxiang's case. Upon hearing Luo Xiang's words, Jin Exing immediately spoke up. So do you think Chen Liangxiang's sentence was too lenient? Upon hearing Jinxing's question, the live chat immediately erupted with comments. Of course it's lenient. Even the death penalty wouldn't be too much for someone like that. Support the death penalty for human traffickers. Chen Liangxiang destroyed so many families, yet she only received a 12-year sentence. What about Aunt May? A comment flashed across the screen, instantly chilling everyone's hearts. Yes, Chen Liangxiang only got 12 years, but what about Aunt May? How many years will she get? Teacher Luo Xiang smiled slightly. Jin Xing raising this question was exactly what he had expected. In the process of creating our laws, we have always adhered to the principle of prioritizing life. For example, in cases involving pregnant women or seriously ill individuals, their safety will be the top priority. This greatly protects the right to life of the Huxia people. Professor Luo Xiang truly lives up to his reputation as a leading figure in the legal profession. He immediately identified the core of the problem. Although Chen Liangxiang committed many crimes, he never killed anyone with his own hands, therefore his crimes did not warrant the death penalty. However, his words also aroused dissatisfaction among the people in the live broadcast room. What kind of nonsense is this? Chen Liangxiang ruined so many families' lives, and she only paid the price of a little over 10 years of her personal freedom. Is this fair? What talk of prioritizing the protection of citizens' right to life? I don't care about my right to life if it means human traffickers die. I thought Luo Xiang was so capable, but he messed up. I'm unfollowing him. Teacher Jinxing was slightly taken aback when she heard Teacher Luo Xiang's words. That sounds like she's speaking up for human traffickers. If that's the case, then this show will be ruined. Jin Xing immediately steeled himself and asked the question directly. If the law is amended to impose the death penalty for child trafficking, would you support it? Upon hearing Jinxing's words, Professor Luo Xiang slowly shook his head and adjusted his glasses. I do not support it. For a moment, both the audience at the scene and those watching the live stream fell silent. Then a barrage of insults filled the live stream screen. Jin Xing was stunned. He hadn't expected Teacher Luo Xiang to say such a thing. Just as he was about to stop him from continuing, Luo Xiang had already spoken. Have you ever thought about what would happen if human traffickers were sentenced to death? What about their families? Human trafficking is inhumane, but the law cannot be even more inhumane. Rebel against the Heavenly Gang, does anyone know where Luo Xiang lives? My 43-meter-long broadsword is itching for a fight. Liu Xiang, go to hell. I used to like you so much, and now you're speaking up for human traffickers. Why even consider their families? When they were trafficking people, did they ever think about the families of those they abducted? Just as netizens were getting into their rant, Teacher Luo Xiang slowly narrowed his eyes and spoke in a cold voice. I suggest that human traffickers should. The entire family will be executed. Holy crap, too soon. Professor Luo Xiang is an ally. I thought he was holding back something big, but it turned out to be a bombshell. Professor Luo Xiang is awesome. Support Professor Luo Xiang. Support the entire family of human traffickers to die. Teacher Jinxing looked at Luo Xiang with a smile and then threw away the question card in her hand. Since he's already brought it up this far, there's no point in asking any other questions. If they keep making things difficult for him, he'll probably be completely worn out by the end of the interview. The next 20 minutes of the interview consisted mostly of irrelevant questions. During this interview, Luo Xiang gained a large number of fans, quickly becoming a blogger with tens of millions of followers. At the end of the interview, Jinxing asked one last question. If the prosecutor's office invites you to attend the trial of human trafficker Pan Dongmei, would you be willing? Luo Xiang thought about it carefully for a moment and finally slowly shook his head. I don't want to. Luo Xiang's answer made Jin Xing's eyes widen immediately. Pan Dongmei's case has already garnered nationwide attention, and appearing in court would undoubtedly bring her a lot of popularity. It's even possible that they might come under the government's scrutiny. I'm unwilling because I feel there will be better candidates. As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream chat was flooded with comments expressing their surprise. Are there any lawyers in Daxia more capable than Professor Luo Xiang? I think Professor Luo Xiang is absolutely essential for the trial of Aunt May, the human trafficker. Oh, just kidding. In these kinds of criminal cases, only prosecutors can appear in court. Jinxing looked at Luo Xiang with curiosity and asked, could you tell me who this better candidate is? Upon hearing Jinxing's question, Luo Xiang adjusted his glasses, looked at the camera with a serious expression and spoke. I know you've been through a lot lately, but I believe in you and only you can sentence them to death. After saying this, Professor Luo Xiang slowly stood up and walked outside. Upon seeing this, Jinxing hurriedly spoke into the camera. That concludes today's program. See you next time. After saying that, he hurriedly got up and chased after Luo Xiang in the direction he had left. Suddenly, millions of viewers were curious about who the person Professor Luo Xiang was talking about was, and they were about to discuss it in the live chat when the program was shut down so they couldn't post any comments. Professor Luo Xiang, could you please wait a moment? Hearing the voice behind him, Luo Xiang turned around, smiled at Jin Xing who was chasing after him and asked, Teacher Jinxing, is there anything I can help you with? Jinxing, having run too fast, bent over and caught his breath. Once his breathing had calmed, he stood up and asked, Could you tell me who that person is? Don't worry, I don't have any recording devices on me and I promise I won't tell anyone. As she spoke, Jinxing turned all her pockets inside out to prove that she had nothing on her. Teacher Luo Xiang smiled slightly and slowly began to speak. Su Wen. Upon hearing Luo Xiang's words, Jin Xing's eyes widened immediately. Isn't this the murderer who was wanted recently? How could he possibly be one of Professor Luo Xiang's chosen candidates? This is unbelievable. Just as he was about to press for more information, Luo Xiang's figure had already disappeared into the distance. Teacher Luo Xiang didn't turn around but raised his hand and waved, his voice reaching his ears. The deadly law, only by fighting evil with evil can we bring those criminals to justice. Feel terrified. At Chen Guang'an's home, Fang Hui took Su Wen's arm, her eyes sparkling, and excitedly spoke. I think the person Professor Luo Xiang was talking about must be you. Su Wen raised his hand and gently stroked Fang Hui's nose with his bent index finger. I'm not that amazing, but I still agree with what Professor Luo Xiang said. What did you say? Fang Hui sat up abruptly, crossed her legs on the sofa and looked at Su Wen with a curious expression. Su Wen slowly began to speak. My country's criminal law is indeed somewhat lenient towards human traffickers. In ancient times, the penalties for human traffickers were extremely severe. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui's eyes widened immediately. She grabbed Su Wen's arm with her fair little hand and shook it back and forth, acting coquettishly. Tell me about it, I want to hear it. Seeing Fang Hui's expression, Su Wen smiled slightly, crossed his legs on the sofa and spoke. In ancient times, human trafficking was also called Lu Mai, and it was rampant from the Han Dynasty onwards. To this end, they enacted criminal laws targeting snatching. And these laws included the extremely cruel punishment of dismemberment. First, separate the prisoner's flesh, then chop it into small pieces and finally leave the body in the open for livestock to eat. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Fang Hui trembled in fright. This is terrifying. Su Wen nodded. Because he was going to preside over Aunt May's case, he had specifically looked into all the punishments related to human trafficking from ancient times to the present. Furthermore, in ancient times, buying and selling were considered equally criminal offenses. Regardless of whether the buyer was aware of the crime, they would also be executed by dismemberment after the case was discovered. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui immediately pouted into satisfaction. She was one of the abducted children, and the hardships she endured in her childhood were a lifelong psychological shadow. Although I studied law, I believe the methods used in ancient times were correct. Only by instilling fear in human traffickers will they stop committing crimes. Su Wen sighed inwardly, then gently patted Fang Hui's head. Feeling the warmth of Su Wen's palm, Fang Hui's face immediately turned red. Don't worry. Su Wen's voice filled Fang Hui with a sense of security. In time, things will definitely turn out as you wish. Really? Fang Hui's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Would it really be like that? Su Wen nodded and continued. Don't you think this interview is strange? Fang Hui frowned, pondered for a moment and nodded. It is a little strange, but I can't quite put my finger on why. Su Wen smiled slightly and patiently began to explain. Autumn is almost here. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Fang Hui's eyes immediately lit up. Is the law going to be revised this year? Su Wen nodded and continued speaking. You're quite clever. The official Huxia website must have been involved behind this interview. using this opportunity to revise the new regulations. And human traffickers will definitely be a top priority. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui jumped up from the sofa. Very good. Seeing Fang Hui so happy, Su Wen felt happy too. During this trip to Yunnan, Fang Hui risked her life to rush in front of him and took a bullet for him. That fearless figure unknowingly became ingrained in Su Wen's heart. All right, Aunt May's case is going to trial the day after tomorrow. I'm going to prepare the materials. Hello everyone, I'm Xiaomai, a host from Phoenix TV. Today we've come to the Jiangcheng City Intermediate People's Court. The trial of Pan Dongmei, the human trafficker whose case has shocked the nation, will begin at 9 a.m. today at the Jiangcheng City People's Court. Can human traffickers be sentenced to death, and if so, for how many years? We shall wait and see. It was only 8 a.m., and the entrance to the Jiangcheng City People's Court was already packed with people, with reporters from all over the country rushing to interview them. Many ordinary citizens also spontaneously put up banners in front of the courthouse. I support sentencing human trafficker Pan Dongmei to death. Give me back my child. Give me back my family. Meanwhile, many parents of abducted children knelt sadly at the entrance of the courthouse. Before them lay old, yellowed photographs. Although the photos were yellowed, the children in them were still incredibly clear. Next to the photo was written the child's name, birthday, and the clothes they were wearing on the day they went missing. They hoped to use this public attention to find their child. A diverse group of people, numbering at least 1,000, gathered outside the courthouse, even blocking traffic. The Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau ordered the traffic police to maintain order at the scene, block the road, and prohibit them from driving away anyone. For a time, Jiangcheng City became the focus of national attention. Meanwhile, although the trial had not yet started, the Jiangcheng City People's Court had already started the live broadcast and closed the gift reward channel. Furthermore, this live broadcast adopted a format of 5 screens, with 5 screens appearing in the live broadcast, allowing a clear view of every corner of the courtroom. Within a minute, millions of people flooded into the live stream, causing server chaos. Douyin gathered all of the company's top technical talents together. All resources should be focused on this live stream to ensure its smooth operation. At the courtroom, although no one had entered yet, nameplates had already been placed at all the seats. In the very center of the judge's bench, a nameplate bearing the name Hu Yifeng was prominently displayed. Upon seeing the nameplate, the live stream chat immediately erupted in discussion. Hu Yifeng, this is the president of the Jiangcheng City People's Court. Wow, the court president himself was in charge of the trial. That shows the attitude of the Jiangxi Provincial People's Court towards this matter. How could we not take it seriously? The Kyoto government officials might even be watching this live stream right now. When everyone saw the nameplate next to Hu Yifeng, they immediately fell silent. On the nameplate to the side, the 3 characters Chen Pingping were written in large characters. The chair below his seat had been replaced with the wheelchair he used to sit in at the prosecutor's office. The other 3 seats were occupied by veteran judges from the Jiangcheng City People's Court. It could be said that the Jiangcheng City People's Court had summoned all the most respected people in the court to this trial. Apart from that, all other court hearings in Jiangcheng City were closed for the entire day today, except for the one concerning human trafficker Pan Dongmei. There were 5 nameplates in the defendant's dock. Pan Dongmei, Huang Lu, Huang Pizi, Li Gui, Chen Liangxiang. That guy named Li Gui was naturally the old devil who was captured from Myanmar and Yunnan. Upon seeing these 4 names, the live stream chat erupted in a chorus of curses. Death penalty, these beasts must be sentenced to death. Calling them beasts is an insult to beasts, they're even worse than beasts. I only regret not being there, otherwise I would have definitely gone up there and beaten them to a pulp. Pan Dongmei, give me back my child, give me back my child. No one wants human trafficker Pan Dongmei to die, but while people verbally condemn her, they secretly harbor resentment. Can human traffickers really be sentenced to death? Ultimately, the final outcome depends on whether the prosecutor sent by the procuratorate can sentence them to death. However, when they saw the nameplate on the plaintiff's seat, everyone in the live broadcast room widened their eyes. This time, the prosecutor's office only sent 2 people to participate in the trial. One of them had Hong Liang written on it while the other one, contract worker. Upon seeing the lineup of the prosecutor's office, many viewers began to hurl insults in the live chat. What is the Jiangcheng City Procuratorate up to? They only sent 2 people and one of them was a contract worker. Could the prosecutor's office have taken some bribes? Are they preparing to protect human traffickers? There's something fishy going on here. The court has such a powerful team, yet the prosecutor's office only sent a contract worker. Brothers, if the procuratorate doesn't give us ordinary people an explanation, we're going to storm the procuratorate. Charge. The procuratorate is supposed to uphold justice for the people, yet it's so negligent in human trafficking cases. We must fight back. Contract workers are at the very bottom of the social hierarchy in any organization. The job duties included serving tea and water or doing tasks that nobody wanted to do. The prosecutor's office sent a contract worker. Doesn't that clearly tell everyone that we don't take this matter seriously and are just sending any contract worker to get rid of it? The fact that the prosecutor's office sent a contract worker to court immediately caused a huge uproar online. A large number of bloggers jumped out to criticize the procuratorate and even began to attack the contract worker who was about to appear, saying they would cyberbully him if he dared to appear. However, a small group of people realized that something was wrong. How could a procuratorate possibly send out a contract worker? The first person to realize that this was unusual was Professor Luo Xiang, who is hailed as a leading figure in the legal profession. At this moment, Luo Xiang was on a high-speed train bound for Jiangcheng City. In order to have a quiet environment, he had spent a lot of money to buy a first-class seat in a carriage. Seeing the words contract worker on the plaintiff's side, Professor Luo Xiang's lips slowly curled into a smile, and then he started the live stream. In no time, a huge number of viewers flooded into Luo Xiang's live stream. When they saw that Luo Xiang's background was a high-speed train, they asked him in the chat where he was going. Luo Xiang adjusted the position of his phone camera, waved at the lens, and slowly began to speak. Hello everyone, I'm currently on the high-speed train to Jiangcheng City and I expect to arrive in Jiangcheng City in about 3 hours. I wasn't originally planning to go live, but I felt it was necessary to do so. Regarding the contract worker issue, I'd like to share my personal opinion. I believe this isn't the prosecutor's office trying to fool the public. On the contrary, the prosecutor's office is taking a surprising step. Upon hearing Professor Luo Xiang's words, the comments section instantly calmed down. Initially, they were indeed emotional, but after hearing what Professor Luo Xiang said, they found it quite reasonable. But what is this unexpected move? Professor Luo Xiang looked at the words contract worker with a meaningful gaze, a hearty smile spreading across his face. Attorney Su, I knew it had to be you 10 minutes before the court session began. The sound of police sirens rang out at the intersection near the Jiangcheng City People's Court. Upon hearing the siren, the onlookers instantly perked up, craning their necks to look in the direction of the police car. 5 police cars arrived, personally escorted by Chen Guangyan, deputy director of the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. The scale of the operation was astonishing. Upon seeing the police car arrive, the onlookers began to shout, "Execute human trafficker Pan Dongmei. Please sentence human traffickers to death. No child abduction in Daxia. No child abduction in Daxia." Seeing this, the traffic police stepped forward to maintain order, clearing a path for the onlookers to ensure that the police car could smoothly enter the courthouse. To prevent riots, police cars entered the courthouse and parked directly in front of the building. Several police officers opened the car doors in unison and escorted 5 criminal suspects out, heading towards the courtroom. With 5 minutes remaining before the court hearing, Professor Luo Xiang also ended the live stream. He didn't want to capitalize on the hype surrounding this court hearing and even released a video advising his colleagues not to do live streams during this period, so that all the attention could be focused on one event at a time. Meanwhile, millions of netizens watched the live broadcast of the court hearing with bated breath. Just then, the doors to the courtroom slowly opened, and Chen Guangyan appeared in the center of the screen before taking his seat in the audience. The 10 police officers behind him escorted the 5 suspects to the dock. With the sound of wooden bars creaking, the 5 suspects were taken to the dock. The 10 police officers did not leave but instead stood in a row behind them, ready to respond to any emergencies. Just then, Pan Dongmei slowly raised her head, her sinister triangular eyes coldly glancing at the camera facing them. In an instant, millions of netizens in the live broadcast room felt their scalps tingle and the hairs on their bodies stand on end. At this moment, Pan Dongmei's eyes showed no remorse whatsoever but were instead filled with murderous intent. This is the real demon. Just one glance at her, and I sensed the ruthlessness and malice emanating from her. How can someone like this live so long? That was truly terrifying. My child only glanced at it and has been crying ever since. This reminds me of the saying, "Hell is empty, all the devils are here on earth." With the entry of Pan Dongmei and others, the highly anticipated court hearing began. Next to enter the courtroom were pairs of parents whose children had been lost, and children who had been abducted and whose biological parents they still could not find. Dressed in tattered clothes, they sat in the audience holding photos of their children, their eyes red-rimmed, staring intently at Pan Dongmei in the defendant's seat. If it weren't for the signed agreement prohibiting them from making a scene in court, they would have loved to strangle Pan Dongmei right now. Pan Dongmei felt the gazes of the crowd. Her sinister eyes fell upon the people in the audience, her gaze filled with murderous intent. She was even regretting why she hadn't just strangled their child back then. However, those eyes that terrified millions of netizens to the point of not daring to look directly at showed no fear in the eyes of these parents who had lost their children. Pan Dongmei abducted their child and they wished they could tear her to pieces even if it meant paying with their own lives. Parents who have lost their children are not afraid of death. Over the years, in their quest to find their child, they sold their house and car, lived frugally, subsisting on steamed buns, and traveled all over the country. Now that Pan Dongmei has been arrested, if she can confess her crimes today, they will have hope of finding their child. And another figure appeared in the defendant's dock. Fang Zhan. Looking at Pan Dongmei's profile, Fang Hui's body immediately began to tremble. She pretended to be strong, not wanting Su Wen and Fang Yao to worry about her. But the shadow of being abducted cannot be so easily erased. The moment she saw Pan Dongmei, memories of the time before she was abducted flooded back to her, one scene after another. It's her. It's her. That devil. That man who kidnapped her. Fang Hui's unusual behavior immediately attracted the attention of the people around her. A couple quickly sat down next to Fang Hui and put their arms around her shoulders. Fang Hui curled up in the chair, rested her head on the woman's shoulder and cried out in a trembling voice. "It was her. She's the one who kidnapped me." The woman hugged Fang Hui's shoulders tenderly, her eyes instantly reddening. "Child, don't cry, it's all over, it's all over." The woman gently comforted her and Fang Hui felt her warmth, slowly raising her eyes. It was a face weathered by time, with glimpses of white skin peeking out from the cuffs of her sleeves, creating a stark contrast with the sunspots on her face. If it weren't for the ravages of time, one could tell that she was an extremely beautiful woman in her youth. But she turned into a haggard, worn-out woman. Feeling the warmth from the woman, Fang Hui's agitated emotions gradually calmed down for some reason. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and forced a smile at the woman. "Thank you, I'm all right now." The woman's husband sighed heavily beside her. "He's a poor child too. If my child hadn't been lost, he'd be about your age now." Hearing her husband's voice, the woman couldn't help but shed tears, but she knew that the young girl in front of her was even more distressed, and she couldn't appear too vulnerable in front of the child. She gently took Fang Hui's hand and spoke softly. "Don't be afraid, child, we're here with you." Fang Hui nodded heavily, then looked at the plaintiff's seat. Just then, the door to the courtroom opened again, and two impeccably dressed figures in suits slowly walked into the courtroom. They also wore badges on their chests symbolizing fairness and justice. The two men exchanged a glance, nodded to each other, and walked resolutely to the plaintiff's seat. Hong Liang stood to one side, giving up the main debater's position, and looked at Su Wen with a smile, slowly speaking. "Attorney Su, I'm counting on you for the rest." Su Wen nodded heavily, then sat down in the lead defense officer's seat and turned over the identification card on the table. The name tag that used to say contract worker had been changed to simply read Su Wen. Su Wen's appearance caused a huge uproar among millions of netizens. They never expected that the contract worker at the procuratorate was actually Su Wen, the notorious narcotics officer who had recently murdered Chen Pingping. In the defendant's dock, Pan Dongmei, Huang Lu, and Huang Pizzi, upon seeing Su Wen sitting in the plaintiff's dock, my eyes widened instantly. Isn't this the son of a high-ranking official who tried me back then? Aunt May glared fiercely at Su Wen. She clearly remembered that this Su Wen had ordered his men to beat her up. To protect herself, she had no choice but to beat herself up. She will never forget this grudge. The weasel's shock was palpable. After seeing Su Wen's appearance clearly, he wished he could rush out and bite Su Wen to death. It was him, this madman, who caused a scene at his red romantic KTV and kidnapped number 47 from dozens of people. In order to find Su Wen, he even offered a $5 million bounty on the dark web for Su Wen's head. But after Su Wen stole number 47, he disappeared without a trace. And the reason I was arrested today is all thanks to Su Wen, who is standing in front of me. Upon seeing Su Wen, the viewers in the live stream erupted in a chorus of curses. Isn't this the murderer who was wanted by the police online a while ago? Holy crap, how can they let a murderer be their lead defense attorney? Has the world gone mad? There's something fishy going on here. Su Wen is definitely here to cause trouble. In a short time, more and more people entered the live broadcast room of the court hearing. After all, it's shocking that a murderer would appear as the lead defense lawyer, especially in the nationally publicized case of human trafficker Pan Dongmei. However, after the initial shock, Pan Dongmei and Huang Pizzi immediately narrowed their eyes. They knew they couldn't escape sentencing, but the fact that the prosecutor's office had Su Wen come forward was actually a good thing for them. In Pan Dongmei's opinion, Su Wen's use of violence during interrogation proves that Su Wen is not a good person either. Moreover, she had been staying in Jiangcheng City during this period, and she had heard about Su Wen shooting Chen Pingping. If she brings up these issues during the trial, the credibility of the evidence presented by Su Wen will become very low. In that case, she could plead less guilty, and a lighter sentence is not out of the question. There's even a possibility that Su Wen could be dragged down with them and made to go to jail with him. As long as she doesn't die once she's released from prison, she'll definitely seek revenge on Su Wen. She refuses to believe that Su Wen will never marry and have children. They'll sell his wife into a brothel, break his child's legs, and throw him out on the streets to beg. Huang Pizzi's idea coincided with Pan Dongmei's. He clearly remembered that when Su Wen caused a scene at the red romantic KTV, he was carrying a gun. Daxia has very strict regulations on firearms. The fact that he illegally possessed a firearm alone is enough to give Su Wen a run for his money. Although Su Wen was masked that night, he had been shot in the chest. That was irrefutable proof. Thinking of this, the two of them simultaneously looked at Su Wen with ill intent. Sensing their gazes, Su Wen's lips curled slightly and he mouthed something to them. "Look at your mom." The two were stunned when they understood Su Wen's lip movements. Is he insulting me? Go ahead and say it again, you be *****D. The weasel already harbored resentment towards Su Wen, and when it saw Su Wen insulting it, it couldn't stand it and tried to break free from its restraints to rush over and beat Su Wen. However, the next second he was slammed hard onto the table by the police behind him. "Quiet down." The weasel struggled for a long time, finally rolling its eyes and staring intently in Su Wen's direction. Su Wen shrugged and mouthed the words again, "Look at your mom." Just as the weasel was about to continue struggling, several imposing figures slowly walked in through a small door on one side of the judge's bench. In an instant, an aura of authority filled the entire courtroom. After Hu Yaifeng, the president of the Jiangcheng People's Court, led several gray-haired judges to the bench, he bowed deeply to Chen Pingping's seat before slowly taking his seat. This gesture instantly moved millions of viewers in the live stream, with many shedding tears. At the same time, the live stream chat was flooded with comments. "May Dean Chen Pingping rest in peace." Su Wen and Hong Liang also stood up, bowed deeply to Chen Pingping's seat, and then sat down in their seats with serious expressions. Hu Yaifeng gave the two a grateful look, then picked up the gavel and brought it down heavily. Bang. Silence. In an instant, everyone present sat up straight, their faces filled with seriousness. Even Pan Dongmei and Huang Pizzi, who were in the dock, were startled by the sound of the gavel, which represented fairness and justice. They knew the trial of himself has begun. It's finally started. I hope the government will severely punish these human traffickers. If Pan Dongmei is sentenced to death, I am willing to donate 100,000 yuan to the Han Hong Foundation. We trust the country and the law. They will surely give us, the people, a satisfactory answer. As the gavel struck, Hu Yifeng rose from his seat once more, his authoritative and dignified voice slowly resounding. Both parties are now present. The court rules will now be read out. Everyone stand up. This time, unlike ordinary court hearings, as Hu Yifeng finished speaking, the Huxia national anthem played from the speakers above. Upon hearing the solemn and dignified song, everyone present stood up. Even the millions of netizens in the live stream stood up. Playing this song signifies the determination of the Jiangcheng City People's Court, its loyalty to the party, and above all, its commitment to bringing human trafficker Pan Dongmei and her accomplices to justice. As the national anthem played, Hu Yifeng read out the court rules. Everyone present listened quietly to Hu Yifeng's voice. There was no extraneous noise. Although the scene appeared quiet on the surface, the hearts of everyone in the audience were already surging with excitement. Over the years, they have had only two wishes. One is finding their child, and the other is witnessing the moment when human traffickers are sentenced. Now it's finally here. Fang Hui's eyes welled up with tears. Seeing the scene before her, she clenched her fists and choked up, unable to speak. The woman beside her sensed the change in Fang Hui's emotions, gently took Fang Hui's hand and whispered something. "Don't be afraid, child, I'm here." The national anthem lasted for 2 minutes, and as it ended, Hu Yifeng finished reading the court rules. Looking at the trusting eyes in the audience, Hu Yifeng was deeply moved. At that moment, he seemed to understand why Chen Pingping was willing to sacrifice his own life to achieve this situation. Salute. Hu Yifeng's solemn and dignified voice rang out. Everyone present, except for the 5 suspects, raised their right hand. This step wasn't originally scheduled for the court proceedings, but Hu Yifeng wanted to pay tribute to these parents who persisted in searching for their children. A moment later, he picked up the gavel again and brought it down heavily. I hereby announce the verdict in the case of human trafficker Pan Dongmei. Court is now in session, according to the relevant provisions of the Criminal Procedure Law of the People's Republic of Daxia. The First Criminal Division of the Jiangcheng City People's Primary Court in Guangdong Province held a public hearing in accordance with the law. The Jiangcheng City People's Procuratorate has filed a public prosecution against the defendant, Pan Dongmei, for the crime of trafficking in children and women. Defendant Huang Lu is guilty of aiding and abetting the trafficking of children and women. Defendant Chen Liangxiang is guilty of aiding and abetting the trafficking of children and women. The defendant, Li Gui, is guilty of buying trafficked women and children, forcing prostitution, fraud, and trafficking in human organs. The defendant, Huang Pizzi, is guilty of buying trafficked women and children, forcing prostitution, and trafficking in human organs. Several cases will be tried together. Hu Yifeng's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. At this moment, the evidence of the devil's crimes will be exposed to the scorching sun. Everyone held their breath, watching Hu Yifeng on the judge's bench. Millions of netizens didn't post a single comment, afraid of missing a single moment. Su Wen looked at the emblem of justice above Hu Yifeng's head, a symbol of fairness and impartiality, and his eyes were filled with emotion. Although this matter only lasted a month, it felt like he had been waiting for this moment for a very, very long time. Many people in the audience were already in tears. They are better than Su Wen. It will take even longer, so long that they once thought they wouldn't live to see that day come. Hu Yifeng took a deep breath. As a high-ranking official, he had always been cautious and timid, afraid of making any mistakes that would bring shame upon himself and the court. That's why he's always disliked Jiang Zhenghua. But Chen Pingping's death seemed to be a wake-up call for him, and even more so, a reminder to himself. The law, like war, requires sacrifice. It requires blood to spill that dazzling red. So this time he did not back down. He took the initiative to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the collegial panel in the case of human trafficker Pan Dongmei. Now announcing the members of the panel of judges, the court clerk, and the list of other persons involved in the proceedings. This court panel is composed of Hu Yifeng, president of the Jiangcheng City People's Primary Court, Lin Jiangguo, secretary of the court's party committee, and Judge Su Hongcheng. These three men, all with gray hair, had worked diligently at the court their entire lives and were trusted by the people of Jiangcheng. In addition, the late Chen Pingping, vice president of the Jiangcheng City People's Court, was specially invited to serve as the court clerk for this case, and his duties were performed by Judge Su Hongcheng. Upon hearing the name Chen Pingping, everyone raised their heads, trying to hold back their tears. Su Wen looked at the empty seat on the judge's bench, his heart filled with mixed emotions. "Mr. Chen, did you see that? This day has finally come." Su Wen had mixed feelings of love and hate towards Chen Pingping. He loved him because he was a good official who stood up for the people, but hated him because he was foolish enough to risk his life to drag Su Wen into the investigation of Pan Dongmei's case. Actually, that night, all he had to do was say it and Su Wen would have agreed to his request. Possible, perhaps Chen Pingping didn't want to owe Su Wen anything. He had lived a life of poverty and all he had left behind was his own life. Everyone dies eventually. Death can be as light as a feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. Chen Pingping's life served as a profound lesson for all court staff in Daxia. After today's court hearing, Chen Pingping's name will undoubtedly become an unmissable, vibrant mark on the legal journey of Daxia. Hu Yifeng took a deep look at Chen Pingping's nameplate, took a deep breath, and continued. The Jiangcheng City People's Procuratorate appointed prosecutor Hong Liang and contract worker Su Wen to appear in court to support the public prosecution. The moment Su Wen's name was heard, millions of netizens were instantly enraged and flooded the screen with insults directed at him. Why should a murderer be allowed to participate in a trial? Exactly, doesn't he feel ashamed looking at Chen Pingping's nameplate? This kind of person should be in the dock and sentenced to death. Just as millions of netizens were furiously criticizing him, Hu Yifeng continued. I would like to emphasize one point here. The case of Chen Pingping, the vice president of the Jiangcheng City Intermediate People's Court who was murdered, has now been determined to be a suicide. All information can be found on the official website of Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. Upon hearing Hu Yifeng's words, millions of netizens instantly widened their eyes. Wasn't Su Wen supposed to be the murderer? How could Dean Chen Pingping have committed suicide? Did we really misunderstand Attorney Su? But now that we've found out, why didn't we clarify things for him beforehand? If that's the case, then Attorney Su's court appearance today might indeed have a deeper meaning, as Professor Luo Xiong said. However, no one explained these questions to them. Chen Guang'an had already arranged for someone to publish a clarification on the official website, but very few people actually went to check it. Immediately, many netizens left the live stream and went to the official website of Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. However, everyone's eyes widened after seeing the content on the official website. Besides clarifying that Su Wen was not the murderer, a new category appeared on the official website called No Child Abduction Under Heaven, which leads to several videos. There are videos of villagers from Zengjia village besieging the place, videos of Huang Lu revealing evidence, videos of the third floor of Honglingmang in Bailei County, behind the security door, and videos of the tragic state of No. 47, and then there are videos of abducted children, those who have lost their tongues, arms, or legs begging on the streets and so on. These videos deeply pierced the hearts of everyone. They never imagined that people abducted by human traffickers would endure so much suffering that most people could hardly bear. Of course, all the videos involving Su Wen have been edited. Neither the audio nor the visuals can be identified as Su Wen. After watching these videos, everyone's anger was ignited and they returned to the live broadcast room of the court hearing. Human traffickers must die. Even if they aren't sentenced to death, I'll beat them to death as soon as they're released. They must be killed. They cannot be called human. They are beasts, demons. Damn it, in my mind, human traffickers and Japanese are synonymous. No. They are even more despicable than the islanders. However, some people were still scrolling through their screens saying, Su Wen, I'm sorry. Just then Hu Yifeng's voice rang out again. The defendant has appointed Cao Jin, an attorney from Jiangcheng Zhonghe law firm, to represent them. Upon hearing Hu Yifeng's words, millions of viewers in the live stream were stunned. Holy crap. Someone actually dares to defend human traffickers. Cao Jin, that name sounds so familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before. Forget about gold, just get it. As Hu Yifeng finished speaking, a plump figure in a suit walked confidently into the defendant's dock. He sat down slowly. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was filled with arguments. Isn't this Cao Jin the founder of Zhonghe Law Firm, the largest law firm in Jiangcheng City? Goodness, I just checked and it's true. They're defending human traffickers. I guess this law firm isn't much better. This is terrible luck. I just signed a contract with them and I'm canceling it right now. Let's all organize ourselves and file a complaint against this law firm with the Bar Association. If this firm doesn't go bankrupt tomorrow, everyone here has a reason. I must file a complaint. I have to file a complaint. I'm on my way to the Bar Association right now. After Cao Jin sat down, he immediately lowered his head. Defending human traffickers, isn't that tantamount to suicide? But he had no choice. The mysterious figure above insisted that he participate in this defense. He was also given a task. He had to ensure that Pan Dongmei and Chen Liangxiang were not sentenced to death. Otherwise, there would be no point in keeping his Zhang law firm open. Cao Jin didn't find this too difficult. After all, there were many previous cases where human traffickers had never been sentenced to death, and he figured this time would be no different. However, he and his law firm may be affected as a result. But the mysterious man said he could handle these matters for him and that he didn't need to worry. Only, after this trial, his online reputation will likely be ruined. Su Wen looked at Cao Jin in the defendant's dock with great interest, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. I have such a strange connection with Zhang Law Firm. Ever since I transmigrated to this world, the lawyers I've always faced have been from Zhang Law Firm. It's like hitting the sun, then the father comes out and finally the father calls in the grandfather, and one by one they all get slapped in the face. Just then, Hu Yifeng patted the gavel in front of him and the scene immediately fell silent. Does the prosecutor have any objections to the court and the members of the panel of judges? Su Wen looked at Hu Yifeng and slowly said, no objections. However, no sooner had Su Wen finished speaking than Pan Dongmei spoke up. I have a problem with that. In an instant, all eyes were on Pan Dongmei. You have a problem with that? What problem could a human trafficker like you have? Hu Yifeng looked at Pan Dongmei with displeasure. I was asking the prosecution, not you. Pan Dongmei, as if acting like a rogue, stood up abruptly and spoke. The prosecutor on the other end of the line has questionable credentials. I disagree that he was present at the scene. Seeing Pan Dongmei's appearance, Cao Jin didn't know why she was doing this, but he figured Pan Dongmei wouldn't do anything to harm him, so he also got up and spoke up. Your Honor, although my client is a criminal suspect, she is currently only a suspect and she should enjoy her civil rights. Since our client has raised concerns, she should voice them. If you disagree, it means you've already accepted in your mind that our client committed a crime. In that case, I have reason to doubt whether you will be able to uphold a fair and impartial attitude in handling this case. Compared to Cheng Yao and Yang Wei, Cao Jin's cultivation level is much, much higher. In just a few words, Hu Yifeng was placed on a moral high ground, threatening that he would be unable to refute it. If it were any other lawyer, upon sensing the judge's imposing presence, they probably wouldn't dare offend him or directly threaten him. Feeling that his authority had been disregarded, Hu Yifeng picked up the gavel in great dissatisfaction. Just as the gavel was about to strike, Su Wen stood up and slowly began to speak. Your Honor, I'd like to hear what objections the other side has. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Hong Liang was startled and hurriedly tugged at Su Wen's sleeve, whispering, Attorney Su, isn't this a bad idea? What if they target you? Everyone already knew about Su Wen's trip to Yunnan during the previous dinner gathering. If the opposing side can produce compelling evidence proving that Su Wen has committed wrongdoing, then Su Wen's credibility will be greatly reduced, which could very well affect the outcome of the trial. In criminal cases, while moral judgments cannot directly affect the outcome or overturn evidence, they can influence the judge's assessment of the case. After all, judges are human too. Once they learn that the prosecutor is morally corrupt, they will naturally consider the veracity of every word he says. This is also one of the common tactics used by defense lawyers in criminal cases. Just then, the weasel stood up and pointed at Su Wen, shouting insults. Your Honor, this lawyer is a F asterisk 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 G gangster. I've personally seen him with a gun and he's even fired it, injuring many people. Let him have a public prosecutor. I'll be the first to object. Hu Yifeng slammed his gavel twice, warning the weasel. This is a courtroom, please watch your language. The police officers behind the defendant's dock went straight up and forced Huang Pizzi back into his seat. For a moment, millions of netizens in the live stream were stunned, and then the barrage of comments surged wildly. Holy crap, could what he said be true? Could Attorney Su really have a gun? You never know, didn't they say before that he shot and killed Chen Pingping? Damn it, how could the prosecutor's office let someone like this be the public prosecutor in this case? Protest. Protest, we demand the prosecutor's office replace the prosecutor. Upon hearing what the weasel said, Hong Liang broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, this is only the beginning and it's already caused such a huge mess. Looks like I'll have to do it all today. As he spoke, Hong Liang prepared to get up to deal with what was about to happen, but Su Wen reached out and pressed him down. Su Wen gave Hong Liang a reassuring look, then spoke. Don't worry, everything will be fine. As he spoke, Su Wen turned to look at Hu Yifeng and continued. Your Honor, since the other side has stated this, according to the principle that whoever raises the question must provide evidence, we request that they present their evidence. If the evidence proves I am a suspect, I am willing to bear all legal responsibility. Hearing Su Wen's words, Hu Yifeng hesitated several times but still chose to believe him. Then, with a dissatisfied look, he turned to the defendant's seat and spoke. Do you have any evidence to prove your point of view? Upon hearing the judge's words, Cao Jin's eyes lit up, and he then turned to look at Pan Dongmei and Huang Pizzi. What evidence do you have? Speak up now. Pan Dongmei spoke first. Your Honor, that lawyer named Su Wen tortured me to extract a confession. The weasel stood up again and spoke to Hu Yifeng. I have video evidence that he was carrying a gun. Hu Yifeng turned to look at Su Wen, his eyes filled with worry. Su Wen's lips curled into a mocking smile as he spoke to Hu Yifeng. Your Honor, then please have the opposing side present their evidence. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Cao Jin's lips curled into a mocking smile. How could such an arrogant person have managed to get two of his key generals arrested? It's utterly laughable. For a criminal defense lawyer, his reputation is paramount. He had the opportunity to refuse Pan Dongmei and others' requests, but he recklessly agreed instead. In Cao Jin's eyes, this behavior was no different from courting death. Once the evidence proves that Su Wen has a problem, he can seize on that point and amplify it infinitely, even directly reducing the sentences of Pan Dongmei and others by several years. Young man. Hu Yifeng was essentially being held in a difficult position at this point and could only nod and say something. You have 10 minutes to present your evidence. Hu Yifeng also sensed something was wrong with Su Wen's behavior. All he could do was try to shorten the time frame and see if he could give Su Wen a chance to survive. Pan Dongmei quickly spoke up. He physically assaulted me during my interrogation at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and I still have his medical report. The police have all this evidence. The weasel also spoke up. My Red Romantic KTV also has videos of him causing trouble back then which prove he was carrying a gun. My evidence is also in the hands of the police. Upon hearing their words, the detective behind the defendant's dock turned to look at Chen Guangin in the gallery. Although Chen Guangin was puzzled as to why Su Wen would do this, he trusted Su Wen and nodded to the detective. Seeing this, the criminal police officer quickly walked out of the trial room. 5 minutes later, the detective brought 2 pieces of evidence, handed them to the clerk, and projected them onto the large screen next to him, attracting everyone's attention. The first thing that came out was Pan Dongmei's medical examination report, along with photos from the examination. In the photo, Pan Dongmei is bruised and swollen with not a single unscathed spot on her face. However, after seeing the photos, millions of netizens cheered. Good hit, such a light hit is too lenient on her. Damn it, why didn't they just beat her to death? It's just about taking down a human trafficker. Attorney Su, we support you. Saying all this is useless. Assault is assault. If Pan Dongmei's claims are true, Attorney Su is in a precarious situation. Just then, Pan Dongmei pointed directly at Su Wen and scolded him. You dare say you weren't the one who interrogated me that day? Upon hearing this, Su Wen's lips curled slightly and he slowly spoke. I admit it. For a moment the entire courtroom fell silent. Hong Liang took a deep breath and said in a low voice, sounding disappointed. Attorney Su, even if you deny it, she has no way to prove it was you who hit her. Su Wen waved his hand and spoke to Hu Yifeng. Present both pieces of evidence together, and then I'll explain. Hu Yifeng rolled his eyes at Su Wen, annoyed. What on earth was this kid up to? This was also his first time meeting Su Wen, but Su Wen's performance was extremely disappointing. However, since Su Wen had already said so, he had no choice but to nod to the clerk beside him. Seeing this, the court clerk opened the second piece of evidence. As soon as the video started playing, Su Wen was seen walking into the red romantic KTV, accompanied by Wang Qiang, the captain of the Jiangcheng City business branch. Then, the two went up to the third floor and entered a private room where a group of hostesses entered. Half an hour later, Su Wen put his arm around Fang Hui and walked out of the private room. They sneaked into the depths of the third-floor corridor where everything went black. Another 10 minutes or so passed. A gunshot rang out and Su Wen, masked and holding a gun, fled with a young girl and Fang Hui in his arms. Although his face is not clearly visible, his height and clothing are sufficient proof that it is indeed Su Wen. After seeing this video, millions of netizens fell silent. To them, the video was irrefutable evidence. Oh no, illegal possession of a firearm is a serious crime in Daxia. It seems Attorney Su is about to get himself into trouble. Why would the prosecutor's office send someone like this? It's a joke. Those netizens who had previously spoken up for Su Wen immediately changed their tune after seeing the video evidence. Hu Yifeng also fell silent at this moment. He didn't know how to handle the situation after such a thing happened in court, and he even had a thought in his mind. Why would the prosecutor's office send someone like this to be the public prosecutor's lawyer? Seeing Su Wen remain silent, Cao Jin immediately curled his lips into a smile, slammed his hand on the table and shouted at Su Wen. Su Wen, do you plead guilty? Su Wen was, after all, a contract worker for the procuratorate, and this time he represented the procuratorate on its behalf. If his guilt could be substantiated, he could even begin to doubt all the evidence presented by the prosecutor's office, although it still wouldn't be possible to directly acquit Pan Dongmei. But if he's sentenced to 10 or 8 years, then the task the mysterious man gave him can be considered a complete success. For a moment, everyone thought Su Wen was in a dead end. I heard he'd gotten several of his clients arrested before, but who would have thought he'd end up getting himself arrested today? This Su Wen, could he be some kind of nepotism hire trying to piggyback on my popularity? I never expected to get dragged into this mess himself. I actually believed what Professor Luo Xiang said before, genuinely thinking this contract worker was holding back a big one, but it turns out he just pulled a huge stunt. Luo Xiang, sitting on the high-speed train to Jiangcheng, also frowned. What on earth is that brat Su Wen doing? This move of his is a fatal one. What puzzled Luo Xiang was that this seemingly hopeless move was entirely Su Wen's own doing. He even felt that even if the other party hadn't caused him trouble, he would have found a way to get those two pieces of evidence to be produced. But what exactly was his purpose in doing this? But Luo Xiang firmly believed that Su Wen must have his reasons for doing so, and that the person he had chosen could never be mediocre. He looked at Su Wen's figure on the screen with a puzzled expression and asked in confusion. This kid, I really can't understand him anymore. Hu Yifeng also sighed heavily. These two pieces of evidence were enough to prove Su Wen's criminal acts, and even if he wanted to help him now, he was powerless to do so. Prosecutor's attorney, what further explanation do you have for these two pieces of evidence? Hu Yifeng's words were weak and listless, as if he had already accepted the situation and believed that there was no possibility of any reversal. Hong Liang stood up and spoke to Hu Yifeng. Your Honor, these two pieces of evidence are not substantially relevant to this case. We should focus on the proceedings in court now. However, as soon as Hong Liang finished speaking, Su Wen reached out and patted Hong Liang on the shoulder, then slowly spoke. Who said these two pieces of evidence are unrelated to the case in court? As soon as Su Wen finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in an uproar. Anyone with eyes can see that the evidence Pan Dongmei and Huang Pizzi handed over was already in the hands of the police. By saying this now, isn't it tantamount to an admission that he did indeed commit these crimes? Attorney Su, please stop talking. Hong Liang could no longer contain himself. He hadn't expected Su Wen, who was always so confident of victory, to falter at this crucial moment. Didn't he realize the serious consequences this would have? Calm down first, let me handle the rest. Hong Liang spoke particularly loudly this time, making his voice heard by everyone. Upon hearing this, Cao Jin's eyes narrowed slowly and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. So they're just two young people, they couldn't hold back anymore. What a motley crew, utterly pathetic. Your Honor, based on what Prosecutor Hong Liang just said, I have reason to suspect that he is preparing to help Su Wen conceal his criminal activities. Prosecutors Su Wen and Hong Liang were both specially dispatched by the procuratorate to handle this case. Then I'd like to ask, one of them is a criminal and the other is someone who harbored a criminal. How can the people be convinced? Doesn't the procuratorate also have problems? I witnessed what just happened, Your Honor, and it breaks my heart. If the entire procuratorate is filled with parasites like them, how can we talk about fairness and justice? As Cao Jin spoke, he became increasingly agitated, and tears welled up in his eyes. With just a slight blink, the tears would fall. No matter what crime the person involved has committed, it's always safe to portray oneself and the person involved as a vulnerable group. As a veteran lawyer, Cao Jin's use of this tactic was masterful. In just 2 sentences, the conflict was escalated to the level of the procuratorate, causing quite a stir. We trusted the prosecutor's office so much, but they actually sent a criminal to preside over the trial. The procuratorate has truly disappointed us ordinary people. When something goes wrong, there's nowhere to seek justice. It is recommended that Kyoto send people to thoroughly investigate the Jiangcheng City Procuratorate. No, thoroughly investigate the public security, procuratorate, and judicial organs of Jiangcheng City. Hong Liang realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly shut his mouth. Fang Hui looked at the scene before her, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Su Wen. The woman standing nearby also recognized the girl behind Su Wen in the video as Fang Hui, who was next to her. The woman placed her hand on Fang Hui's small hand. Silly child, how could you take such a big risk? Are you hurt? Let Auntie take a look. Upon hearing the woman's words, Fang Hui turned her head and looked at the woman in disbelief. At this moment, the woman's eyes were filled with worry for Fang Hui, just as she worried about Su Wen. You're worried about me. After seeing this video, a normal person would immediately assume that Fang Hui is Su Wen's accomplice and would want to stay far away from her, afraid of having any connection with her. But this woman, upon seeing the video, was actually worried about Fang Hui's safety first, instead of distancing herself from her. The woman smiled slightly, reached out and tucked a stray strand of hair behind Fang Hui's ear and whispered, "Silly child, Auntie believes you're not that kind of person." "Aunt." The woman's care warmed Fang Hui's heart. This care was different from that of Fang Yao and Su Wen. It was a different kind of feeling, like the maternal love she had never experienced before. Hu Yifeng glared angrily at Cao Jin. His words, though seemingly aggrieved, had actually put the Jiangcheng City public security, procuratorate, and judicial system in the spotlight. If this matter is not handled properly, the Jiangcheng City Primary People's Court will also suffer. Ruthless? What a ruthless person! For his own selfish desires, he actually dragged everyone down with him. Isn't he afraid he won't be able to stay in Jiangcheng after this? Could it be? Thinking of this, Hu Yifeng's eyes narrowed and he turned to look at Su Wen. Su Wen's lips curled slightly, his gaze falling on Cao Jin with great interest. Clearly, like Hu Yifeng, he had thought of the key point. It seems Cao Jin has found a powerful backer. If he didn't have powerful backers, how could he dare to handle cases involving human traffickers and be so arrogant as to drag the public security, procuratorate, and judicial organs of Jiangcheng City into the mess? So who exactly is his powerful backer? The conclusion that could be drawn was that his powerful backer was definitely not in Jiangcheng City. Otherwise, if the public security, procuratorate, and judicial organs of Jiangcheng City were thoroughly investigated, he wouldn't gain any benefit. The only possibility is that his backer is in Kyoto. But Su Wen couldn't figure out exactly who it was. The other party was hiding too well. It's likely that only Chen Pingping knows this person, and that person is someone Chen Pingping can't afford to offend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big deal out of it by committing suicide. Chen Pingping committed suicide so that Su Wen could use the human trafficking case to expose everyone behind it, paving the way for Su Wen with her own life. It's definitely not about simply sentencing Su Wen, a human trafficker, to death. Just then, Hu Yaifeng looked at Su Wen and slowly spoke. Attorney Su, what is your interpretation of these two pieces of evidence? Su Wen wore a nonchalant smile, as if he were facing not a dead end but something extremely simple. Your Honor, I would like to present a few photographs. I object. No sooner had Su Wen finished speaking than Cao Jin jumped out to object. Hu Yaifeng glared fiercely at Cao Jin, slammed his gavel down forcefully and said sternly, "Objection overruled, the prosecution may present photographs." Su Wen's lips curled slightly as he leisurely took out a few photos from the files on the desktop. In an instant, the live stream camera focused on Su Wen, giving the photo a close-up. These are three Huxia celebrities, Wang Liheng, Li Jian, and Pu Bei. I'd like to ask everyone, can anyone tell who's who among these three people from a photo? Upon seeing the photos Su Wen presented, millions of viewers in the live stream were instantly stunned, and the chat was flooded with comments. Holy crap, I honestly can't tell them apart right now who's who. The one on the left is Wang Liheng, no, the one on the right is, no, the one in the middle is. What exactly is Attorney Su trying to do? This is a serious court hearing. Is he treating it like a variety show? Hu Yaifeng was stunned when he saw the three photos in Su Wen's hand. These three aren't the same person. Su Wen slowly shook his head. No. But what exactly are you trying to say by showing me these three photos? In an instant, all eyes were on Su Wen. Su Wen's lips curled slightly as he slowly spoke. What I'm trying to say is that many people in the world look very similar, and it's difficult to prove someone's identity based solely on photos and videos. This applies to celebrities as well. Then, opposing lawyer, how can you prove that the person in that video is me? The millions of netizens watching the live stream were all stunned. Su Wen is right. The other party only presented a video which doesn't prove that it was him. In Huxia law, the principle of presumption of innocence applies when there is doubt about the guilt of an innocent person. Without conclusive evidence, it is impossible to determine Su Wen's guilt. Unless there are his fingerprints or other evidence, it cannot be proven that the person in the video is Su Wen himself. Cao Jin was also stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected Su Wen to be prepared in advance. He could only turn to look at the weasel that had provided the evidence. Do you have any other evidence to prove that the person in the video is him? Wang Pizzi was also dumbfounded. He knew nothing about the law and thought that as long as he provided the video, he could prove Su Wen's crime. He never expected that providing evidence would be so troublesome. Oh right. The weasel's eyes lit up immediately, and in its haste, it blurted out. I shot him before hitting him in the shoulder. He must have a wound on his shoulder. Upon hearing this, Cao Jin frowned immediately. He really wanted to curse this idiot. If you're going to provide evidence, then provide evidence. Why drag yourself into this mess? Aren't you blatantly telling everyone that you're illegally possessing firearms? A ruthless smirk appeared on Su Wen's lips. He had been waiting for Wang Pizzi to say those words. The previous video did not capture the scene inside the security door on the third floor of the KTV. It only showed Su Wen coming out, and he was indeed holding a gun. Now, things have gotten really bad. He himself admitted to illegally possessing a firearm and even fired a shot at Su Wen. The charge of illegal possession of firearms is irrefutable. So, you're admitting you illegally possessed a firearm. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, the weasel was stunned for a moment and hurriedly denied it. No, it was one of my men who fired the shot. Su Wen looked at the weasel as if it were a fool. So, you admit you're a gang leader? No. The weasel wanted to explain, but no matter how he explained, he would only make his crime seem bigger. If Su Wen kept asking, he would find out the color of his underwear. Only now did the weasel realize that it had been tricked by Su Wen. Su Wen, you G dare to mess with me? Su Wen shrugged, his mocking gaze falling on the weasel, and slowly began to speak. Go ahead and bite me if you dare. Haha, that's hilarious. Is this a case of admitting guilt without being asked? With an IQ like Huang Pizzi's, how did he become a gang leader? Damn it, I could do that too, what an idiot. Attorney Sue's actions are utterly intellectually superior. He's treating this weasel like a dog. But Attorney Sue probably isn't having an easy time either, if he really does have an injury on his shoulder. This is a classic case of inflicting 1,000 damage on the enemy while also losing 12,000 of your own. Hu Yifeng's approving gaze fell on Su Wen. Well said, you've really made his mammary glands feel clearer. If I weren't the presiding judge, I would have cursed that weasel beast long ago. Even so, he still struck the gavel once, then coughed lightly. Silence, this is a courtroom. Please use polite language. Cao Jin realized that Huang Pizzi was being led by the nose by Su Wen and hurriedly stood up and said to Hu Yifeng, Your Honor, it is now our turn to present evidence. Hu Yifeng nodded, then turned to look at Su Wen, but the worry in his eyes was gone. Since Su Wen had prepared the photos in advance, he must have also prepared evidence to deal with what would follow. Attorney Su, do you have anything to say about the opposing party's testimony? Su Wen raised his hand and scratched his cheek with his bent index finger. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to take off your clothes on the spot? It might be indecent, could you censor it? After all, this court hearing was being broadcast live, with millions of people watching. Whoever had to undress in front of millions of people would be incredibly embarrassed. Su Wen's actions immediately made everyone in the audience burst into laughter. Cao Jin gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely. What do you mean by sorry? I think you're just too scared. Su Wen's lips curled slightly as he spoke with great interest. What would you do if I didn't have a gunshot wound to my shoulder? Cao Jin was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the weasel. The weasel glared fiercely at Su Wen, gritting its teeth as it said to Cao Jin, I bet with him, I saw it clearly, it definitely hit his shoulder. And his shirt was torn at the stomach, so he was definitely not wearing a bulletproof vest. Seeing Huang Pizzi's determined look, Cao Jin took a deep breath. If you don't, I'll call you Dad. Su Wen grinned, his eyes filled with disdain, and said, I don't have a son like you. Cao Jin clenched his fists immediately, while Su Wen continued unhurriedly. And you call yourself a seasoned lawyer, even if you don't accept this bet, don't I still have to prove I didn't have a gunshot wound to my shoulder? I'm now seriously doubting your professional competence. For a moment, Cao Jin was rendered speechless by Su Wen's retort. Their original intention was to solidify the evidence against Su Wen, thereby reducing the credibility of his statements and even to expel him from the courtroom. However, before he could achieve his goal, Su Wen easily diffused the situation and even provoked him with words, causing him to lose his composure and thus reducing his credibility in court. Su Wen appeared calm and collected, but he exerted tremendous invisible pressure on Cao Jin. Damn, how come this guy surnamed Su is so amazing? Cao Jin had spent his entire life in the legal profession and no lawyer had ever put him under such pressure. Sweat streamed down his face and dripped onto the defendant's seat. Hu Yifeng smiled, his heart filled with increasing joy as he looked at Su Wen. How come Chen Pingping was the first to discover this talent? He's growing to like Su Wen more and more. A lawyer who only speaks with evidence is a qualified lawyer, but a top lawyer's words and actions are never limited to evidence, they are more about winning hearts and minds. Su Wen did this very well. It may seem like Su Wen is cursing, but he really is cursing, making the other person dizzy and disoriented and causing them to lose all rhythm. However, Su Wen's scolding was still.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.